everybody. Welcome to the stream. I so did not want to get out of the bed today. It was a monumental task saying, get up, let's get this day going, let's get something going on. And here I am. So welcome, everybody. Yeah, my retweet command still busted, but I added an exclamation RT2, aka retweet number 2. I didn't want to replace my original retweet command in case it starts working again. I was fooling with it. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. It had probably something to do with some of the programming in there. So I just created an RT2, put a link in there, follow that link. Boom, you can go and retweet. I can see it over here. I see someone's already done it already. Still got this cough. Fighting it off as best I can. It's like I'm fine until... I'm fine until 2 seconds after I start the stream. That's when I start coughing. But thanks so much for the love. I see you there, Mr. Anon, to you. And Shinobi, thank you so much for the love there. I'm going to replay that here when we get into the main screen. We're going to do some Satisfactory today. We're going to do some aluminum. Man, that's a lot of fun when you get to aluminum level, because you can do all sorts of killer stuff like advanced sorting and all of that kind of cool stuff where we can use... single lines for a lot of the stuff that we're running and whatnot. That's going to be fun. And then we're going to do a whole bunch of trains and grab all the resources from everywhere and bring it in via train. And we're going to have crazy tons of resources and whatnot. No, it's funny. Whenever I play this game, usually hours later, I start to visualize, how could I have done my base better, right? That's how I always start to go. And I'm like, man, I could really redo it like this and redo it like that. So can't wait to get to that later on, right? Can't wait to get that going on. I guess I could start the game up while we're talking. And we're going to play some Stream Raiders today. Again, not going to go into battle mode. I've been working on a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. Just kind of struggling right now with my health. Man, this cough has been real bad. I'm finally kind of out of that mode where I'm constantly having stuff going down my throat because of allergies. I have tons and tons of bad allergies this time of year. Trying to get it going on. You love the Weird Al gift? Yeah, I love that song. It seems a little crazy. He actually sings it way better than me. But yeah, he's got his little tinfoil hat on. It's one of my favorite Weird Al songs. He's got a lot of great stuff. Over all the years. I actually met Weird Al, by the way, in real life a long time ago. He actually came into the shop where I was working, doing pre-press and printing, and he's working on his album. And he just came through the shop. I was like, hey, Weird Al, what's up? He's like, hey. And that was it. I'm sure he doesn't remember me. I was like, hey. I don't bother people, whether they're normal people or celebrities. I don't go up to them and make a big deal about it or whatever. I just treat them like a normal person. Like, hey, how you doing? Doing good? Oh, good to meet you. Awesome. Whatnot. I see a lot of people coming in and out, by the way, of the shop. But I'm busy. I'm working. I got stuff to do. When you're in charge, man, you're always micromanaging everybody and making sure everything's getting done. Because, we used to do stuff that was like impossible, bro. You bring it in at the nighttime and we got it done by the morning, which is not normally something you do. Normally you drop it off. It's like a week or two later and then whatever. But we were known for just getting it done, getting it done on impossible deadlines. That's why we got paid the big bucks. Man, I'll be very happy when I don't have to keep choking every time I'm here on stream. So sorry if I cough and whatnot. I just got to do what I got to do to stay upright at this point. So we're going to get into it, everybody. And again, thanks everybody for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate you coming in, showing the love so early in the morning. I say we get into it. Let's go. All right, here we go. We're going to fire some Stream Raiders. Look at all the biddies. Boom. Up. Got him. There we go. All right, let's fire it up here. Now, I probably should go in the store first because I always forget. Yeah, there we go. Got some scrolls in there. Ooh, look at that. Long shot. Going to get a level up. Barbarian. All right, nice. Let's see. Where's that level up? Oh, or maybe not. Barbarian right there. Thought he just leveled up. I don't know. My brain just broke right there. I don't know. I don't know what the heck. All right, well, we got to start with a tough one today. We're going to start with a 4 skull. Again, sorry I'm not doing this event, but just been trying to rest up, feel better, man. struggling right now. I was laying in the bed and I'm like, I don't want to get up. But I'm like, I know what happens if I don't get up. Then I feel like I've wasted my day, and I only got so many minutes left. I'm 50 years old, so I gotta make the most of each day. Everybody, make the most of each day. Speaking of making the most of each day, bam, right here, Mr. Non-You coming in. 41 months of sub love. Thank you so much for that massive support. That's Mr. Non-You. Appreciate it. Bam! Oh! He says, make room. Bam! Get those biddies. He says, make room for the big man. There we go. Coming in, showing that love. And Coach Shinobi says, hey, Kismet. Boom! Let me drop the elbow drop first thing in the morning as well. Hello to you, and thank you so much. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Boom! Oh, take a side note there. Knocking those biddies right out of there. I love to see that. That's one of the cool things about the bid cup. I have a custom bid cup that I made that works around Norbert. I love it when the biddies drop in there and they go flying. That's pretty fun. Pretty fun. The only thing cooler than that, no, it would be cooler than just a regular bid cup. How about one that's on fire? I love that effect. That's so hard to do, by the way. It looks easy, but it is so hard to get that stuff to work sometimes. So there we go. We're off and running, everybody. We're going to get our battle going on. Who do we got going in here? I'm going to highlight you guys this morning. Who we got? We got Bitsfoot coming in. We got Rotisserie G already placing. We got Recognizer. And Shinobi already getting that cluster of awesomeness going right there. Again, that's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. They're like, when are you going to play Satisfactory? How about now? I worked very hard on this stream to do a lot of awesome stuff. And one of those things that I have set up is the ability to play on any platform. That's right. I can play on PC. I can play on Mac. I can play on PS4, Xbox. I can play on the Switch. I even got now an adapter that allows me to use my tablet directly through HDMI from my tablet into my machine, which is pretty awesome because it's great for recording videos and that kind of stuff. When I'm playing mobile games like Fallout Shelter, or I've been playing a game called Goddess. I've been doing a mega playthrough of Goddess, which is really awesome because I bought myself a little Christmas present, though I totally can't afford it. I went and got myself one of those iPad Pros with the pencil because I'm an artist and I like to draw and come up with ideas and things for the stream. And so I've been playing Goddess with the pencil. And what you do in Goddess is it's a god game. And so you're going around, you're taking care of your little peeps, right? And what you do is you do a lot of shaping of the land. And shaping of the land is awesome. It is incredibly fun with the pencil. And so you can go in and shape it and move the land around and then build up your little houses and mining areas and farming and all of that. Very, very fun. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a train. It's a train. We're off and running, everybody. There we go. Now, I had to fix the retweet command. Bam, right there. So anybody can do it, by the way, exclamation RT2. I don't know why our retweet command's not working. It's probably something to do with the programming of it. I was fooling around with it yesterday. I was like, you know what? Maybe it'll just start working today. No such luck. No such luck, but I always got to work around for everything and get it going on. Now, where did we leave off yesterday? Now, of course, we've been really doing an amazingly fun job of utilizing the new vertical power. Now, you can't see anything, but underneath there is my entire factory doing a whole bunch of stuff, including computers and heavy modular frames. Those are all running up to my main storage up here. I've also got this train going back and forth, working on our box ride. This time I've decided to do more trains. Normally, you can do without trains at all and just run real long lines because you know they're real consistent and you know they're going to be at a certain rate. But you should always try to challenge yourself. And so in this time, we've decided, okay, that's it. We're going to go ahead and run it for oil, which is a tough one because it's a fluid. So you don't really know at what fluid rate that you're getting because you're having that train run. Now I could actually have 2 train runs, one run and then put it in there, and you could put it in like a circle, right? So there's a circling or train track merging where you have one going in and one going out, and this one's going on and out going, this one's coming on and going, and then when it gets to the train station, it comes to a single, right? So you have a dual track and then a single track so they can pass each other. But you'd have to sync them in such a way where they wouldn't run into each other. Now, there actually is not collisions in the game yet, so they can't actually run into each other. But I don't like to even do that. I don't like to exploit non-existent game mechanics. Speaking of, there it goes right there. You can see it up there in the radar. Yeah, there it goes. Reminds me. I had a train very much like that, by the way, as a kid. Yellow trains like that, where you would set them all up and you'd run them, and then at some point, I always feel like at some point, put a 1 in the chat if this happens to you. At some point, you just feel like cranking it to maximum and then seeing when the train comes off the tracks. Yeah, I don't know. I remembered that the other day. I was like, hey, I remember doing that. Just taking the thing and just the train's going, and then bam, off the track it goes. I don't know. It's like a kid thing. I don't know. It's like, how fast can I run my train? So we got all that stuff running down there, and we've been putting it in what's known as the underfeed, so you're feeding it from down below. Now, I'm not getting too worried about if it starts to spaghetti under there or starts not to be too pretty, and that's because we're about to get to the highest speed of conveyors that we have currently in the game, which is our 780s. Now, I have them unlocked, but being unlocked doesn't do me any good if I don't actually have the materials. In this case, aluminum, which is why we're working on aluminum today. Now, this is a huge jump, because remember, most of the time I'm using 270s. I'm using level 3s, though I could use level 4s if I want. But I typically use 1s until I can use 3s, and then I just jump to 5. Why do I do that? Because 1, 3s, and 5s are the easiest to make. 2s are pretty tough early on unless you use the rule of 8. And then the conveyor belts, these ones are a bit tougher. Also, I think this is the rule of 10 that does that one. But I just jump over straight to conveyor belts level 5. And the reason why is because they're 780. That is really, really a boost. So you can combine 99% of all of your stuff together, including your outputs, to be in a single line. So if you're running something into the Awesome Sync, boom, you're running at 780, which is one of the very first things you'll start to see me use that aluminum for, is stuff like Awesome Sync, and for stuff that is being produced at a higher level. I no longer go in and match my belt speed exactly to whatever I'm doing. I feel like it's no longer necessary once you understand the game mechanics, especially when you're running things over long distances, because what happens if your stuff turns off and you're running, say, coal over a long distance, the second you turn it on, there's going to be a wait time, because it's got to then start back up again, power back up again, and then run across that line. So you might as well make that line as fast as you possibly can, so that, boom, that item gets there faster. Now, one of the things is if you have a train, you don't have that problem, right? A train is going to already be able to go over there, grab it, and bring it over faster than most of the time than the actual belt itself. Now, when you get to 780 belts, now you're competing with the speed of trains. Those 780 belts are very, very fast and can usually catch up to a train depending on the length of the train. If the train is really long, well, then your train's going to win every time because it's going to shut off, then have to start up, then have a startup time, then start to go down the belt, then all the way down the belt where the train is just going to be like, bam, grab that stuff, and come back, which is what it's doing right now. Okay, so to get this to work, we have a whole bunch of elements that we need to get working along the way. Now, the first thing we did is we set up an elevated water tank, and then we were having some fun with piping. I was talking a bit about piping, how we can run it to the end here, how we can do little corners, and how we can make it run perfectly along there. Now, we've been doing a lot of underfeeding in our factory below, but we're not going to do too much underfeeding over here. We're going to do main horizontal feeding. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually go around basically in a circle. So this is going to come in here and start running. Now, the biggest problem is we need water. We don't have any water. The water is way down there. Now, how much water is a good thing to think about when you first start. Now, I have the Mark II pipes that they've added recently, which is 600. This is 600 water, and the pumps can have much more of a head lift, so you need less pumps. Now, if I'm going to run water up here, I might as well run it at maximum, right? I might as well run it at 600. There's no reason for me to run it at whatever it is it needs, which is about 80 times 3 is what I need. So let's say 300 minus 60, just 240. So right now I need about 240. Can't even speak. I need about 240 water running up here. I also need Boxrite as well. Now it needs 100 and, or actually I need 300. Sorry, I need 300 because it's 100 per minute. So I need 300. Now I might as well bring 600 because I already have the 600 pipes. I already have the resources. So I'm actually going to pump the water up at 600. Now, another great reason the reason why they added 600 is, and they add a lot of stuff, and because they're really working on their numbers, they're really phenomenal, actually, when you find that magic combo of numbers in Satisfactory. In the case of 600, that's a magic number. Let's go find out why. Let's first make sure we got enough resources. There we go. Let's go find out why. Woo-hoo-hoo! Going down, baby! Jetpack. All right, so let's get over here. My sound's low. Maybe it's just I'm going deaf. All right, let's get over here and let's look at where we're going, right? We're trying to go right to there. And one of the things that I've already done is I've already got a whole bunch of coal plants running over there. It's always so foggy down here. And what I want to do is I want to tap into that same kind of grid that I've already got, right? So I don't want to just go out there and start building in the middle of nowhere because it's not going to line up there. Everywhere I've built everywhere, I mean everywhere in the entire thing. What's up, little doggo? Yeah, buddy. Oh, let's pet the doggo. Oh, you're a good little doggo. Yes, you are. You're a good doggo. You have a good day, little doggo. All right. So everywhere that I have built, I have keyed it off the main plant, right? So I decide, okay, this is my Rosetta Stone of pieces, and this is what everything is going to align to. And actually, this is it right here. This is the Rosetta Stone. This is the center of all of my base everywhere, is based off how I've run these particular coal plants. And you can see I've got lots of water in here and whatnot. And I feel like at certain points you might as well just go to the highest degree of whatever it is. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start up a little bit, like right here, and just kind of run this across to where we're trying to go. So we're going to go ahead and just start like this. All right, now I got loud all of a sudden. All right, there we go. And so I'm going to go ahead and just utilize this as a starting point for all the rest of the base. Now, see, I left a hole there for a reason so I can see it from really far away and try to line this up. Now, as you're working, you're going to need to build what I call scaffolding, right? It's just like in anything you're trying to build in real life or in game. You're going to need some way of manipulating the terrain. You're going to need some way of getting to where you need to get to, right, to work on that particular thing. And so that's basically what we're doing right now. We're building some scaffolding off our main base. And we're just going to try to line up as best we can. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I'm pretty good with proportions. Pretty good. It's not always perfect, but pretty close. Okay, that's looking good. Now, we need to get down into the water now, too. And you're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you just go at the water level? Well, the reason why I didn't go at the water level is because there's stuff in the water, there's stuff by the water, there's stuff I can run into along the way. Now, I end up taking all of this out. It's only to align the actual pieces to each other. And that's so if I align it down here, I know it should align up there if we did it right. Now, I could have also brought it down from up there, which you'll also see me do just to double check. But from right now, we're just going to go ahead and ramp our way down toward the water. Now, if I did this right, it's going to go ahead and sit just a little bit under the water. Now, I don't want it so much that I'm swimming. See that, how I'm swimming? I'm not standing on the actual thing itself. That's too much. That's too far down. And you're like, how do you fix that, Kismet? Well, you just use a ramp. That's not as steep. There you go. Use a ramp that's not as steep, and then you go ahead. I'm going to put one underneath, and then I should be able to try to put one in there. I'm going to see how tall that is. See, that's still not far enough down. So let's, that's weird. That should give us just a little bit there. Oh, I think it's a double. Yeah, and then a thin one. That's what we're doing. All right. I was trying to remember how I did that originally. All right. Do that. And then we'll back up. We'll take this out. We'll put this one in. And that's going to give us this ramp. No, that's not going to work. We got to put the smaller ramp in. I know what it is about this smaller ramp. But sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, I'm in the way. Yoo-hoo. All right, workaround time. See, if something doesn't work, the best thing to do, work around. So my best workaround is always to do something like this. Take this out, push that forward, push yourself to the right, then go stand over here and get a front side view of it, like this. Then you take this out, then you go in. There we go. There we go. All right. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the foundation to be just ever so slightly below the water, where you can still walk on it, but there we go. But it's not making you swim. And really, there's a subtle difference between just being like this. Do that. Now I'm walking on it. Now, why do I want it to be below the water? Now, typically, I do it below the water for multiple reasons. One, so if I run anything there, I don't need any pumps. I need 0 pumps because it brings it up, and then it's bringing it down. It's creating that fluid action going on there. And so that works pretty well. And so you'll see me do that a lot. Now, I also have this kind of offset, so I want to go ahead and move in this direction. I've also got some things in my way. I've got rocks there. I could actually blow those rocks up. We could have a little fun doing that. And so on. And I need to kind of recenter this now. And everything that I'm doing is just trying to line myself up off of that top part there. And I want to go ahead and say, let's say 2 more over. It doesn't really matter because I can always go in and readjust it and realign it and re-add it and all of that. But we're going to say right there. That looks fairly well. And then we'll take these back out again. All right. And that's all. All that we just did was really just for that right there. And now we also going to need to reverse what we just did too. I can either do it at the bottom or I can do it at the top. I'm going to go ahead and do it at the bottom here. So we're going to go ahead and do a small ramp. And then we're going to go ahead and do a medium-sized ramp. We're going to need to put this one up just a little bit. There we go. And then medium-sized ramp. Okay. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. You go, a little medium-sized ramp. Went underneath there. Sometimes that happens. Oh, I have to bring it back up. Bring it up to match that one so that it has something to sit on. And then medium-sized ramp. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and start using our number 8 here, which is our double ramp, which is like the single greatest thing in this game when it comes to foundations. Because look how easy. Boom, boom, boom. Now we're up here just like that, right? Easy peasy. Now what we need to do is we need to get the water, obviously, from down here all the way up to there. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need to spend a little time creating a bit of scaffolding that's going to take us from up there to down here and so on and so forth. Now, this is a long distance. And as you can see, look how long that is right there just to get down to that level. So if we were trying to run it here, it would actually run us into the side of the mountain. Or if we start here, it's going to run us to the other side of the base. So what we're going to do is just create a bit of a circle around the area in which we want to lift or bring up or down. Now, this game is amazing in the fact that you can do stuff from really far away. Now, that's too far right there. But what we really want to do is bring a wall down. And the reason why we want to bring a wall down is that it's going to allow us to align to down here. Now, we've already got it started, and we're going to readjust it based on that line that we bring down. We can actually use piping in the walls as they go up, just much like we do with lifters and whatnot, to do that. Or we can just run a single pipe and then just have some scaffolding along the way. Now, is it better to start at the top or the bottom? I would say the top. It's actually better to start from because you have the double ramps. If you don't have the double ramps, then I would suggest that you actually start at the bottom and work your way up. Let's go for it. Boom! Big jump. Whee! And again, see, I have it just below the surface because all this water requires less pumping and actually requires no pumping. But I have a backup. I have some backup things at the end. You can see I've got some backup water down there just in case it turns off, though it has not turned off. So really not useful right now because it's not really doing anything, but just in case kind of stuff. JIC, just in case. There we go. One in the chat from Rotisserie G. There we go. All right. Now, we're going to go ahead and work our way all the way up there using our hyper tubes. Now, because we're also going to be working our way up and down, another smart thing to do is to think about how we're going to do our hyper tubes as well. Can we do our hyper tubes and our pipes at the same time and be able to navigate up and down while we're working to get that going? So again, the first thing we want to do is just kind of establish ourselves a wall. And that's going to establish where that edge is that we want to work with, right? So start from the top down, and we'll start working our way down. Now, this thing goes really far. Watch how far I can do these walls from up here, which I think is pretty incredible as games go. Now, if I fall, I probably should have my jetpack on just in case. I see you down there, Fred. And so we're going to go ahead and just keep moving this down. Right to there. Okay, now we're also going to go ahead and add a bit of transport so that we can just walk up. Now, which way, whenever I'm doing transport, I always think, which way am I most likely going to walk up onto this area, right? Whenever I do a transport, I think of that direction. So in this case, I like to have my transport elevated like that. And then I also, recently, I'm enjoying using windows to be able to see where I'm going. Now, this particular thing is actually in my way. I can't actually put the window there, which you can see turns red, right? So I will actually move this. It's in my way. It's got to go. I would rather have just move it forward a little bit. It'll be just fine. That's our organization here. This is our industrial fluid buffer. We could just move this forwards so it's not blocking my my object back here. We don't want this blocking. We want this so it's coming up. If it's blocking, it's going to be troublesome too when we're running our piping up and down. And so we can move that forward. That's no problem. And then just go in, put our piping back in. Oh, pipe mark 2. Our piping back in. Pretty easy like that. Now we got this kind of deal going on like that now. But that's okay. We can go ahead and readjust that to just be a straight pipe now. That's what I would do. Just a straight pipe. Right into there. Easy, right? Easy. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead also work with our hypertubes. And we're going to go ahead and put in our hypertube wall hole. Now, another thing we're going to need down there is power. And so we're going to go ahead and utilize this also for power. And we're going to go ahead and tap into our power way over here. Boom. Put that right into there. And that's also going to fuel our hypertube entrance. So we're going to get all this stuff. Now, I like to connect the hypertubes from the back because they look cleaner. The line run doesn't go through the glass and all that stuff. I prefer to try to make it as clean as possible. Now, if you want to prevent yourself from dying on the way down, know that you can just go ahead and grab a foundation. I'm just going to hit F, middle mouse button, grab a foundation, and just put that down there. So I don't fall to my death, though I do have a jetpack, so I'll be fine. And also, I have fallen from this high up and landed in deep water and actually survived. There's actually something hiding in that deep water right there. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you go in there where Fred's at right now and go into that deep water and see if you can get that out of there. So there we go. So now what do we want to do? We want to run some pipes, right, from up here to down there. Now, we actually unlocked a pipe wall hole from our brain. Sucks. Sleep apnea sucks. Awesome shop. From the awesome shop. Man, it sucks bad. It's like your brain just stops going. I'm like in a train of thought and blur. Comes to a stop. All right, and then what we want to do also is we want to do kind of like maximum distances of our pipes, of all of our stuff. And one of the cool things about pipes is pipes don't have to loop back if you don't want them to. They can run in a straight line. One of the cool things about pipes is they're both mergers and splitters at the same time. So you don't have to really worry about your pipes itself. But we can go in and just kind of start some pipes going and say, you know, how far can we make our pipes go? Now, the first thing I'm going to do is kind of create a manual ramp right over here. Now, a manual ramp, obviously, is just basically a double ramp that follows your way down. And you want to do this quite often in the early game. And so I'll just kind of create a bit of a switch back there. Then I'll put a flat piece, right? We'll create a little landing. And that landing will then take us back in the other direction. Now, this is way easier if you have the double ramp. And you should unlock it from the awesome shop as quickly as possible because it does make a huge, huge difference. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and run it almost to the ramp. And then I'm going to go ahead and flatten it out. Because I don't want to be in the way of what I'm doing, right? So now I've actually got a ramp that takes me down to there. And then I'm going to go ahead and push out. And the actual scaffolding itself is irrelevant. It doesn't matter how you make it, as long as it does what its purpose is. And that's to give you the ability to modify stuff as you go down. And in this case, I'm going to do one that switches back a lot as I go down, so I can access all those different areas. Now, if you're not doing this like this, it's really difficult because you're going to need to do blocks and then it takes blocks out and do all that stuff. And I've done that many a time in the early game. But really my main focus right now is just to get these walls in, right? To put these walls in so I know down there that it matches up to this top part. And again, you can do these from real far away. You don't have to be right up on all of them. Like that. And so we'll do a few of those. And then again, I don't want to block, so we'll go out this way. And we'll go around behind a bit. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. This is just the way that I like to do it. I like to have access to the whole area. We'll come back and revamp it too. Remember that everything that you build, at least I feel it is, everything that you build in this game is pretty temporary. You're building stuff just to build other stuff a lot of the time. Oh, the dreaded running out of concrete. And we don't really know what level we're going to be putting our hyper tubes, what level we're going to be doing this, that, and the other thing. If you're using lifters, lifters are a great indication of how far stuff can run. So even though I'm not using a lifter, I could very easily just go in and say, hey, let's grab one of these walls. Let's put the wall in and then use a lifter to figure it out, right? Like, great example, I could just go, let's take this out, and then I could put like a wall conveyor in and then run a lifter, and that'll tell me roughly how far my hypertubes can go. But we're going to go ahead and do it old school, and we're just going to just basically make that scaffolding as we're going down. Vitally important to have that double wall ramp, though. That's like one of the first things you should unlock, other than your coffee cup, your car, and then double wall ramp. Would definitely be the things I would unlock quickly. All right, we got to take some of this stuff off of us here. Got a bit of loot here that we don't need on us. We'll take that off. We don't need all of these on us for right now. Oh, let's put these actually over here. It's this way I can find them later. Over here. What else? We got a lot of them on us that we don't really need. You don't need that right now. Don't need this. I always like taking random stuff off my character that I don't need a lot of. It's good to get in the habit of kind of weeding out stuff. Like, look at how many motors I have on me there. I don't need that many motors. I don't need that many motors at this particular second. Look at that, all that inventory I just got kind of cleaned up. Thank you, Templars and Twisty. We're going to do this battle here in just a second. Let me turn my heater off. Starting to get a little toasty in here, which is what I like. Thank you so much for the follows, everybody. Let's go ahead and get our battle in today. Let's hope we got enough peeps. Let's go. Battle time. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders. While we're getting some concrete here, we'll fire that up. We usually do this for like about 30 seconds to a minute or so, and then we go back to whatever primary game we're playing. In this case, I'm just running down a ramp, so you're not missing anything. All right, open the captain chest, give you guys some love. Shinobi, Kelamal, and Subi all getting the love. Subi coming in MVP. 7 assists there. Oh, we got that done. Wow, we start with a 4 skull. Way to go, guys. Way to go. All right, let's see what do we got. 2 skull. Again, I like this right side for some reason. I don't know. I feel like that's a great way to just try to kite them to come get us on this particular map. All right, down we go. Back down our ramp. Now, again, our big goal right here is just to get some scaffolding in, work our way from up above to down below. And we, of course, going to need a lot of concrete when you're doing this kind of stuff. And I'm going to just go, you know, about 3 beyond and then turn around, make myself a landing, and then back the other way. Now, again, I'm trying not to block where I'm actually running my items. And where do I know that? Well, I can see because I'm running the wall down. The wall is going to tell me when I am going to be blocking my pipe runs. Now, again, I can always come back and readjust it. This game is really awesome in the fact that if you oh, I'm out of plates. If you don't like what you made, you can always go back and redo whatever it is that you did, right? So you get all your materials back is the biggest thing. There are some games in which when you make something, bam, it's set in stone. That's it. Too bad, too sad. Go collect yourself some more materials if you want to make it again. This game is not like that. This game, what? Let's go to my headphones. There we go. Weird going. My headphones came off of the thing. So what you want to do is just remake it if you need to. If something doesn't come out right, just go ahead and remake it. It's okay. Just to redo it and redo it. I find that every single thing that I make, I just treat it as temporary, and then it works really well, right? And I could go through and, you know, spend endless hours doing power and just get every single node and do all of that stuff. But what I like to do is I like to progress through the game in such a way that's super efficient. And I've played through the game like 30 times now, a lot of times. And I'll restart quite often. Every time they come out with a kind of major update, like they came out with trains, I restarted. They came out with fluids, I restarted, and so on. I do love to restart because it just, I like to start in the different areas, and I've started in every different area now. We actually started in the Rocky Desert, in this particular one, and then we found this pool of water over here, along with our along with our coal. And once we found that coal and it's right next to the water, boom, we've got 1800 power because those are pure coal nodes. So this is like my new favorite spot in the whole entire world because it's so easy to get fired up. Speaking of getting fired up, let's go ahead and jump off of here. Oh, look at this. Come on, now that was pretty good, everybody. I eyeballed that from down here. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet eyeballing, if I do say so myself. Perfecto. All right, now we know where to go. We're going to go ahead and do this, widen this out a little bit. And, all right, we take all this out now. And so that was our kind of main mission there, was to get that going. And then we'll go ahead and put this back in here. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, since we did lower it a little bit, is our walls are not going to match up if we start at the bottom and then go up, which is not what we want to do. We want to start the end point and work our way down because it's going to make it work out at the end, right? That's very important to make sure that works out at the end. Now, this is also my lift area, and so one of the things I'm going to work with first is my hypertube. So I can go up and down and up and down along this area. So let's go ahead and first start with our hypertube. I like to use the glass walls. This way I can see which direction my hypertube is going. I kind of remember us doing it on the left side. Hopefully I'm remembering correctly. So we'll go ahead and put that on the left side. We'll go ahead and say, okay, we'll put our power in as well. We'll go ahead and put our hypertube entrance. We'll go ahead and connect it from behind. And then we're also going to be running our pipes up here. Now we've got plenty of room for water. And one of the things you want to look at is where is the deep water, right? If we jetpack up, you can kind of see a pattern there, right? And you can see a pattern over there. Is this going to be the deep water right here? I doubt it. And the way we'll know is when we go into logistics here and we say, okay, I want to get my stuff going on, or actually it's in here, our water extractor. We put our water extractor in there. We want to see if it shows up. If it shows up, all right, awesome. Now, the closer I, of course, get to shore, in this case, actually, this is fairly deep. The closer I get to shore, the more it's going to elevate up like this, and then, like, kind of like a beach. A beach runs off. A lot of beaches, because I've been in the water a lot, because I'm a surfer kid, a lot of beaches just go like this, and then they have a drop-off. If you've never been that far out, because they actually, in California, they actually put sand on the beaches. They'll sand it up here, and then the actual sand will migrate its way down the beach, and then they got to re-sand it again up here, and then it runs down the beach. And so a lot of the times what happens is you have just like a sudden drop-off. Bam! And then it's like super deep, too. So watch out for that if you are going out beyond that, those waves and whatnot. Definitely a good idea if you're not a strong swimmer to watch out for that undertow that'll definitely pull you out into the open sea. All right, so we're going to drop that down. Or actually, let's move a little closer. We'll go ahead and drop one of these down. And we're going to go ahead and utilize our magic numbers. Now, I like to put it as close as I can to this, and then it's easy for me to run it and then run it up there. Now, this particular one right here, the water extractor, is going to extract at a certain rate. In this case, at 100%, it's going to extract at 120. Normally, I do them in groups of 3. And the reason why I do them in groups of 3 is because I can underclock them to 84%, and it'd be 300, and that 300 will run all of my ones. It'll run all of these, by the way. It'll run 6 of those coal plants in there, and then I do 3 more for the other 6 in this case. And so on. So that's usually the magic numbers. Now, since they've added the new pipes, that's actually not the magic number, because if you think you want to maximize your pipe usage, right, which is 600, and you take 120, and then you, of course, divide it by 600. So you say, hey, Siri, what's 600 divided by 120?
600 divided by 120 is 5.
Is 5. So normally I would create 6 of them, right? Normally I would have 6 of them because I'd have 3, and then I'd unclock them to 800, and then I'd run a 300 pipe in that one, and then I would do 3, and then I'd underclock them to 84% to do 300, and then run onto that pipe. But since they added the 600 pipe, it's actually more efficient to use less of these, right? So it's better to use your 5 of these and then have them all on the same circuit, and you're actually using less power. And I wish they snapped, but they don't. And so that is one of the main concerns when you're playing this game, is how can I do the same thing but use less power, right? And factories, of course, use a massive amount of power. Fred, of course, coming straight in my way. He's like, Kismet, I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you. Oh, you need somebody to get in your way? Here I am. Hey! This is twin brother. Fred, get out of here, bro. I'm building. Why you gotta always be up in my business? Go on, shoot. I don't want to see your butt. Get your butt out of my face. That's Fred. That's Fred. By the way, I always notice that people who play Satisfactory, they all got a different name for him. I call him Fred. Fred's my buddy. He's my pal. He hangs out, though he does get in my way. He's like that. He's like that one friend that's always up in your business, right? Hey, Fred, get out of here. Shoot. Go on. Go on. Don't give me that face. Don't give me the face. Don't give me the face. Go on. What are you, dancing? He's like doing his water ballet. Get his water ballet in this morning. All right. Now, I've got a bit of a problem, though. See, I've run these across here, and to get that last one, I've got some plants and stuff in the way. Now, this is one of the few exceptions. Ooh, something's glowy over here. This is one of the few exceptions where I just say, screw it. I just clip through stuff. Because you can't cut some of this stuff down, right? You get your chainsaw out. Oh, I don't have my chainsaw on me. Oh, I do. Come on, chainsaw. Where you at? There you are. I don't have any fuel for it, but you can't actually cut these down. You can't cut these down. They're in your way. You can't take them out. You can't adjust the train. You can't do any of that. And they said specifically that they're not going to allow you to do train manipulation. So you basically just have to live with it. You have to live with it. So one of the few times that I just say, screw it, just clip it through there. It'll be fine. So we'll be fine there. Now, again, remember that these particular pipes are both mergers and splitters. And that gives you a huge advantage when you're doing this kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize a bit of this, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and just kind of line up where I want it to line up, right? I don't want it to run through the thing there, but I want it to be far enough away that I can connect all of my stuff. I'm just going to create a pipeline right there. Now, it's kind of weird, that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, it's all twisted, Kismet. Well, it's just temporary. It's just a temporary thing. A lot of stuff that I do make is temporary. And the reason why I do that is just so I can line stuff up. Like in this case, I'm lining up this pipe to run all the way across here, except the only problem is I can't afford it because I didn't bring enough materials. It's always something, everybody. Always something every single time. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can get our stuff in here where we can start getting our hypertubes running from up there to down here. Now we're going to go ahead and adjust our double ramp here again. We're going to go ahead and bring it back the other way. You're like, dang, Kismet, you can do that from down here? Oh yeah, you can do all sorts of cool stuff in this game. I think it's an easy 11 out of 10. This game is an instant buy. Absolutely, without a doubt. This game is better than some games that will cost you $60. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding. I don't get anything from it if you go and buy the game. It's okay. You don't have to always get something from stuff. It's okay to just like games and tell people that you like them, right? I don't play games I don't like ever on the stream. I don't care if they came in and said, Kismet, here's $1 million, blah, blah, blah. You're like, Kismet, you would take it for $1 million. Nope. I don't have to do nothing. I'm 50 years old. I'm disabled. I don't have to do a dang thing. I answer to no one. And it's a really great feeling, too, because you don't have to, deal with other people's BS. You don't have to do all of that. You just do what you want to do every single day, and that's what I'm doing right now. Playing some games and talking to all of you guys. Nice! Oh my God, you're so full of energy. I love it. Yeah, this is me without caffeine. Imagine if I had, like, caffeine or I was drinking coffee or something like that. A little slurp. This is me without it. Why do I have so much energy? Because I enjoy what I do. My job is to bring little moments of joy every day here in the stream. I feel like that's my kind of main purpose. here on the stream. And so I always find, by the way, once you figure out what the purpose of your stream is, it's really going to help you as a streamer. If you're, an up-and-coming streamer, you're thinking about, hey, Kismet, give me some tips. Best thing to do is figure out why you're streaming. Are you streaming just to make money? I can tell you that's one of the worst reasons to do anything. It's just to make $1, right? You can make more money working at Walmart, I can tell you, or be a janitor or anything else than doing this. You got to have a reason why that gets you out of the bed every day. Now, me, I have constant vertigo, so every day is a struggle. Like today, I didn't want to get out of the bed. But I know if I don't, I'm going to feel bad about the fact that I didn't do anything today. And that's okay some days, but if you do that too much, then you feel like you're not progressing and you start to what I call backslide, right? You start to backslide in your life and you feel like you're not getting anything done. And that could be tough mentally up here in your mental health, right? That you got to work on as well. Where the heck is my transportation? Where the heck is it? Oh, it's up here. I have half of it closed. That was throwing me off. There we go. So you got to help that mental health as well. So that's some of the stuff I talk about on stream is keeping your mental health up and whatnot. I still need to get more plates, but how far down can we go? How far is too far? Now the thing about hypertubes is hypertubes are very much like electric wires. They go about the same distance, which is usually about 12 foundations, which is pretty nice. Same thing with lifters is about 12, so we can really get that going. But we need to get some resources first. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to remember what I'm doing. There we go. Didn't know that about beaches. Oh yeah, that's exactly what they do. They actually put sand on the beaches and it moves down. Insanity is a job, true. That is it's a job every day when you have to deal with insanity, especially if you're like a customer service person. If you're dealing with other people's insanity, some of you know what I'm talking about. Put a one in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. You got to work with the public, right? Some person always coming in with their they think they're the most important person in the world, with their personal business. Like, oh my gosh, I need this help and this thing and that, and they're all rude to you and they want help in return. I always find that to be really funny. People are really obnoxious and rude to other people, but want help from them. This is something I'm trying to teach my kids, partially successfully. And I say, hey, if you're disrespectful to me, don't expect me to do anything for you at all, ever. And so same thing if they're disrespectful to my wife. I said, don't ask me for nothing. I will do nothing for you until you can at least have that base respect. And of course, your kids are always testing their limits, right? They're always testing the limits, and they need to know where that boundary is. And that boundary is always right at the edge of respect. If you can't be respectful to me or other people, then don't ask me for nothing. I'm not going to do anything for you ever. And then catch on to that real quick. That is a very, very important to set those standards for sure. All right. The coughing. Let's go ahead and get our power line here and use our power line as a gauge of how far down we feel we could get away with. Let's say right there. All right, so we grabbed it from up there and then we've run our power line down because our power line and our hypertubes are about the same distance. And so we'll take that out there. And we'll just keep kind of running down. I have a jetpack, so I can just, shortcut if I want. Down to about there. All right, so that gave us a bit of an indication of where we can run that line down so we can use our hypertube. That's actually pretty nice right there. So how do we get a wall on the other side of there? Whenever you have... I want to add a wall. The thing to do is just to add a foundation, right? Pretty easy. And then you just go ahead and add your wall. Now, why am I putting a wall there? Well, I need a wall there because I'm putting the wall on one side, and then I'm going to be doing my piping on the inside. And you'll see why here in just a second. What am I doing? Walls, 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 walls. Right there. Now, the actual connection of this is going to come down, hit this wall, and then connect down to the lower level. So I can just go in and use my my glass walls, which I really like. I think they turned out amazing. I'm going to go ahead and switch my set down here so I can use my particular objects that I need. For some reason, my number 2 is not working. Come on, number 2. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and put that in. Now, did we do it right? Well, we're about to find out because what we can do is we can actually connect it from way up there to way down here. So we just got to tag on it there. Oh, just slightly out of range. Slightly out of range. Basically, there's like 12 foundations typically. Sometimes as little as 10 that you can use to get that going on. So I'm just going to go ahead and build this up. And then we'll get nice and close. Tap it. There we go. And then we can just go ahead and peek over the side. And in rough thing, it's going to say, pipe is too long, right? So a little too long there. No, it's easy to fix. We could just go ahead and move it up by 1. Go ahead and put our wall connector in there. And try it again. Boom. And that's how you figure out the max distance of a hypertube without having any other reference, right? The only reference I have is the power. Is my power running down and ending up right there. So it basically let me know where that reference point was. So a great little Kismet tip for you. And so we'll take this out. Now, so we don't really even need any of this at all. We don't need any of that. We just need the wall so we can connect the pipe there so we can then run it down the way. Now, the same thing with our power. We're going to go ahead and use this to chain our power down in a cool way here. We'll do that. We'll go ahead and try to get that top part. We're a little bit too far. So, again, running back up. Now, this is why we need all this scaffolding. And why I created it in the first place is because you're going to be doing a lot of this along the way. A lot of this micromanaging of your piping and power lines. Now, I'm actually running the power down, not necessarily up. I'm running it down from up above. That's actually where it's connected up there. Run it down here. I could run it from over here directly from my power plant over there, which is usually a good idea. But in this case, I'm actually going to take all this out, and this is going to be kind of a bit of a standalone area. So let's get our transport in first. So in case we run out of resources or whatever it is, I highly suggest getting your transport in there first. Now that you can see how far of a distance that is, and that's pretty far. And so now we can say, okay, now we want it to double back and go the other way. And so this is going to be in the way of that. So let's go ahead and just push that out just a little bit. And then we'll say, okay, we could probably make it all the way to the ground, right? We can make it all the way to the ground. Now, here's one of the problems with what we're doing right here is the fact that it's not going to end up the way we want it to end up at the bottom, right? If we connect it this way right here, it's going to fire us out in the opposite direction and actually be in the way of the pipes. So you can actually just fix that, as you would imagine, by creating a quick little switchback in the opposite direction right here. That's also going to be fun while you're in the hypertube too. And just create a little switchback as you can. Now, if you notice that in that default mode, it won't let me do it. If I hit R and I say, okay, well, I want to try conveyor mode. Aha, wait a minute. What's that? That's noodle mode, right? And then, of course, we try vertical. Vertical doesn't work. So you can actually go in and change the modes to fix that kind of thing right there so you can make that work, all right? And again, that's hitting R like Roger. All right. And then we'll go ahead and try to connect this down there. And we're out of pipes. We're out of pipes. So well, how could I use this even though I'm out of pipes? Well, one of the fun things that you can do is just in the moment when you're out of resources or whatnot. Still too far. When you're out of resources, you can still utilize that particular thing just by going in and using the one you already have. That kind of seems fun. I'll say up by 2. One more. Now, if I have enough resources, I can make an entrance. And then since I bring in the power down, I can go ahead, connect to that entrance, and use that entrance to take me back up again to get those resources. Because you're going to be running out of resources all the time. It's just how it happens. You constantly run out of this resource or that resource. And that's all part of the game, which I really like. And insanity keeps me sane. Well, there you go. Good morning, Kellum. How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. I call him the Bean. There you go. Yeah, this is me every day. You know, when you get to do what you love every day, then it's a lot easier to get up in the morning. Though I still, because I was really dizzy today, because I have this constant allergy thing going on during this time of year. Because I'm also, you know, trapped inside because of the pandemic and just because it's cold. Normally I'd be trapped inside anyway because I don't go out in the cold. I don't like cold at all. I moved here for my kids. I hope they appreciate it, which they probably don't. So that my kids could have a great education. They have really fantastic schools here in Tennessee. And we moved here so my kids could have a great education. They're all in the honor rolls, by the way, because they're super smart like their mama. They didn't get it from me. I'm just a hard worker, right? There's two types of learners I find in the world. There's the people who got it easy with the photographic memory. Oh, the Doc Rock, what's up? Oh, man, 15 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Happy New Year to you, bro. There's the people who you watch who just like absorb information, right? They got photographic memory or whatever. And then there's the rest of us who have to like read the same paragraph over and over and over until you understand it. I've done that so many times where I've read stuff and I'm like, I have no idea what the heck they're talking about. I just read it over and over and over until you get the gist of it, right? That's the rest of us. I'm just a hard worker. That's how I learn stuff. Just by basically never giving up and attrition. And that's how most people learn anyway, by the way. Not everybody has it has those kind of abilities where you can just remember everything. That's even worse now. I have even more trouble. So show the Doc Crack some love in the chat. Everybody, long time supporter of the stream. Still in Vault 45, by the way. About 6 years ago, I started streaming, and I started streaming Fallout Shelter. The Doc Croc, by the way, is actually in that original shelter that is still running today. That vault's still running over 1,000 real-life days. Vault's still up and running. So if you want to know who to be your overseer if the bombs do drop, you know right here. I don't experiment on my peeps. I keep them alive. I keep them alive and well. So there we go. All right, down we go. Whee! All right, right back down here. Now, very important, remember to take that hypertube entrance out because you're going to obviously need to keep that thing running. All right, we can run this all the way to the bottom. Perfecto. Let's fly down here. And then we'll go ahead and put in our... Oh, we already have our entrance in. All we need now is our power. And so, again, we can go ahead and grab our power because we're just at the right level. So, yeah, it's about 12 distance. Oh, I had that on noodle. Look at that. See the difference? And see how it went out like that? That's a noodle run right there. I like to obviously have it on vertical in those modes, but you can just put it on default. It automatically defaults to vertical when you're doing these kind of things. Like that. There we go. That's nice. Okay. Why do I want to do that? Because I'm going to be running the pipe up the side right here in a bit. Because I want to run that in tandem with this as well. So we've got all of our stuff here. We're going to need some power. Luckily, we brought the power down. We can see the power's working because the thing is green right there. And so we can use this also for the power of this. Now, all this scaffing, all that stuff will go away. But I need it as I'm running the water up. And so what we want to do is just kind of clear a little bit of room here. And we were running our water pipes. Now, if you notice, I got different sets down here. I hold down Alt. You have up to 10 sets. You can see I'm on set number 3. And usually, like, set number 1 is running conveyors and splitting and doing all of that. Set number 2 is usually all my pipes. Set number 3 is hypertubes. Set number 4 is typically trains or something to do like that. And then number 5 and beyond is usually just like in the moment stuff. Like if I'm running a lot of hypertubes and a lot of pipes together at the same time, then I'll go ahead and create a set just for that. But usually, first about 4 of the first sets is what I use. Now, as I progress through the game, I will replace the lower level items with the higher level items. In this case, you can see that I'm using the Mark II pipes. And the reason why is because I want to use maximum amount of water, even though I don't need it right now. I do want to use that maximum amount. Now, I'm trying to line this up until it gets to a point where it says pipe too long. Now, I'm actually going to put the break in the pipes, meaning this thing, and I'm trying to line myself up. There we go. I'm going to put the actual support line in between the 2 pipes. And the reason why you want to do that is because when you put in your cross junctions, those will actually block your ability to put your cross junctions down. So very important to not put those right in front of your item. And there we go. So we got our first one in, and then we're going to go ahead and run this one in. Let's go ahead and put some more foundations beyond the edge here. Again, trying to keep that nice and straight and lined up. And everything beyond this point is going to get erased. Because what I'm going to do is basically do what... My number 2 button is broken. What are you doing, number 2? No, it's not. I got to press it a bunch of times. I think I've burnt this. I think I burnt this mouse out. Bam. Now, I could just run the pipe, you know, cut it off a certain distance and then just run the pipe. But I'm getting to the point in which I like this kind of inline stuff, much like what we do with conveyors and whatnot, is where we just kind of do it inline and then it cuts it off on its own. And so one of the problems with this is it doesn't snap. And so you have to eyeball that most of the time. What I do is I go out toward it, and sometimes it gives me the green line, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on what we're doing, but I just try to line it up visually across there. I try to center myself too. Yeah, something like that. Ooh, we can hear something. Here's something shiny. So shiny. Alright, we're going to go ahead and take this out. Right here, and again, run that nice and straight, run it a little bit extra. Nice little save lag there. I was trying to jump up in that exact moment. I always find it's funny, in the exact moment in which I'm doing something, that's when it does a save lag. Now, this stuff at the end was just temporary, and now that is locked into there. And then again, we lock in here. Now, one of the things to really notice is because I have my foundations just a little bit under the water, notice how it's going down? That's creating a positive lift. That's creating a positive flow of water. It actually knows the difference in which, if you're going down or whether you're creating a head lift going up. So it's creating a positive flow of that water, which is a great thing. Because it basically could, if I was, say, doing my aluminum right here, it could create a, I wouldn't need any pumps, basically. All right, we'll take that off the end. And there we go. So we got them all connected, looking sexy. And what we need to do is we need to get them the way up to there to the top, right? And now one of the things we can do is just have it come off of the side, like this, right? Off of the side into there, but I'm the type of person that likes to kind of line it up based on what we're doing. Now, if you notice, I can go ahead and just click that right there. Did you know you could attach those to the wall? Now you know. That actually is a really helpful thing. Because now I can control the flow of those pipes and where I want those pipes to go in a vertical way, right? So really, I mean, if you learn one thing in my stream, I hope that one right there helps you a lot. And so we're going to try to line it up. Very difficult to line these up because it's hard for me to tell because there's no green line that's going to help me line that up. So I just kind of eyeball it, get an idea of where that goes and where it's coming from. And whatnot. Now you can actually do that kind of stuff there, where you clip it through the bottom and all of that. We don't do that in my stream, but you can. So great way to utilize your junctions to get your water started up into there as well. Now, one of the things that I really like about this game is if you understand your game mechanics, your styling, right? So one of the main things is these are already creating a positive lift. So that's going to help a lot. But whenever you're doing water, you're always pushing the water, not pulling the water. So very important to know the difference. By the way, Templars, thank you so much for the love. Twisty, Synth, we got Road Rage coming in, and Mini Murph, thank you very much, everybody coming in, showing that love, dropping that Dragon Hammer, and of course, thanks again, the Doc Rock coming in, showing some love. 15 months, wow. Long time, much love, appreciate it. Let's go ahead and do this battle real quick, and then we'll get into running this up the side of the wall. I work at a restaurant, yeah, I know, right? I'm new to the game. How do you make your foundation slanted? What is that magic? Ah, Reaper. Reaper, let me show you the magic that is the wonder of the double wall ramp, or the double ramp. I will show you right after this battle. Let's get you guys some loot first. There we go. Again, not going so hard on this event right here. Riverdog, Keyblade Knight getting some love. Subi overall MVP with 15 kills. Very nice. Try to go a little bit easier right now in the beginning of the year. Trying to get my batteries fired back up again. It's quite a struggle to get out of the bed sometimes, because I'm always doing a lot of things at the same time. This is an interesting one. You know what? Let's err on the side of caution. Bring in the big boy right there. Okay, so how do you, great fantastic question by the way, how do you get these angled foundations like this? Well, the first thing you do is you take a bunch of stuff and you run it into the thing called the Awesome Shop, or Awesome Sink, right here, which is basically a big giant kind of grinder. It's a garbage disposal. You run all of your resources in there. Like say you got some stuff, I'll just throw one down. Say you got a bunch of plates and a bunch of rods right at the very beginning of the game. You can literally just start running stuff in there. And then you run it in there, it grinds it up, and then it gets you tickets. And so you go in there, and then you got your tickets, and you pull your tickets out of there. Now, it's not going to show me my tickets because it's not powered up. But we can go ahead and power it up here real quick. And you can see those tickets in there, right? And I use the Awesome Shop a lot. Right now, you see it's going up. And you're like, well, Kismet, what the heck? Why? How are you doing that? Well, that's because I have another Awesome Shop up there, and they're all connected to each other. And so I can run stuff into the Awesome Shop. As I run it into the Awesome Sink, then I can go ahead and go to the Awesome Shop, which is this right here. Of course, I don't have enough screws, because typically that's how it goes when you're trying to do something. Let's make some real quick. Forget how many I need. Alright, how many do I need? 200. Probably would have been good to look at that ahead of time. But you know how it goes. So what I'm going to do is make some screws here so I can make an Awesome Shop. Usually I carry at least like a stack of 500 around on me just in case. But in this case, apparently I used them up. And I have a giant amount of them up in my base and all of that. But sometimes you just want to make it wherever you're at. There we go. And this is the Awesome Shop. Now, at first glance, if you haven't played this game before, basically when you look at this, you're going to think this is going to be monetization, right? Because you've been playing too many mobile games, or you've been playing too many of that one people who like to over monetize every one of their games. Here's how it used to be in the old days, everybody. If you weren't around, 20, 30 years ago, you bought a game, you played the game. You didn't have any updates. You didn't go online for an update to make the game work. They didn't, say, I'm going to fix it later. They made a game, you played the game, and that was it. You didn't have to continually pay for the game over and over and over, especially when the game was broken to start with, right? No, thank you. So I don't really have any problem with cosmetic monetization. But the great thing about this game is it has zero monetization. You pay your 20 bucks, you play the game. That's it. That's a great game. And this game is already fantastic in early access. And that's not an easy thing. Especially, apparently it's not an easy thing, because in the last 5 to 10 years, they've just been tanking the heck out of a lot of big IPs. I mean, some really, really bad launches of games because some corporate bonehead who doesn't probably even play games said push that stuff out even though it's not ready. Don't do that. Don't do it. I don't care. Don't do it. It's always going to sabotage your product of years and years of work. Sabotaging it on launch is always a terrible idea because it just holds on to that stigma for forever, and it's really hard to come back from that. So they went the opposite route. They said, you know what? We're going to build an awesome game first, and then we're going to release it. I know, crazy idea, right? To actually build an amazing game and then not over monetize it, not charge you for DLC and all of that other stuff like that. They're just going to make a great game. And then it's also like, hey, what is it coming out for consoles? Is it coming out for PS5? Is it coming out of that? Like, hey, we're going to focus on making it awesome on the PC. And then once we have that down, then we'll port it to the other platforms, which is also a genius idea. You're not too scattered all over the place, especially when you're a smaller studio. You know, you don't have 5,000 people to be working on something. And actually, sometimes it's worse to have that many people because it actually slows down your progress because sometimes it's hard to manage a lot of people like that. So it's better to focus, do great at what you do, and then go from there. Do you know that Satisfactory is one of the top 10, is actually number 10 out of all the games on Steam that people are playing right now? It's pretty amazing if you think about it. Because they came from the idea of, hey, we're going to just make a great game. We're going to make it for PC first, and then, you know, if we want to put it on other platforms, we will. And then all of their effort and time goes into their development of their game. And so they said, hey, you know what? We have a bunch of extra resources all the time. We have a bunch of extra plates and rods and what the stuff. What can we do with that to actually make it integrated and create a whole mechanic around that that you can do? And that is the Awesome Shop. So you take all your excess junk that you have laying around, and you're going to have a lot of it. Believe me, you're going to have a crazy ton of it. And you go ahead and run it into the Awesome Sync. The Awesome Sync then gives you tickets. You take your tickets, and then you buy stuff. And one of the first things I would buy is the coffee cup. Where's it at? Right there under equipment. First thing I'd buy is the coffee cup. And then you're like, why buy the coffee cup? Well, one, it only costs one. And you know what I use the coffee cup for? I use the coffee cup so I don't have to look at this. Or I don't have to look at the nut, which is usually, before they had the coffee cup, that's what you would see. Everybody running around with that nut everywhere, just because it doesn't block the screen. And so you don't want to run around with this because it's blocking the screen. You especially don't want to run around with a chainsaw because it's blocking what you're doing. When you're trying to build and you got a big chainsaw in the way, it's really annoying. There's no way to put your weapon away. You can't just hold down R like you can in Fallout and whatnot. To actually physically make it go away, you have to actually pull it out of your thing and into your inventory like that, which really sucks. Hopefully they add that where you can just hold down R and it'll go away where you don't see it. But that's why I have the coffee cup. Is basically to be able to switch between my stuff. Still have the ability to use my chainsaw or my weapon or whatever else I need, but also to flip out of that mode where it's blocking the screen. So that's why I get the coffee cup first. So while I'm working, I'm just running around my coffee cup doing that. Also, the name of the company is called Coffee Stain, so you know we're going to have a coffee cup at some point. So that's the first thing I unlock. Now, the next thing I unlock is going to be vehicles. This is my favorite thing in the entire game, is this vehicle right here. One, I feel like if you're really working for a gigantic mega space corporation, because that's what it is, fix it. That's who you're working for, that this is the exact vehicle they would give you. Because it's the cheapest, most least resources vehicle you can get. It doesn't require any fuel. It basically runs on, fusion. I don't know what it's run on. I'm just making my own RP for it now. And it costs 10 tickets. Now, 10 tickets is a lot in the very beginning. But it's going to be really useful because you're going to be running back and forth all over the place. And when you're running on your foundations, you can just go full out. Right? When you're running on sand, though, you're going to be spinning all over the place. This is not a good all-terrain vehicle. It's when you want to use your other vehicles for that. So that gets to the thing that we're talking about, foundations, and that's the double ramp, which is only 3. Now, if you don't need your vehicle, I would go double ramp, right? And 3 tickets isn't too bad early game, but you get the double ramp, and of course, it's actually double ramp at 3 different sizes. So you can use that as well. But the double ramp makes it so you don't have to do this, right? This is typically, if you don't have the double ramp, this is how you build a ramp. First, you go ahead and put your ramp down. Then, in my case, I go ahead and switch my set here so I can use my keys. Then I would go ahead and press number 9. It would give me this. Then I would go ahead and put another one of these in. And then number 9. Well, that isn't too bad going up. Going down really sucks. Because when you're going down, you're using your regular ramps here. And then you try to put in your thing. You're like, okay, I can put that in. Because you can actually put that one underneath there. But it'll start getting more awkward to put that in as you're going down that ramp. And you have to kind of step off to the side and then try to do a little bit more ramp to come back. I built a lot of ramps, I can tell you. That is quite the cumbersome way of doing it. As opposed to being able to just instantly use your double ramp, and then you can just start from anywhere, right? You can start from anywhere, like right here. Okay, I want to make a ramp from here. Boom. And then attach it, attach it, attach, and you're off and running. You're off and running. So that's how you get the double ramp. That was a long-winded answer, but you get the gist of that because there's a lot of different moving parts. So that's why I get the double ramp. Now, you notice all this stuff in here, foundation, pillars. By the way, don't forget to scroll down in there. And then we got expansions, we got ramps, we got cool things. These quarter pipes are cool if you're running piping through them because it just makes it fancy. I rarely ever unlock any of this stuff. There's some weird sounds outside I think it's the street sweeper. And one of the things that I unlock quite quickly is these attachments as well. The wall power outlets are awesome. The pipeline wall attachments and the hypertube wall attachment is nice. One of the things also that you want to unlock is your wall conveyors and your window walls and all of that. I typically will get the cheapest one for my walls, right? Not just the metal ones, but the wood ones because it's only 5 tickets. I'll just go for that. And eventually we'll unlock all of this stuff. But I really like the wall attachments and the hypertube wall holes. Those are really nice. Later on, we'll add walkways and whatnot in here. They added a factory ladder, which is amazing. This is really good. Factory railings, which is fun. I never unlocked these ever. Maybe in this playthrough. I don't buy anything else in here. I don't like to buy parts and stuff, though you could totally do that. That could be a playthrough where you're just trying to use your tickets as parts. But you actually have to unlock these items in-game before they show up in the shop. So even if you did wanted to, try to skip ahead and buy a bunch of stuff, you couldn't really do it until you actually unlock it from the game. So there you go. There you go. What do you think is the most difficult in the game? I would say aluminum. And that's what we're doing right now. I would say aluminum is the hardest thing. Nuclear power is not that hard. I mean, it definitely has a sequence of stuff to do. But aluminum is definitely the hardest because you need all these kind of precursors, including making a whole bunch of rubber and doing oil and doing a whole bunch of other stuff and understanding how water works and all of that stuff. You got to have a lot of precursors to make that aluminum work. Okay. So getting back to it. Now, in this case, I'm going to be running this straight up this wall. And so if I'm going to be running up this wall, I'm going to be pushing the water up the wall. And so I'm going to need my pumps. Now, they added the new pump here. Look what it does. It's so cool. It's telling you, look, hey, that's going to be pumping in that direction, which is so helpful. And then you can see which way this is pumping. Now I'm going to double press it. And now that's going to be pumping in that direction. And the reason why I put it right here is because these already have a lift. So these are going to be making it down here just fine. But I wanted to be able to push up this area here. And it's going to tell me what the head lift is as we go along. Now we're going to go ahead and remove some of our scaffolding here. Let's take some of this out. Just to kind of get it out of our way. And we need to think about, okay, how are we going to do our power? Now, we have a power connector right here, and as you saw in the Awesome Shop there, you can unlock a lot of these different powers in there. A lot of these wall outlets, right? Now, I actually have the double wall outlet, the Mark II, and I can go ahead and just upgrade that to that. Now, the reason why those wall outlets are so awesome, especially early game, is the fact that they have individual connections on both sides. So I can do 4 on this side and 4 on this side, right? So I usually run the connections between lines in the back, and then in the front is where I run the 4 lines. In this case, we can actually use both sides of the lines and run them to the water. So we can just go ahead and say, okay, we'll run it to there, or run it to there. Now in the case of this one actually has 7 connections per side. The Mark 1 has thing. Now I don't like stuff to go through stuff, so that's not going to happen. So we'll take that out, and then you can hear that starting up. And then we'll go ahead, let's just actually run it all the way to the end. I don't like stuff clipping. And so I can basically connect 7 things to this on this one side, and then I can connect 7 things on the other side. So that's 14 connections you can connect to that one connector there, which is awesome. Okay, that's going to spin up. Now normally at this point I would go in and I would underclock these. I would underclock these to 84% because you'd only use 300, right? Because you're using your 300 pipes. But since we're using the 600 pipes, I can actually use 1 less of these and still have the same result of 600, which is what I'm doing right now, right? And then also we can check that our pump is running here. So we need to run a power line to our pump. There we go. Very nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look at this thing right here. This is the main thing you want to look at, is your head lift. Right now the head lift is 11. I can go up to 50. That's a lot. That's a lot, because in the other one it's like 22, 25 level. So basically around half of that. And we're going to use our wall pipes like this to connect this. And it's also going to help us connect our pumps, which are going to help us push it all the way up along that side. Right? And if you didn't know, you can actually connect these 2 walls, which helps a lot. Now, how far up can I go? Well, I'm going to go ahead and put a wall junction way up there. Isn't that amazing how easy that is once you suddenly realize how you can connect those to a wall? And then we're going to go ahead and try to run our piping from here up to there. Ah, too far. The pipe is too long. Cannot go that far. So if you notice that we've got our hypertube here. And our hypertube is a bit of the same indication. Pipes, hypertubes, wires, all about the same distance. So if we go, okay, hold on, let's make this a little bit lower. Let's match it up by where our hypertube is. Then in theory, you should be able to connect that to that, and they should be able to connect quite well, right? So again, if you only learn one thing, that's a good one. Now we're going to go ahead and try to put our pipes in here. One of the problems is that we're basically out of plastic, so we can't use anything. And that's going to happen a lot, by the way. You're going to run out of resources constantly, and that's why we made our hypertube in the first place. Is so that when we run out of resources, we can very easily just run back up here to the top and get this going on. Now, when you get to this stage, when you start working on aluminum, you want to do plastic, rubber, concrete always, every minute of every day. You want to be doing heavy modular frames. You want to be doing computers. You want to be doing motors, all of those things up into the box. And I got a full box of it right here. When I take it out, watch it start to fill itself back up again. See? It's filling itself back up again. It's actually turning on the rest of my factory. If it had backlogged to the original device, it is actually turning that back on now, and then firing that up, creating that, using that power temporarily, and then turning itself back off again. And that's caused by the fact that it makes the stuff, it fills the box, it starts to backlog down the chain. In the case of parts, it would be like your conveyor, and then it gets to the original object, and then that object says, oh, well, I'm full, I can't make any more, bam, and automatically turns itself off, which is an incredible, huge boon to your time. You don't have to spend as much time making power all the time. You can actually basically use the same power for different parts of your factory, which is basically what we're doing. Okay, so we got that going there, and we needed some plastic. What do we need plastic for? I forgot already. Oh, a pump. We're putting the pump in. All right, so we got our pump in there. By the way, you can rotate these pumps however you want. You can rotate them around this edge. We just wanted to make sure that it's going in the right direction and that we got it at the right stage, right? Now I'm going to put it way up here like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and run a power line to it. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, the reason why I want to put it way up there is not so I can check it. It's so I can check this one. You always want to check the one behind the latest one that you've done, right? And that's going to tell you whether it has a good head lift or a bad head lift. In this case, 44.4. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And I actually, when you're going in a vertical direction, especially with the 600s here, with the Mark IIs, it's very similar to using your hypertube. So another thing that is very similar when it comes to power, hypertubes, pipes, and whatnot, it basically is that distance thing. I think they pre-think this stuff out. They're really smart over there at my buddies at Coffee Stain over there. They're very, very smart. They think this stuff out ahead of time. Let's take a bit of this out, and then we're going to go ahead and bring our double ramp down. On this side, again, this is all temporary stuff. Look how nice it is to bring that double ramp down now. Isn't that nice? Ah, so nice. And we'll just run it right into the wall. And we'll run right up there. Now, what I need to do is I need to get this one up here in the optimum spot. Now, it's already in a pretty optimum spot. And if I take that out right there, and then I run back down again, using my jetpack, and then I look at it again, up 54.9. See how I kind of guessed the distance? I guessed the distance because I used basically the distance of my hypertube. That's how I got it pretty close. And I just know that from trial and error. You just know these things. You want to figure out the game mechanics. How far can I run a line? How far can I run a hypertube? How far can I run a conveyor? What is my magic numbers that make that work? In this case, it's just about the distance of a maximum length of a hypertube or a power line. And so we're going to go ahead and try to fine-tune it a little bit more. Now, when you put this down, by the way, you can also go ahead and rotate it so you can see your stuff. You can see your what's that thing called? That the green, the thing that shows you the light. There we go, brain. It'll show you the light, whether it's on or not, or whether it's working, right? Because I want to be able to see the light from the side, so I want to rotate it in such a way where I can see if that light is actually functioning. All right, so I moved it up a little bit. I powered it. Then if we go back down to the bottom here. And thank you so much for that Prime sub love there, Wabbit's Foot. That's a new sub, everybody. Let's show them lots of new sub love in the chat. And again, what do you think is the most difficult in the game? It is aluminum, and we're doing it right now. Now, since I moved it up, it actually was too far. It's 53.7. So we can kind of, if we kind of look at the distance between, we have this extra distance here that's trying to push, right? So we have to think of that in our head. Okay, we got to move that down by that extra distance, right? It's a lot of trial and error to learn those mechanics, but it's very fun to try to figure it out, right? What's the optimum distance? Now, of course, you want to use the minimum amount of pipes you possibly can for the biggest return. So we're going to say, now it's not exactly the same, by the way. Also notice that circle there. See, there's like a circle right there. What's that telling me, right? That's telling me that's my optimum spot. It's actually, they actually added a thing to tell you where your optimum spot is for your thing. And I greatly appreciate all of the stuff they've added to the game because it really does make a difference when you're running stuff. So it's saying, Kismet, that's your optimum spot. So let's go look. Let's go see if it is my optimum spot. 46.8. Now, it's not truly optimum. I could move it a little bit forward, but I like to leave a little leeway. And because when I get to the top, it's not going to matter because when I get to the top, that's going to be way, the head lift at the top is going to be real low. But that's a pretty good spot, and it actually gives you an indicator of a good spot to put your pumps as you're putting it on the pipe itself. Right, so that's pretty nice. We got that going. Now, what I could do is I don't even need to stay down here. We've actually already done. This is done. How do I know it's done? Because I know I can just go to the top and run the rest of the pipe, and I'd be fine. So let's go ahead and go. Obviously, we're going to need another pump, though. But I can do everything from on top now because I've gotten it to a distance to where it's close. So let's get up here. Now, I highly suggest you have your jetpack when you're doing this kind of stuff, because one fall off of there and that's it. Game over, bro. And again, well, how far can we make this go from down there? Let's actually get over here. How far can we make that go from down there all the way up to here? Now, another way you can do this is you can just start your pipe going, and then you can go until it says, nah, sorry, Charlie. That's as far as you can go. Now, notice it doesn't go all the way from where it's at all the way up to here. You're going to run into that problem for sure. And that's why we always double check. So again, we'll grab our number 2 here. If it's going to let us switch. What's going on my 2 button today? There we go. And we'll go ahead and just roughly put that where that other one was. Right there. Run it from down there up to there. See, one of the things that's cool about this game is that it actually knows that I want to connect it to the bottom side of that. It knows I want to connect that to the bottom side of that. Even though I can't physically see it, it kind of knows that I want to connect it to there. Now, one of the things that does happen, though, what happened right there, is it actually thought I wanted to run it into that side. And so you can finagle it, if you got it going good, to where it actually will connect to the bottom of that pipe. And I always look to make sure that it didn't connect it to the wall. And that's why I've got this one right here where I can go down and look and say, did it connect it correctly? Okay, it did. Now we're looking good. And so on. And then we're just going to put this all the way to the top, like this. Connect these in. And that's it. GG. Now all we got to do is connect it at the very top into our main water. Now we'll come back and do our pumps here in a second. And we've got a nice tube here where we can just go ahead and run it up and run it through. Now here's the thing. If that's clipping, no. No, no, no. We don't clip. No. So I'll just add another one right here at the top. Just so we can kind of get that nice 90 degree. Showing you all my best stuff today, everybody. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Maybe a little bit up. Not beautiful enough. Oh wait, let's just go vertical. We can fix that by switching to vertical. Oh, still gives me the... Oh, because it's over. That's what it is. It's my thing's a little bit over on the side. I gotta take that out. Like, wait a minute. I thought I lined that up. Apparently no. Right here. Approaching another's clearance. What are you talking about? Oh, I gotta take my pipe out. Gotta take my pipes out. And I'm standing on this pipe. And I'm trying to line it up off of this pipe. Now let's go ahead and try it again. There we go. Now we got it nice and straight. Nice and straight into there, looking good. Okay. Now, let's go do our pumps. Whee! Pump time! Right about there. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and take our pump here, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try to guesstimate where we can run this. Now, again, remember to turn it in the direction you want to go. Look for that circle right there. It's telling you a bit on where your pump should go. Notice it snaps forward. It usually snaps onto the actual device, so we're going to put it right there where it snaps and give that a try. And we're going to go ahead, and again, this is why, now you know why I built the scaffolding, right? So I can come in here and I can take a look. Now, don't look at that one. You're going to look at the one before that one. Right over here. This one's a little bit down. A little bit further. Yeah, about right there. Okay. Well, that's a better idea. Come from that side. Again, I only need to get there temporarily. It's not like I need to camp over here or something. I just need to get there temporarily. Look at that head lift. Now, even though it said, hey, look, this is where your head lift is, if you go one snap beyond, you're too far. So you usually want to be before that particular object. And I like to have a safety factor in there for whatever reason. That's just the way I like to be. So I'll take that pump out. I didn't even bother turning it around because I knew I was going to take it out. And so we'll go back up there again. Let's wander back up here. And we'll put our pump in again. And then I'm going to go ahead and have it go, make sure it's going the right direction. And just a little bit into it again. See that snap? That's too far. Back. And it's kind of optimum right about, let's say there. Again, I would just keep checking it again and again. Put this one in. Make sure you power it. Very important that you power this one. Otherwise, that one before is not being affected. Just go ahead and take this out. $53.3. See? Still too far. Still too far. And so, thus is our fine-tuning of this. Now, I prefer to have a bit of leeway because we're almost to the top here. So when you are putting this in, I would definitely back this up a bit. Let's say something like that. It's looking good. And then we'll rotate this around because I know it's going to be good now. At least it should be good. And let's go ahead. Again, pump that in. Give it a minute to pump. And then we're also going to go ahead and just say, all right, let's go ahead and put this one in at the top. But this one doesn't need to be that far, by the way. It doesn't matter where you put that pump along that line, as long as you don't go too far up, because it's going to have enough to make it all the way up to the top. So again, you'll find that last pump, it's not really being that effective because it's not pushing it at max distance. But look at this one. This one's getting up to 39. Not bad. We can check that one now since we have the one up above it. And then this one right here is right at 50. See that? Right at 50. But still not good enough, right? Still not good enough. We don't want it to be at 50. We want it to be like 45. 48 is really good. If you can get as close as you can, then it's working more efficient. But again, remember that if I bring this down and bring that one down and bring the one up above down, because the head lift at the top is gonna be like 20, right? So you got all this extra room and you're trying to fine tune it all the way up. You don't need to do that. You just figure out how many you need all the way up. You work on the top one and then you work the rest down, and that works that way too. So you're not having to sit here and do this for an hour. I highly recommend just giving yourself a bunch of extra room, like we're going to do here. Make sure it's going in the right direction. Then I'm going to rotate it around so I can see the light there. Run that to there. All right. Now, that should give me enough extra. There we go. So I usually like to be about, say, 5 when it comes to these head lifts. You can get to 48, more power to you. But I don't like to sit there and mess with it all day. You want to get it done, move on to the next thing, right? We want to make some aluminum today. We're going to do that battle here in just a moment. So we'll get that going. We'll run our way back up here. And then we'll double check this one. This one's now at 44, so perfect. Good enough. We'll jet back across here. Again, that's why we have our scaffolding. All right, and we still need to connect. Oh, our pipe is offset. Oh, no. That's what it was. The thing was offset, not the buffer. I thought I had that right. Oh, well, it happens. We'll fix it. All right, there we go. Now, our other one is down there. But we don't have it connected up here yet, so let's fix this first. First things first. Thought there was something funky about that. My fluid buffer was funky. Don't you hate it when your fluid buffer is funky? I hate it when that happens. There we go. All right. So now that is going to start pumping that water into here. All right, it's going to start. Ooh, it's filling up quick, too. Look at that. That's looking nice. And if we did it right, the one down below should be below 50. So let's go down to there. That's 32. So look, I got plenty of extra room into that one. Now, check them all the way down. Do not assume that they're just fine. Because they sometimes do ramp up to speed, and that head lift does go up. So you got to check them all the way down again. So there's 44. And it's just be so convenient that I made ramps there on every single spot on the way down. And then we'll check our one here at the bottom. And that one is at 50. Uh-oh. See, that one's exceeding. So now, because it's ramped up to speed, now that head lift is not correct. So we need to go fix that. Now, the fast way to fix it is to go to the top and work our way down. Got stuff in my hyper tube. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. So we go to the top and work our way back down again. So we got this one right here. It's at 30. All right, and actually let's just... Let's just do that. Make that easier. So it's at like 35, 40, so it's got plenty. So let's move this down. Like this. Turn it in the right direction. Give that a little extra oomph. Ugh. I don't like the way that's turned. I don't like that. That's got to be fixed. Again, if we hit a junction, it's not going to allow us to put the pump there. We're going to put it right off the top of that junction. Rotate this around. I don't like the pipe in my hypertube, so I'm going to turn it sideways like this. I think that's going to look a lot better. And then we can run our power line on the outside. There we go. See, that's just a cosmetic thing to make that look nicer. Okay, so we're going to move that down. We're going to take these back out again. Put this back in. Ooh. Oh, got my thing in the way. Like, what's going on? My brain. Okay, 49, 47. That's pretty rock solid. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet right there. All right, down we go. Now this one down here is going to be doing less work. See, it's doing 34. So we go ahead and move this one down. Move it down a couple. Yeah, let's move it down one more. Right here. Take it out. Move it down. And then, of course, we know now that we want to definitely move it down a bit. And we want to rotate it so it's not in our hypertube. But we can still see the light. Right? I like to see the light in all of the stuff that I do so that I can see whether it's working from real far away. There we go. Get that pumping. Wait for that number. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. Let that run for a bit. Down we go. And again, that's why it's so great to have these double ramps. Just makes it easier to do this kind of stuff. I feel like I just go down there. Yeah, stay right here. Where's mine? Let's say right about there. And we'll bring that down. I'm just showing you different ways of doing your pumps. Again, you click it once, just like you do with your conveyors. You click it once, and then you can rotate the way you want it to go, and then you click left click again. So left click, and then left click again. yeah. Always double check. Always double check. It'll come back to bite you later if you don't double check each and every one of those. Oof. Ooh. Ooh, that was so close. Little too much. So close. Little bit up. All right. So close, my little chickadee. All right, 46.1. That's looking good. Now, down to the bottom. How are we looking? 42.5. The one at the bottom should have the least head lift, not the one at the top. It should be the one at the bottom. Again, if you learn one thing, that would be it right there. Have this one have the least amount. Then you're not worried about it all the time. And then the other ones are carrying the load. All right, let's go ahead and do a battle here since I was so focused on that. And we'll come back to that in just a moment. And again, we'll double check them all one more time because we're going to let it run for a little bit. You always want to let your water run, get up to speed, let it fill that container, and then we'll know. We'll know if it's good. And we're going to start making some aluminum solution here in just a moment. All right, let's do it. Oh, we're wiping them. We're wiping the map with these peeps. Getting on, suckers. Yeah, toast. Ah, great boss battle. All right, there we go. Grant some rewards. Let's see. Keyblade Knight, Brother White Mage, and Mini Murph, I think that is. Getting some love. Subi again, MVP with a 43 kills. Rotisserie G, no slouch with a 45 assists. Recognizer coming in number 3. Riverdog coming in number 4. And Wabbit's Foot coming in, rounding out that top 5, kicking some booty. Nice job right there. Where are we going? We going, I think we're going green one, right? That's a loyalty token. Yeah, let's get you some loyalty tokens. Path of least resistance where we're going. Ooh, get some gold too. Get some gold. Then here, then there, then bam, then this one. Down. I got a 4 that way or a mystery. These mystery ones are real dangerous. Can't go back, so we can't go back that way and down that way. Well, we can always try mystery, and if we don't make it, we can go this way. All right, we'll really get into it now. See, I pre-planned this stuff out to get you guys maximum loot. All right, let's start with that bottom one. Get you guys some serious maximum loot today. There we go. All right, I don't know what it is about that bottom right corner that I like so much, but it works pretty well. Okay, now, back to the game. So, one last check. This one should be the lowest, right? Should 42.5 your bottom one. You learned about the fact that you can attach those to the side of the wall so you can control vertical pipes much easier. That we got into today. We worked on our scaffolding here that we used that we don't need anymore. Take all of that out. I'm holding down control, by the way. Allows me to take a whole bunch of stuff out at the same time. And then we'll go ahead and fix our scaffolding here a bit so that it aligns to everything that we're doing. And I'll leave it in for now until I'm sure I have my aluminum working. Just in case I lose power or whatever it is. Take out the craft bench. And so now I can just walk up this and I can hit every level at where my pumps are. That's the most important thing to me, is that I can walk over to my pumps and get them going. So we'll just go ahead and do a little outcropping here. And then we'll just go up by 1. And so when we're coming up, we can just go across and we can check it, right? We're at 46.2. Very nice. And then we'll just kind of clean this up a little bit here so everything kind of matches up. Bring this over. Oh, or not. Bring this over. There we go. And down. Uh-oh. Bam. Too awesome. And then up we go. Now, one of the things that we need to do, though, is we need to kind of be watching as we're going along that we don't have any excess. Like, we got a whole bunch of this over here. Excess for when we were building that. We want just like the slimmest ramp here. And we'll take all that out. And we can take all this out. Again, using Control key. There we go. Very nice. And we're just kind of doubling back and forth. Because you don't really know where you're going to have your pumps. When you first start off, usually, you'll kind of get an idea of where your pumps are. But see, I left a landing there. So I can just run over here. I can check this one. All right, that's 42. And again, you want to be able to just kind of work your way all the way down and all the way up. All right, we'll go this way. I could have went out that way, I guess. But we'll go this way. Now this one kind of pushes out like this. So let's go ahead and just kind of clean this up a little bit. Make this easy. So just walking straight. You don't have to, you know, zigzag there. I find when you start zigzagging, that's when you start falling off. When you have a zigzag like that, because you expect it to go straight, and then boom, off the side you go. So don't do that to yourself. Keep yourself well in order. All right, there we go here. Now, same thing with this. Like, this kind of zigzags here. We'll go ahead and take this back out. And we'll just kind of keep progressing as we were progressing here, just straight, so we can stop. We can check this one. 52.6. Uh-oh. We got a bit of a problem. That's okay. We can just add another one. Right up there. And we're going to turn it. And connect that power. Again, let all the heavy weight of the lifting be up more toward the top than at the bottom. You definitely want to have that extra lift. Now again, like I said, the ones at the top are going to have low head lift because you're going to need that extra pump to make that work. And I go through and try to fine tune it more. If you want to, more power to you. Me, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Now this one's going to be a big switchback ramp. So we're going to go ahead and go right to here. Go to the right. And then end up right there. Now I can go ahead and remove my other ramp over here, which I'm no longer using. Try not to accidentally get my other ramp there. Put this back in. And now we're looking good. All right, very nice. And we'll go ahead and also add a little area right there for that ramp. So we're going to go ahead and backtrack down here a bit. We'll say, okay, where's that at? Right about there. All right, no worries. And we can just kind of come back, walk over here, and check it. 32.1, the other one's 24. More better. I find that it always works out in such a way where you have an extra pump. And then I could go through and equalize all of those so they're all like, you know, 40s or whatever. But good enough. We want to fill up this tank. Bam! Tank full. Looking good. Now we're going to go ahead and run it in here. We're going to start making some sweet, sweet aluminum solution. Now, what I did right there is I ran it at 600. It only needs 300, right? But later on, if I want to double my aluminum production, I've already got it going, right? If you're going to run it, because it's a magic number of 5 now, because you have the Mark II pipes, you might as well do 5 of them, run it in here. It's just going to go at double speed, and you'll have plenty of water to do whatever you need to do, especially since if you have a backlog industrial fluid. So if it loses power or something goes wrong down there, this will still have its fluid, and it can still run into here until it runs out. Which is nice. I like to have a fluid buffer in everything that I do, just in case. Especially if you take it and you run it up to the top, and then use the fluid buffer as the actual thing that brings it back down again, and then it will filter down just like a water tower. This is how a water tower works, by the way. If you don't know how water towers work, what they do is they take it, they pump the water into the water tower, and if they lose power, the water will still flow even without the power. And that's why if you do lose power in your building, if you're in a big story, 20, 30-story building with a water tower on the top, that's why you want to fill up a bucket or a pitcher or whatever with water right away, because you never know when you're going to get your power back. Because that water will run out because your neighbor over there is taking a 2-hour shower and burning up all the water from the water tower. So very good idea. If you do lose power, if you're in a building with a water tower, you definitely want to fill up some containers right away so you'll have that water for bathing or for washing your dishes or whatever you need to do. Big tip for you on water towers. Water towers are very, very cool. I dig them very much. Okay. Now, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and run ourselves a bunch of Boxrite from over there to over here. What's my character doing? What are you doing? Just stand on the pipe already. There we go. And so what I'm going to do is try to align this box to be utilized over here. And we're going to go ahead and just run a line from that into here. And I'm just going to use a level 3 for right now. We're going to run that into there. We're going to run into a bit of a problem. Right there, right? So we got a bit of a problem. Now, I could turn this to do that, but our pipe is kind of in the way, right? So what I'm going to do is actually take this out. I'm going to take this out and take this out. And you're like, good man, I don't understand. Well, the thing is about pipes is that it doesn't matter what side you connect the pipe. So I can go in and actually connect it on the other side. Right over here. And we're going to run it beyond this so that it's not in the way. Here we go. And then we're going to connect it from this side. Now, why do I want to connect it from this side versus the other side? Well, on that side, it's in the way, right? I want to run this line down here and run this belts across all of these. Now, if you notice, I can't really run it quite well right there. And that's because my pipeline is in the way. So I'm going to take the pipeline out temporarily. But it's very easy to add back in again because we've already set up all the run lines. But what we want to do is we want to go ahead and use a splitter. All right, so we want to use a splitter right there. We want to bring that splitter up. We want to run it in the right direction. We also want to make sure we have it as a good offset. And that's pretty close, but that actually will work. That actually is perfect. I thought I might have to readjust it, but no. It's good. So again, same thing across here. Since we've already got this already established, we can go ahead and take the piping out temporarily and very easily to put it back in again. Later on. Now it's going to go ahead and give me a green line from there. Now sometimes I get like analogous green lines that I don't need. Don't use those. Use the ones you really need. Line it up visually off of here. Up, up. And it's the only one that matters is the top one. Orange is in, green out. There we go. And over here, same thing. Up, up, and then out. And now we'll take the bottom ones out. Like this. Definitely want to do your splitters first. Because they are going to help you a lot. Now, never trust lifters. Never. Trust them. Those are the last things you put in is your lifters. When you're running your conveyor lines, right? So now, again, lifter coming in, turning in, boom. Notice I'm coming off of the machinery first, off the machinery, then into the splitter. Vitally important to make that work well, right? Otherwise, it'll just sit there and do nothing. All right, and then we'll go ahead and run this. Then we'll run this. And then we'll beautifully run our piping back under here again. And again, I don't need it to run at 600. It doesn't really need to be Mark II, but I might as well. I might as well in case I want to add 3 more at the end and then add double the amount of aluminum later on, which is most likely what I'll do, or I won't do it at all. I either do it or I don't do it at all. That's how it goes. All right. We got all those connected in. Those are all looking good. Now we want to go ahead and get our piping to kind of curve back just a little bit here. So we have a bit of a bend, but we're not touching this, right? We could try to fine-tune this a little bit. Let's try to get it from this perspective here. We'll rotate it just a little bit. And then we'll run it all the way down to the end. So we have a nice edge there, so it's not touching that. And then run this either into the end, like that, which works perfectly fine, or we could run it into the cross. But we don't need the cross. One of the cool things about once you have something established is that you can readjust it like this, like that. All right, so we got it established. It's coming down. It's going in there. And then it's going to run down the rest of the pipe into the entire machine. Now, once we have that all into place, then it's pretty easy to just go in and connect our box right. All right? Except for it's not quite lined up. I don't like it. I don't like it, so I'm not going to go with it. I'm going to go ahead and move it over and try to align it a bit better with what I'm doing. Try to back that up just enough so we can go ahead and put that down. And try to create a nice straight line there. Into there. Oh, I got it backwards. It turned it around. It loves to troll me, this game. What it does, see, I think when you hit F and you hit middle mouse button to pick something up, it should retain the direction of what you're picking up. It throws me off every time. I should be watching what I'm doing. There we go. All right. Now we got it going in the correct direction. Now we got it going into there, nice and straight. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about this box over here? Well, I'm just going to take this over here. First, I'll make another one of these over here real quick. Put that into there. Grab all of this. Move this into here very quickly. I got to make sure I take this out quick because this is about to run out of there because the train's bringing more. Then I'll go ahead and run that over there. Very nice. I'm not putting anything in there. I'm only taking stuff out. In this case, a whole bunch of box right running in there, now running into our machinery, and good to go. We got our water, we got our stuff. What are we making over here? Well, we're making aluminum solution and also some silica, which we'll deal with here in just a moment. But we're making some aluminum solution. That aluminum solution is then going to run down the line to make us some aluminum down a couple more steps. Now, if we want to go in and fine-tune some stuff, we could go in and say, you know what, we don't really need this here. We don't need this here. We could go in and say, okay, we're going to make this real nice. We're going to make this a nice 90 without having to have that junction. Oh, God, look at that. Oh, no, that's not a beautiful 90. How do we fix that? Well, the best way to fix anything to be a beautiful 90 is to run it out. What happened to our concrete? Oh, I put all my stuff down. Hold on. The best way to do a 90 is to pull it out and then aim it in the direction you want it to go and then move it by 2. And that's going to give you that sweet 90. And then we can connect it if it wants to. There we go. And then we can connect across there because we don't really need a junction there. We don't need a junction there. We can just go ahead and do that, and then it'll do a junction over there. So you can clean that up if you want. I would usually just leave it. It'd be just fine. Either way, but that's working pretty well. Okay, so that's all good. Now we need some power. We need some power over here. And what I like to do is I like to have power connected to the walls. So I'm going to find a nice little wall area here, like this, and then we're going to go ahead and use our wall connectors up here. How are we doing on our battle? Battle's still running. And we'll go ahead and just key it right off of this since it's already here. What's up, Michael? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate it. Oh, you guys are getting your retweets on today. How we doing? We're at 3 retweets. Yeah, we are. My retweet thing is still broken, so I made another command for it. You can go ahead and follow that right there, exclamation RT2, to get that going on. If you want to go ahead and we get a couple more retweets, I'm going to go ahead and give out some more love in the chat. Get those kiss caps going on. Remember, they did reset on January 1st, so it does give you a chance to be the #1 caps leader this year coming up. All right, I don't like the way those lines are run, but we're going to live with it for now. And there he goes. All right, it's off and running, making us some aluminum solution. We got plenty of box right, plenty of water to get it done. Now, where are we going with this, right? We got aluminum solution. Well, we need to take that aluminum solution, and we need to go in, and we need to make aluminum scrap. And what we're going to need is some petroleum coke, too. So that's our next kind of step. Now, there is a bit of a problem, though, because we do have waste material, and that waste material is our silica. Now, we could put the silica back into the system and use it. I'm not going to. I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? We don't want to deal with any of this extra stuff. So we're going to go ahead and put ourselves a nice, big, fat, awesome sink over here by our train tracks. I won't be blocking my train, no. Right there. All right, we're going to be utilizing that awesome sink a lot here in a moment. But we're going to go ahead and basically do the same thing we just did. We're going to go ahead and bring the pipes out. We're going to turn the pipes. We're going to move them forward like this. Nice 90 there. And then over here, same thing. We're going to match up to that. We're going to turn it 1, 2. Yep. Beautiful. 90 on both ends. So now you only need a splitter in the center. Now I could have done the same thing on the back. But I'm showing you just multiple different ways of doing the same thing. So there we go. So now the aluminum solution's coming out of there. Now, what do I do with that aluminum solution? Well, it should run into this, and then we're going to work with that. But we also need to say, oh, hold on a second. We need to go ahead and lift out all of this extra stuff and run that into the awesome sink. Now, here's the coolest thing. If I take out all of this stuff right here, it's still all lined up, right? Everything's still lined up, so I can just put back in the piping, but now it's not in my way. And let's go extend this out a little bit here so I don't fall to my death again. So it's definitely going to happen at some point. That's why people watch my stream. They know it's going to go off the rails. That's for sure. Hey, Catless, how you doing? Everybody say hi to Catless in the chat. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you chilling out. All right, so let's go ahead and get back into our other set here, which is our merger. Now, it's coming out here, so we want to merge this together. I want to kind of line up off of here and say, you know what, let's try something like this. Now, I like to line up visually front-wise first, and then I'll go on the side and say, is that looking good? Now, we're really getting close on these, but that's okay. As long as you have one down, then you can go ahead and line up visually in the front. You can go ahead and say, okay, that's going to go across there. Now, these mergers, again, the only one that matters is the top one. And so I'll leave the bottom ones in until I'm sure that the top one is going in the correct direction. So again, this is a merger coming out, and then it's going to go across into this one. Same thing over here. Now, this one's a little tougher because we have this item in the way. But it actually will let you put it down, even though that other item is literally right in its way. But it won't matter, because in the end, we're not going to use those anyway, right? Those are only there as kind of a marker to help us mark the distances and line all that up. And then, of course, we never trust these. Never. Take them out. Put those in last. Always. Always last. And start from the machinery itself. Machinery itself. And machinery itself. Very nice. Now, we've already still got our piping in there. So we did that already. So we know that very easily we can just go ahead, rerun our pipes in between all of this. And now that's working as well. Now we have everything working. Pretty nice. Now, if we go up here, we should start to see some silica coming out of there. If we don't see silica coming out of there, then something is horribly, horribly wrong. And we'll need to look at that. So it takes a little while for it to get queued up. But again, it should be lifting. There we go. Lifting up there. Merging up here. Now, I'm merging in this direction. So this one over here should be lifting as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Oh, I haven't told it what to be yet. Duh. There we go. Now we got that going. And then over here, same thing. Make sure you double check all of this stuff. All right, there we go. Again, you don't see it coming out. That's a red flag. Something's wrong. All right, we want to see that silica coming out. There it goes, running down that line. Same thing over here. We want to see that silica lifting up. There it goes. It was lifting up through there, up into here, now right to here. Now, where's this going? It's going right here to the awesome sink, because that's how we roll. I might want to line that up a little bit better, too. Now, some of the stuff that we're doing is cosmetic, too. Right? So if we see that's off just a little bit, you know what? Come on, let's make it nice, right? We're going to do it. Let's do it right. Let's go ahead and move it over by just a little bit to align it where we had it, right? We'll turn around this way. And you see we get that green line. That's going to help us a little bit. Now, is that green line right? Probably, but not always. That's why you want to run it and see. There we go. Nice. Now, we just need one little thing, and that is some more power over here. Boom. Into the awesome sink you go. Now, why am I running that silica into the awesome sink and not rerunning it back into my production? The reason why I don't do that is because if that silica backlogs, it's going to stop my production of my aluminum solution. And I don't ever want that to happen. I don't like my production to stop unless it has done so much of that production that it has given me so much extra resources that I don't have to worry about it anymore, right? That's the only time I want it to stop. Thank you, Wabbisfoot and Castless. Thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. We are wait long for you to fall to your death. It's the height of watching your streams. Right, this game? Oh, yeah, I did it the other day. I was backing up. I had 1 minute left. I was going really fast. And wow, right off the side I went. And I was trying to change my jetpack. Bam! Landed with a big thud. Very dead. And that was fun because we'd go back and we could try to find our resources and try to find it. I actually had to look it up on a previous stream where I died. This is all the machinery that we're going to use, by the way, for our aluminum. Now, we're going to go ahead and line this up off this center one just because it's going to be nice. Let's go ahead and switch back to our pipes. We're going to go ahead and line that up right off of there. So we'll run that out just a little bit. Like this. There we go. All right. And then we'll go ahead and just grab a refinery and make sure our inputs and outputs are the correct direction. Let's say right there. All right, close enough. Take that back out. One single connection. Very nice. Okay, now we're bringing our aluminum solution into our aluminum scrap. That's our next step. So our first step is going to basically be 3 refiners to equal what we want to end up in the end. So we got 3 refiners here, and it's actually going to be more than enough, and it's producing aluminum solution and some extra silica. Now, right now, it's full, so it can't do anything else. It's just waiting for me to run that out into the next one. Now, the way I can get that started so they can keep going is I can go ahead and bring my power lines forward here. One more forward. We'll go ahead and take our foundry out now. I don't know why it changes direction on the second one. I don't know why I do that. I love using these double wall outlets. They're the greatest. They are the greatest. Even the basic one, the Mark 1, is so great. Now, see right there how we need another connection? We can just go in and say, you know what? Let's just upgrade that to Mark 2. Bam. And then now we have 7 connections instead of 4. We can connect that across. And then connect that nicely into there. All right, so now that's going to fire up. Now, one of the things we need, of course, is some petroleum coke. Now, we have petroleum coke running, so we got to go track that down. How much petroleum coke do we need, though? Very good to check it out. We need 60 per minute. So we're going to go right over this way. Train! Watch out for the train. It doesn't run you over yet, but it's good to get in the habit of watching out that it might run you over. Very, very important. Okay, so let's go down here and take a look. Whee! Off the side. I didn't even look to see if I had my jetpack on. We're running a bunch of refineries down here. Now, these refineries are making a bunch of stuff. And that stuff, in this case, is fuel, resin, and so on. And that fuel is then being run over there and powered. Now, you can see we've got all of our oil running from down below. It looks actually beautiful. This beautiful single line oil running there. Very cool. We got one pump pumping all that back up. We've got these tanks over here. Now, these tanks are fluid buffers, and they are from our train. Now, our train has been bringing in our oil, and it puts it into here, and then that also flows into these 2 containers. So we have lots of extra oil to do whatever we need to do. So that's making fuel on that side, and on this side, it's actually making plastic and heavy oil residue over here. So how much residue is it making? Well, it's making 10 from this one, and then 10 from this one, and then this one over here is rubber, so it's making 20 from the rubber. So that's a total of 40 heavy oil residue. Now that heavy oil residue is actually going into the last one here ahead of this, and it's actually outputting petroleum coke at 120 per minute. So it's actually double the amount that we need, and we had already set that up before. You're like, dang, Kismet, you think ahead. I do. We had already set that up before. Now, right now, the petroleum coke is running into the awesome sink right here, so it's actually collecting me tons and tons of tickets. Now, also, on top of the petroleum coke, we're also running that resin in there, too, to keep our stuff from stopping. We don't want our stuff to stop. We want it to constantly run. Now again, you can cycle that back in again. If you set it up perfectly, it'll work great, but I don't bother. I just go ahead and use what I can. Now, we've got that. We can see that the petroleum coke is coming down here. It's merging, or it's lifting from there down to here. Now, how do I get it from here where I want it to go? Right? Now, I'd love to have what I call a vertical merger, where I could put a merger in there and then turn it sideways, and then I could run one up and I could run one down. That would be amazing. I would love that, so please add that. But for the meantime, what we can do is we can go ahead, take out all this extra stuff here, and just say, you know what, I don't want to run it down anymore, I just want to run it up. And basically I'm going to kind of trick it into doing what I wanted to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and use a splitter coming out of there. And I'm going to put the input right here. So it's going to come out of there into this. And then I'm going to have, take this out. And then I'm going to have a lifter going down. And you're like, down? Why is it going to go down, Kismet? Ah, great question. The reason why it's going to go down is because it's producing 120. I only need 60. So if I split it, it's going to send 60 this way, and it's going to send 60 the other way. So that's going to sync our numbers and make our numbers work really, really well. So there we go. So now one down, and then one going way up. Oh, God, there's something in the way. What's right there? What's right in the way? Nothing. There's nothing there. Awesome. Wonderful. Let's run that way up like that. Now, we got a bit of a problem. Our little power line is floating, which I certainly don't like. So we're going to go in, run another line right there. Take this line out. Run that to there. That out, and like that. There we go. All right, we just kind of rerun our power lines there to accommodate that lifting being lifted all the way. Whoa, there it goes. Lifting all the way through there. Now, what we should see is we should see some stuff go up that thing. If we don't see that petroleum coke going up that thing, then we got some problems. Right? Oh, there's some already up there. We can see there's some already up there on top. There we go. So it's already running, going good up into there. Now maybe we can use our jetpack to get up here. It's got to be close. We made it. Yay! All right. So we made it all the way to here. Where's our stuff? Way over there. So it's a bit far over there. Now, if we want to, we could actually use this as a run line up here, because it's not really doing anything on this level. You can see I've got my factory on this level. Below that is another level, which is my run lines. Below that is actually where my hypertubes are running and whatnot. You can see I'm actually building a whole separate level. I'm actually going to do some little glass work on this right here. But this is a whole lot of stuff, basically making motors, computers, and heavy modular frames. All of that. All of that down there is just doing those three things. I know, crazy, right? It's doing a few other things like making bombs and things like that, but mostly that's what it's doing. All right, you can see I do a lot of lifting, a lot of heavy vertical lifting right here. right here. So we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and just run it up as far as we can. And then we're going to run this over. See how we line up. Oh, so close. So close. Now, sometimes it's actually more fun to do this from underneath. Extend that out. Now, it looks like I could probably get away with maybe a wall. Let's see. Put a wall there. And then try to hope that this works out. Come on, you. Huh. Nope. Nope. But I could do that, or I could just turn it this way. Oh, that's a door wall. No wonder it's not working. I pressed the wrong button. My bad. Conveyor wall. That's okay. We already figured it out anyway. So we'll go ahead and lift it in this direction. Hardest thing is lining this up. I find it incredibly difficult to line that stuff up perfectly from down below. Yeah, see, still probably too low. So it's going to be easier to align it from up there. So we got that going. Let's go ahead and go down to go up. Whee! And we'll do that battle here in just a moment. There we go. Up we go. Let's go ahead and do this battle while we're going up our hypertube. And we'll get it going home. How many hours have you put in this playthrough? Great question. I have no idea. Let me go look. 147 hours. So 147 hours into this one playthrough. But I'm not in a hurry. See, I mean, I could do this at 10 times speed if I want to, but you're not going to be able to see anything that I'm doing. I'm literally going to and all you're going to see is flashes of stuff going on. I hate watching people who do that, who go so fast that you can't see what they're doing. So I don't like to do that. That's how I play when I'm not on stream, by the way. If I'm doing like a guide or something like that, then I'm playing at that speed because I know I can go in and slow it down and freeze frame and all that stuff. But if I'm playing on stream, I go at like 25% speed on purpose because I hate watching people who just do a bunch of cool stuff and then you don't know what the heck they did. So I integrate that into my stream and say, that's not how I'm going to be. Keyblade Knight, Wabbit's Foot, and Callum Mall all getting some love. Rotisserie G, MVP with the 13 assists. Little side game we play called Stream Raiders, by the way, everybody. Welcome, come and join us. This is a free-to-play game. Everybody in the chat's playing it. We love to play together. This is for the benefit of everyone. We all work together. I'm feeling this right side. I don't know what it is. Well, big, heavy right side today. A really fun game. We play for about a minute or two every 30 minutes. Very, very fun. I love the fact that everybody benefits when we work together on that. Okay, so now we need to get that over here, right? We need to get that that petroleum or that, petroleum coke into here. And we've already figured out the ratios now. We cut it in half, so we know it's coming out at 120. We know 60 of it's going to go into the awesome sink, and 60 of it's going to come into here. So we don't have a bunch of backlog and all of that stuff, which we don't want it to backlog. We don't want it to backlog back to that one. If it backlogs back to that, then our actual plastics are going to stop. Again, don't want a backlog if we can avoid it, all right? So to avoid the backlog, we also want to have a bit of a buffer in between. And that's what storage containers operate as, is they can operate as a really good buffer. So I'm going to actually run it on this side just because it's going to be a bit easier for me to go ahead and run it in here. Now, I try to lift most of my stuff just so I'm not jumping over stuff all day, every day. I'll probably square that off a little better. Move that forward a little bit. Turn my sound back on. And so basically what you want to do, if you want to square that off, same thing as you do with everything else, right? You line up that edge, and then you back it up by about 2. And sometimes it takes a little trial and error, but usually you can get it going on. I love how it just changed the direction. Just tries to troll me, everybody. I'm telling you, this game trolls me all the time. I just assume it's the same direction as the one I took out, but no. All right, there we go. Close, better, much better. All right, we'll get up there. We got that going. Look at that, beautiful. Beautiful 90. All right. Now, see, you can already guess that I'm going to bring the petroleum in from this side. Like I said, we're going to be working around this way and then ending up going back this way so that I can end up in its box. So we want to go ahead and run that from way over there to way over here. Now, because we have so much extra room, and again, you don't have to jam everything together. I see it all the time. People jam everything together and then they run out of space. I do not do that. I do not jam stuff together. And I leave myself lots of room, as you can see. Lots of room to expand my stuff. Because you're going to start scaling up at some point. You're definitely going to scale. Because when you want to do the highest end of the highest end stuff, you're going to need a crazy ton of resources. I mean a crazy. And we brought 7 pure nodes in yesterday. I'm talking a lot of resources. And guess what? That ain't going to be enough. It'll be close, but it ain't going to be enough. I can tell you already. All right, let's go ahead and run over here and bring our petroleum coke from way over here to way over there. First, we're going to need to fix this lifter, as we normally have to do. Either too low or too high. Too low. It's hard to eyeball it from down there, so I usually come up here. Much easier. Then we'll connect it there. And we'll bring it in nice and straight like that. Beautiful. Then right into there. All right. Now we want to go ahead and get it from there, obviously, way over to where we're going. Now, I like to, again, run my lines up a bit higher. And I noticed that on that run that we just did over there, that we could actually lift it up even higher. And so that's what we'll do. Usually a lot of stuff that I put in is temporary until I decide what I want to do with it. And then I will adjust it. I assume everything is temporary in the game because you can always just do this, take it all back out again, go ahead and adjust it the way you want it to be now. We'll say a little bit higher so that when we run our line from here over to there. Oh, just a little too long. Always the way it goes, everybody. Always the way. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of this. So when we run it over here, we're not have to jump over it all the time, right? You might as well bring it up and run it up in that higher level if you can. And let's go ahead and double check. If I go ahead and run this line again. Again, I'm just using a level 3. Do I need a level 3? No. But I just use level 3s for everything because they're cheap. Cheap to make, cheap to run. All right, now we should see it come up. All right, we should see it go in here. And we should see it running down the line. I have my jetpack on. I'm not going to jump up there. There we go. And we should see it running down the line. Yep, running down the line. Doing good. Now it's just a matter of running it at maximum length. Here we go. 1, 2. Game save. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And maximum lengths we go. Let's do that way. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Do we want to turn that or just keep it going straight? I'm kind of feeling straight today. There's no game that is as great as this game when it comes to building. Look how easy that is. I'm just floating in the air, bro. I'm up in the air. I mean, I'm way up here. I'm not screwing around. I'm way up here, but I can still go in, add these foundations like they were butter. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Foundations easy mode. Put our interior walkway here. Look at that. This game is second to none. This is an 11 out of 10. It was a 9 out of 10. Then they added trains. Then it was a 10 out of 10. Then they added fluids. 11 out of 10. Easy. Easy. In early access. Better than a $60 games on sale right now on Steam for 20 bucks. You're like, Kismet, you got an affiliate link or something like that? Nope. Just go and buy it and enjoy. I don't have any links or nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's okay. You get a great game. That's all that matters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to turn that. We're going to turn that right there. 1, 2. No, let's go. Actually, let's go out a little. Gonna go because when we line it up at the end, we'll go out just a little bit. There we go. And then we'll turn. Yeah, we'll do a nice little turn there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll put that one in. We'll put it in. Now, what I did is I figured out all the distances of all of my run lines first. It's good to do the same thing over and over. If you're going to do a bunch of splitters, do all your splitters. You're going to do mergers, do all the mergers. It really does help out in the long run. It's kind of nice to do it as you go as well, but I feel like it actually takes longer in the long run to do it that way. This actually is the wrong direction. Like so. How do I know? Because I can see that thing. It should be flush like that. You see that black line around the top one? You know you got it turned around the wrong way. The black line is the interior line. I like to have all my stuff going the same direction, though the game tries to troll me constantly, flipping my stuff in the wrong direction. So, again, if we're going to run these down, we want to run a bunch of those, and then we'll just go ahead and run these as we're walking forward. Now, you could create a set that had these three things, right? Your conveyor, your wall, your wall hole there, or your conveyor wall hole, or wall conveyor, I guess is the way it's called, and then your conveyor belt. And you just switch between those things. Now, what I do instead is I'm using my middle mouse button. My middle mouse button, I hit F like I'm going to take it out, and then middle mouse button to pick up that. And then I can run the conveyors, or I can replicate the walls, or I can just hit number 7, which I have right there in my bar to run that. But I just hit F, pick up this wall conveyor. I don't have to actually have it in my bar down here. I don't have to go into the interface. I've actually been forcing myself to learn to do that because it is so much faster. It is so incredibly faster in everything that you do. And there we go. All right, now we want to go ahead and square this off of that, and this, that, and the other thing. Let's go ahead and get that squared off. All right. We know how far forward to go. And let's go ahead and get our box aligned. Oh, we should do a nice little splitter. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you doing a splitter? Ah, you will see. We line that splitter up, and then when we put our box down, we'll have our green line to help us do our box. All right, so let's say right there. Let's take a little guesstimate. Nope, definitely forward. And here's what we'll do. We'll create a second one. So what I'm doing is I'm using this one to line up to this, which then I can then use that to push forward, and I'm using my splitter also to line up this way. So this one's going to give me how far forward, and this one's going to give me my left to right. And so I'm using it as a template, just like this. And then if we did it right, and we have the thing going in the right direction, we can go ahead and just take this out now, and we can go ahead and run this into here, take this out, and then we should have a nice beautiful 90 into there. I did it right. Oh, I did do it right. Look at that. Beautiful. Again, see how I use that temporary stuff as that. Now, guess what? That's going to start fired up. That's going. All right, so we got the next step down. We got our aluminum solution and our petroleum coke. Bam, it's off and running. Now it's making some aluminum scrap and some water. You're like, Kismet, water? What are you going to do with that water? Well, we got to get rid of that water. That water's got to go, bro. That water got to get out of Dodge. Now, we're going to go ahead and extend this out just a little bit. Now, they did add, not only did they add faster pipes, they added vertical power, but they also added a cool new packager, which we'll get into. We'll take our assembler out now. They did do a cool packager. So we're going to go ahead and use the new packager. And we're going to go ahead and put that right over here temporarily. And we're going to look at it. We're going to say, oh, we want to package water. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just put it back into the cycle? Well, the reason why you don't put it back in the cycle is because it could stop your production. I don't ever want it to stop. I want it to constantly run. It's going to cost me some extra power and some extra work and some extra resources so that it is packaging it. But it packs water at 60 per minute, right? So that's its input. How much is this outputting? Well, how convenient. Exactly 60 per minute. How amazing those numbers just magically work out. I just happen to know that they do. But we also need some empty canisters. And what do we do to make empty canisters? Well, empty canisters are made from our constructor over here, right over here. And to keep up with our empty canisters down here, we're going to need at least 30 plastic per minute. Now, our plastic is way off there. Now, see how complex this is starting to get, right? Now we've got our water, we've got our solutions, we've got our petroleum coke that we have to run from our plastic, and now we need actual plastic to run that over here. Now there's two ways to do this. I could run the plastic over here, which actually is not very hard. The reason why it's not very hard is because that plastic is actually being lifted up to this level, which I probably should look for the train first before I cross the track. It's actually being lifted to this level and put in this box right here. And so it's really doing nothing right now, and we've also diverted it down below. But it actually is going into this box as well. And we look down there, we can see that it's running that from wherever we're making it down there, and it's running into here. So we can use the output of this box, or we can tap into it and run it underneath and run it up on that side. We could also run it out and whatnot. Now, what I would do is to keep your spaghetti down, so you're not seeing those lines, is I would just go ahead and work your way down. You're like, okay, how can you work your way down if there's nothing already there? Well, one of the things you want to do is use your walls. Your walls are your easiest way to work your way down and create a little sub-level. Now you can see I can't put a wall there because that thing is in the way, but I can put a wall there and put this in and go ahead and do it. He's like, well, if you're going to do a sub-level, Kismet, I know this is the next question, is how many levels down should I do a sub-level? I do basically 1.5 walls, or really a one wall, 1 or 2 walls down. And so we're going to need that in between one there. So it's basically 1.5, but it's really 2 walls down if you think about it. But it's 1.5 if you count the foundation up above. So we're going to go ahead and try to run that and split that into there. Gotta run it this way a little bit. Jump down in there. And so we're going to tap into this line. We still want it to go up, though, so we'll have it in our box as well. But now what we need to do is we need to take it and run it in such a way that's going to allow us to also get it in the box. So let's take that out. Let's go ahead and create a little in-between area here. So this is going to come up, and we're going to do it as low as we can because we want it to go back out again. Like that. And then we're going to go ahead and use our walls. And we're going to double up on our walls there. Why are we going to do that? Well, because we're going to split it here in just a minute. Now, we could probably line that up just a little bit better. Let's go ahead. Grab that. We can even look through here if we're trying to line it up. It doesn't perfectly line up off there. I can go in and make that line up perfectly, but really not necessary, I feel. Just go ahead and run that in there. We're good. Now, we want to go ahead and do a splitter. Now, our splitter is going to go ahead and send this in 2 separate directions. And I like to offset my splitters a little bit. It's hard to see where that center is. Stay there. A little too close. A little too close. There we go. I like to offset them just a little bit so I can see what's going on. Now, I noticed that there's no plastic coming up that line, so we might have tapped that entire plastic line. So we'll definitely need to rerun that. But we want to go ahead and get it to run back up the other way. Now, one of the problems with this particular level is that there is no ability to rerun it back the other way because I have this foundation in the way. But that's okay. I can just take the foundation out, run it like this, run it in reverse so it's going back that way. And then I can go ahead and either lift it up into there like this, right? Or you can go ahead and just run a line. I'm going to go ahead and lift it and run it in that bottom. All right, so we got it split that way. And now we have the ability to run that plastic wherever we want it to go. But I don't see it lifting there, so we got to go see what's up with our plastic down here. All right. And we're going to go and follow our line back. Right now it's the middle line. Motors thing, yeah, middle line all the way down. Middle line over here. Over there. Over there, middle line. Okay, and we can see we've got it disconnected, and that's because we took the plastic and we're running the plastic over here to be used for our manufacturers. So let's get over here and take a look at our manufacturer. Now we're going to clean all this up. These are all run lines under here. You got all your stuff running to your various different machinery. Like we have our big manufacturers right here. I actually forget what my plastic input is. So let's take a look at what it needs. It needs 45 per minute, and it's already backlogged. All right, it's going to sneeze there. I didn't want to sneeze in your ear. So it's 45 per minute going through. And we want to see what we're producing back over there. So we need 45 for that. And that's going to tell us, hey, do we need to make more? Let's go this way. We'll ride our hypertube. Do we need more plastic production? Is our real question. Or, you know, do we need more plastic production even for that? Right? So I just happen to have a hypertube over here that goes down a level and then down a level again. Call it the hanging hypertubes. Very cool. And this hypertube launches me into the other hypertube and then launches me that way. Or I could stop if I want there and turn around and go back. And there we go. All right, let's go check out our plastic production over here. Okay, our plastic being produced right here is producing at 20 per minute. And this one over here is also producing at 20 per minute. So that's 40. That's actually not enough for our actual production that we're using. We're using 45. And we're actually only producing basically 40. And so we need more plastic for that. But how much plastic, again, do we need for the other thing? Now, this is the kind of stuff you want to write down. When you get to this point, you want to go, okay, I'm going to start writing this stuff down. I need to go ahead. I need 45 plastic for my computers, I think that was for. And then I need so much for my, watch out for the train. Oh, God, we're going to get run over. And then I need so much plastic for my packaging. Or actually, before I run up there, I could actually just check it down here. Go, train, go! Whoop, whoop. Train can't actually kill you, but it's a good habit to not do it. All right, we just put it down right here. We just look at it right here. We can also look it up by hitting X, by the way. All right, empty canister. We need 60 per minute. It goes out at 60 per minute. We need 30 per minute, which means that we need 3 more of these, and it's going to produce more heavy oil residue, and so on. So basically, we already know that we're going to need 3 more. So very easy to do, by the way. Since I already have this already set up, I have the pipeline already running. This is going to be in my way here, so I can readjust that. But I've already got the pipeline, the residue pipeline in there, so I can go ahead and tap into the residue pipeline there. I've also got the pipeline already running on this side, so that I can go ahead and open up the floor here and just basically run that through. Now, we just brought that down, and it's in our way, so we're going to have to readjust that too. But we can readjust all of that to fit. Let's go ahead and get our jetpack back on. There we go. So we know we need at least 3 more. A minimum, because, again, we're doing 40. We need 45. And then on top of that, where'd that constructor go? I took it out already. And then on top of that, we're going to need our empty canisters, which is going to be 30 per minute. So we need at least basically 4 more of these. And then, of course, our input of these to make the plastic is going to be our refineries. And so we'll grab a refinery. We'll just throw it over here real quick. Yeah, that's why I make so many motors, by the way, because I make a lot of refineries. And so we're going to do plastic. So it needs 30 crude oil per minute. Now, how much crude oil am I bringing in and how much am I outputting? Well, the train is very hard to know, right? At what rate that's running. But you'll know when you start diminishing, your oil starts diminishing. You know you don't have enough. So that's one way to know. Plus, you can figure out the math if you want to. Me, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go for it right here and line these up and run these down the line and see how it ends up. And I'm going to leave that awesome sink in the center. Let's say right there. Pretty nice. And again, we're going to need 4 more to get our plastic up to speed. All right. There we go. And we'll go ahead and say, okay, what do we need? Well, all we need is oil to get these going. Actually, I think I have them reversed. I think I have them the other way. Yeah, I have them the other way. All right. Let's put them the other way. Make it very hard to run the oil in there if I got it backwards. All right. What I did is I use those others as a template so I can line them up and then put that first one down, and then this one will be a template for the other ones. Always fun to figure out all the logistics of all of this. All right, so there we go. Now, we got some problems, right? We got stuff down below. We got some line runs in the way. All of this stuff will need to be diverted or redone or refixed so that it's not in the way of our stuff. And you're going to run into that quite often, but that's okay. We'll fix all that up as we go along. What we really need right now is we need power. And so we want to go ahead and do our little power lifters. And we need to get the oil to go into the back. And you'll find you kind of do things and then adjust it and do things. You can pre-think it all out if you want ahead of time. It's really up to you. It's your jam. Do it however you want. Okay, now let's go back here and look and see where we're lifting these power lines. Right along that foundation. Nice. Cool. There we go. Any tips for moving from spaghetti mess to a beginner factory with foundations at the beginning? Yes. You want some excellent tips? The rule of 8. Kismet's rule of 8. You ready? I'm about to blow your mind. I'll come over here and I'll show you. Even with underfeeding too. You don't have to use underfeeding. I'm using underfeeding right now. Here's my factory level. All of this here, all of this and all of that and on until the horizon. Well, not till quite till the horizon, but all that, it does one thing. It makes motors. That's it. Now I'm going to show you the rule of 8. If you're new to my stream, if you missed it before, this is what you want to do to keep your spaghetti down. If you played through the game before, you already got a gist of how to play the game. You can start using underfeeding, which is what I'm doing right here. And this right here is my main thing that I use a lot of, which is concrete. You can see my concrete's running from way over there. Right, so I'm using a lift wall, lifting it up, running it over here, running it down. And it runs underneath right here. And you can see I've got my splitters here, and then they go into lifters, and those lifters go up into there, right? And that's for my concrete. But if you're trying to figure out how to clean up your base, the best thing to do is to know about ratios, right? Like if you're making plates and you're making rods and you're making screws, why am I making those? I mean, you're making them so you can make more constructors. But really, the goal of making those three things is to make reinforced iron plates. That's the goal. And so what you want to do is, of course, smelt down your original, which is what I'm doing right here. 4 of these smelters equals 120, right? And I'm doing double that, as you can see. But say I'm bringing it in, I got 120 iron, right? And raw iron. So I put the raw iron in there, I smelt them across 4 smelters. Then they're running down, as you can see, and then running across over here to this side. Now this side right here is the rule of 8. You put down 8 constructors. These are 8 constructors in a row. We're going to ignore these over here. These are doing concrete. This is 8 constructors in a row. So you put down 8 constructors, and again, there's a bunch of ratios in this game that once you master those ratios, it's like a template. You just keep putting that down again and again and again, and your factory gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can scale it up. So the first one is to learn the rule of 8 with plates, right? So the first one is a plate. The second one, you guessed it, plate. Third one, plate. All right, so that's 3 out of 8. Now the next 2, rods and rods, right? All right, what are the last 3? The last 3 is screws, screws, and more screws. All right, so 3 plates, 2 rods, 3 screws. And you're like, I don't understand, Kismet. You don't understand until we go underneath. Underneath is where the magic happens. Let's drop down in here. So the ignits are coming in on one side. Look how beautifully organized that is. Look how much minimum space that takes up, by the way, when you're doing that underneath run like that, where you're running and you're merging, you're doing all of that. So this is running under and then being lifted up into there, and it's actually producing and coming out on the other side over here. Now, when this is coming down, you can see our plates are coming down from number 1. Our plates are coming down from number 2. Number 3, our plates are coming down. These are all merging together in this merge line. And then, bam, they're going up here. Why am I not running it down here? The reason why I'm not running it down there is because those are rods, right? So the next 2 are rods, and those are running at the bottom level, and now we have our plates running at the top level. Why? Because you need plates and you need screws to make reinforced iron plates. Now, of course, unless you're using an alternate recipe. I don't use alternate recipes. This way it makes it easier. If you don't have that alternate recipe, you can just do whatever I'm doing. So we go ahead and do the rods, and notice that the rods switch from the mergers and they switch over here to splitters. That's because rods become screws. And so 2 rods become 3 screws, right? Or 2 constructors full of rods being produced becomes 3 constructors full of screws. And so this is now becoming the input of our screw constructors, right? And so that's coming out on the other side as screws, and then it combines our screws and our plates together, and then it goes across here, and it's then being lifted up into these right over here. You can see them coming down. You can see them then being lifted into the inputs of our assemblers. And what are our assemblers making? Well, you guessed it, reinforced iron plates. Now, how many does the rule of 8 make? How many reinforced iron plates, if you're using the rule of 8, 120 input, and then you're using 3 plates, 2 rods, 3 screws, how many does it make? Does it make 5 per minute? Or maybe it makes 10 per minute. That's right. It actually doubles up. You use your rule of 8, 120 input, actually outputs 10 reinforced iron plates at the same time. So it runs both the assemblers right there. So now, once you know that, you know what you do? Carbon copy, carbon copy. For every 120 iron you have, do that again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again, right? Until you have as much as you need. That's the rule of 8. You're welcome. That's how to clean your stuff up. You can run it from underneath. You can create a sandwich level where you're running it up. It's a great way to clean that up. Here's the thing. Don't run stuff in the moment. If you run stuff in the moment, I need this to be over here, I rarely ever do that. I did it actually in this playthrough just to trigger everybody in the chat. But I typically don't do that. If you're going to make something in the moment and you know you're not going to have it as a permanent thing, I consider everything here temporary. All of this, every single bit of my factory is temporary. Tomorrow, I may decide taking it all out, redoing it again, right? I actually have some different designs I want to try too. But That's part of the fun, is trying different designs and finding a way that you like doing it, right? Not just the way I do it or other people do it, but what's the way that you enjoy doing it, the way you like to organize your factory, because that's a very personal thing in the end, right? I like to have my hypertubes like this. Some people don't. Some people like to have 50 lines being run from your central area, and then wherever you're going, you run that one line. Me, I like to have stops. I like to have come down, stop here, then I choose where I'm going next. Am I going to my quartz? Am I going to my sulfur? Am I going to the other side of my factory? Am I going to my power? I just happen to know that's where those are. It'd be nice if you could have a label on them. That would be awesome too. But I just happen to know where those go, right? And that's how I like to organize. I like to stop, say, okay, where am I going next? Okay, I'm going here next. And then there's another stop. And then, okay, now I'm going this way or that way. Okay, I'm going this way. Bam. It gives me that option every time I come to a stop. So that is the Kismet rule of 8. It's going to help you out a lot. Master that, you've mastered the game. Master those ratios, and you got it. Okay, speaking of ratios, we're going to go up here and play battle while we're going up here to the top, and we're going to get our ratio of plastic going over here. Actually, I didn't need to go to the top. I need to go down where my plastic is. All right, there we go. Nice win. Boom. There we go. Rotisserie G, Red Cop, Kellemal, Mini Murph getting some love, and Turk Smashy with a 13 kills MVP. Oh, look at that. War Beast Legendary Scrolls. Ooh, and a Glitch Paladin. Sweet. Sweet. Let's get you guys some gold. Fired up. Oh, Musketeer, I'm feeling. Oh, definitely high side. You can blast a bunch of peeps with the Musketeer right there. We'll get it going now. I like to rotate the things because each one gets a separate scroll, so it's kind of fun. So yeah, that's how you fix your spaghetti. There's some great tips for you there. My name here. Hopefully that helps you out, bro. I like to run stuff from underneath. I rarely do, though, on stream. The only time I run stuff from underneath is when we actually are doing that style of playthrough. But a lot of times you'll see me kind of fuddling with stuff, taking it down, redoing the entire thing. I need to go around this way. Turn my sound back on. There we go. And we need to go ahead and check. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Those are all lined up the same. Perfect. Okay. That is all lined up, so we are looking good. Now, what we got to do is get the oil, and we've got a bunch extra up into here. So what we're going to do is take all of this out, like that, and we're going to have to rework a bit of our base to make this work. So first thing we want to do is readjust how we're running our stuff into our awesome sink. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'll be able to get away with that. Let's back it up. Let's back it up just a little bit here. And what we're going to do is we're going to divert our awesome sink stuff over here. Where's our 2? There we go. Right there. We're going to go ahead and run this. Into this one. And then we're going to go ahead and adjust our lifter here. Actually, it's coming from that one. Just enough so we can get it down there. And you know what? We should probably point these in the other direction. Let's do that. A lot of loud machinery down here. That's my power. Okay, so we'll divert those that way. Get those out of the way for right now. And then it allows us to do our pipes, then we'll come back to that. Our stuff could turn off in the meantime, but that's okay. We want to go ahead and get our pipeline down here. Let's say right there. Now, we got a bunch of stuff running here, and this is definitely going to be in the way. But no worries, we could go ahead and try to clean this up a little bit. Now, I'm really going to come in here and clean all this stuff up on this lower level. And that's when I get my aluminum going. I can have my faster lines. I can combine a lot of stuff. And we can go ahead and rework this. But in the moment, you want to go ahead and just do what you got to do. In this case, we got to move that over a bit. And this, and that. There we go. Now, I need to take this one and divert it over there. We got all this stuff running all over the place. And we need to get this all lined back up again. Is this going to be in the way of our upper ones? No. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. So, we're going to go ahead and move this over. Now, this one right here is actually our cable line. And so, we want to go ahead and just kind of line this up. Same thing. Over here. What am I doing? Belt 3. There we go. So we'll bring that out. There we go. And again, want to make sure that we're not blocking. Oh, I have that going in the wrong direction. Nope. There we go. This is conveyor belts going the wrong direction. Always can tell when it doesn't want to snap in there. Alright, we got that now working back into there. And again, what we're trying to do is divert this around what we've got going here. So where was that one running? It was running to this one. So let's go ahead and move that over a couple. And again, you want to do it line by line or you're going to be in trouble. Believe me, do it line by line. Okay, and this one's going up into the left corner. So up in the left corner it goes, right? Just to match what we've already got. Out. Okay, what are we doing here? This is wire coming down into that middle one. We need to get that wire into that middle one again from over here. We'll go ahead and divert that. Do it little by little, otherwise you're going to all of a sudden have the wrong thing connected to the wrong thing. It's not going to be pretty. That is for sure. It's going to be a major pain in your booty. I think we got that. Oh, man. Got that on the first try. Wow. All right, that's pretty sweet. No clipping. Very nice. And let's see. The wire was running down along the bottom middle. So, bottom middle it is. Again, just matching it to what I've already got. And then we'll take this out. Bottom middle. And divert it across. Okay, and the same thing with our plastic. Right here in this upper left corner. Divert that now. We've already got all our line runs running to where we want it to go. So if we start changing this, it's going to screw up down there. All right, what do we got here in the middle? We've got that a little bit there. Now I think this was plastic here. That middle line. And so we're going to be utilizing that middle line again as that plastic. So let's go ahead and decide where we're going to run our plastic, probably right to here, and then we'll run that middle line. Now we know where that's going. Take that out there. Let's hope that middle one's plastic. I believe so. I think we did that earlier. Middle line plastic. All right, now we got this side one here, which is our motors. Go ahead and tap those across. Backtrack where our motors are coming in. Right over here. And that's really in the way. That really needs to go way over. What's this here? That's probably heavy modular frames. Yeah. This is why you pre-think this stuff out, because you can get spaghetti down here too, and stuff can go horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. Okay, so we got that going. I think this is heavy modular frames, but we'd have to wait for it to make something first to see it coming down the line. All right, what else we got up here? Oh yeah, we're doing our stuff here. So we want to divert this one off to the side. Down the middle here. Oh wait, no. No, we don't want that. We don't want this. Take that out. Center one, and then this one across to there. All right, a lot of complex stuff going on there. There we go. All right, right to the middle. Nice. And again, we need to make sure that it's clear. Oh, perfect. Okay. What else we got? We got plastic flowing that way. What is this here? No idea. Can't remember. But we'll take that out. Maybe that's computers. One of these is heavy modular frames and the other one is computers. We can sit here and crouch on this line and see what comes down the line. That's heavy modular frames. The other one's computers. Okay, so we got our heavy modular frames right in the way. And so we'll want to go ahead and take this one out. This one's done. And we want to divert our heavy modular frames and also our computers, which is what this is here. Yeah, this is computer line. This is heavy modular frames. Can we get away with pushing those over? No. Definitely going to have to bring them over here. Not enough. I could run one down and one up. So let's say heavy modular frames. Instead of running there, go ahead and tell it to run from there to here, from there into there. I'm not gonna do about that tree, so we'll just live with it. And it really needs this to go forward first before it cuts across. Yeah. That's going to cut across right in the way. So we'll have this one go forward. That one's lifting up to the center. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. We'll make it work. That's not heavy modular frames. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got something funky chicken. That is not lining up to that. Wrong thing. This goes to there. Nope. that goes there. That goes there. Because I can see some on the line already. So sometimes you got to run down here to double check, make sure it's going to the right line. That should come down that line. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we got that good. God, this all needs to be redone. I'm just trying to divert the line so I can do my oil here. And then this one goes basically over to there, but if I do that, it's going to be in the way. So let's go ahead and just put this here. See if we can get away with that. Oh yeah. This will go there. This will be taken out. This can then be into its position. All right, now we just need to get our computers in there, and we'll be good. Probably bring it under. Oh God, where's our computers? Right here. So computers can go under, but we got to go over first. Again, this is where you want your spaghetti, where no one can see it underneath. All right, there we go, and that goes up to there. And computers over there. Yeah, now we talking. All right, this out. We got all these extra lines. No longer need. Don't need any of this. All that's been nicely diverted out of the way. And that's what I was doing there. I was diverting stuff out of the way. Bit of problem on this one, but we might be able to just go in, feed that back, and then feed that over. We should probably be fine there. All right, and we also moved it over so we can run our oil. So let's get that going. Again, when I get to aluminum, all of this will be redone. I always know that in certain stages that I'm going to redo what I've already done, so I don't spend a lot of time fixing it. I feel like my time is my most valuable thing, more than anything else. All right, so we'll go ahead and line these up. By the way, notice I'm using the 600s. It doesn't really matter, but I use them anyway because what the heck? I'm already at that stage. Now I'm just going to eyeball this and then bring it down. And just go ahead, add a little junction. And try to get it as straight as I can since there's no snap. There we go. And then we don't need this end piece. Take that off, and now we got those perfectly run up into there. We can take this piece off here. So we don't have two pieces, we have just one. There we go. All right, now the thing we need to do is we need to backtrack all the way back over here and look at our lift now, because our lift is going to have trouble running. Oh, I disconnected the power down here too. My bad, my bad. My bad. All right, where's that power coming from? Great question. Where did I bring that power from? Over here. Oh. Cross-connect that sucker. All right, now all of our stuff's back up and running. Check that pump. Not too bad right now. Not too bad. All right, see, we're getting a bit of a vertical. We're getting a bit of a bonus to our head lift because the fluid's coming down, and then of course we've used the pump to pump it up into there. Also, we haven't fired these up yet. We'll get into it here in just a moment. Oh, we gotta go around the front. That's what I was doing. I was running my power lines. Now, if you notice, I've got foundations over the top there. That's so I can run my lines vertically like this, which are just freaking awesome. I think it looks amazing. Got a big tree in my way. offset that one a little bit. They said they're going to let you cut these down eventually. That would be nice. I wonder if I use explosives on them if they'll blow up. That's a good question. Alright, then we'll tie this into the rest of our power. We'll try anyway. Oh, it's plugged in. Okay, now we need to tell it what to be, right? What is it going to do? It's going to make plastic. Plastic. And this is a good time to gear up your plastic because you're going to need a bunch. Plastic and plastic. So, now I'm making 20 per minute. And we go 20, 40, that's about 80. Right now we need about 30. We need about 75, so we're making about 80. So we have extra 5, and that extra 5 will also go into our box up above. So there we go. We got that going. Now, it just so happens that I have the rest of my plastic running right through that same area. So I can utilize that, but I do need to get my residue under control. This is going to output 10 residue each as a total of 40 residue. So I am going to need another one over here. And I'm going to run this one actually up into here. We're going to actually run it in a vertical way because we're going to run the other ones down. We're going to run this one up in this case because I can't run it back to this one because that one's already at full capacity. So I definitely don't want to run it back that way. But I can run actually things up vertical too. You can run piping vertical. It just costs you pumping. You just definitely have to pump that if you're going to do that vertical. Now I can also bring it down just a little bit under and try to run it under like that. We can give that a little try first. But I know what's going to happen there. The first thing you want to do if you are going to do that is you can try to use your junction crosses. But your junction crosses don't attach to the side of foundations. That would be amazing if they did. Right there, right? That would be awesome. You could rotate them and then put them straight up and down. That would be amazing. But they do attach to walls, so we can go in and try to put a wall in, which can be real difficult. There we go. And they can go ahead and attach to walls like that, which is great. They do kind of float a little bit when they're attaching to walls, but we just RP that in. So that's not going to work. So let's go ahead and figure a way of running this. Now, the best way to kind of do this, if you are going to run it, is to figure out where your starting point is, where your stopping point is, right? So, say I go ahead and run this pipe down. I'm going to run it this way, and I'm going to run it forward just a little bit, like that. And then we'll look at it here. Is it nice and vertical? Okay, it's good. And then let's just call that our starting point. So we'll go ahead and put a junction cross in, and that is going to, let's just align it. Oh boy. My snap is off. My snap would be bad. Bad snapperoonies. Yeah, not snapping well. Huh. Try that again. Yeah, my snap is not... See, it's not aligned to what I have going. It's aligned to the pipe, but the pipe is actually twisted. So it thinks that that is straight. That's not good. All right, I'm going to take this belt out for a second. We're going to do this. And we're going to try it in the opposite direction and see if that solves our problem. Nope, still at an angle. Oh, man, I forgot it did that. I forgot to do that. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. See, what I wanted to do is put the junction cross in there and line it up, and then be able to run along that edge. That's what it should do. Doesn't matter what it should do. It only matters what it does. Right? That's what's important. A little bit more to the right. So what I'm going to use, try to use a pipeline support here. See if we can get that. Nope, still at an angle. Interesting. Huh. How to fix that? See, it's perfectly along that edge, but it's when you make it go vertical that it turns like that. Interesting. So, we'll line that up, say like that. Look at that. Yeah, when it's vertical, it's slightly turned. Huh. I don't think it should be doing that. Down here, look, that's flat. But when it's vertical, again, it's got that weird rotation on it. The angle at which I'm at? No. That should be square to the angle at which I brought up. Yeah, a little vertical angle problem there. All right, let's work around it. Here's how we're going to work around it. I already know the solution, but I'm just checking that out. We're going to use our wall. So we got to put a wall in there, and we got to bring our wall up or down, either way, like this. And again, we can use our walls to flatten things out along that edge. And so let's just go ahead. All we do is we need one of them, like we did earlier. We'll line that up. And let's say something like that. Let's go up here and take a look. It's not bad. Not bad. So that's how you want to kind of align it. I didn't even realize that that was off kilter there. Like that. And once you got one of them, well, hey, you're off and running, bro. You are off and running. So you kind of know what angle you want, what height you want it to be. The problem is getting these other ones, because I'm doing 4 of them, to line up. So we're going to take this out. Oops. Need to take that foundation out. There we go. Take all this stuff out for now. Don't need that. And then we'll go ahead and put in our wall. And we'll just use our walls all the way down. We'll line it this way and that way. To kind of line all this up. We got a bit of a problem with our diversion there. I knew that was going to be in the way. But we'll go ahead and put it back in after. Same thing here. Which one is this one? That's that one. All right, we'll come back to that too. Take too many of these out and I won't remember where they go. It's usually better to get up above here because it's easier to see what you're doing. There's always a workaround, everybody. Always a workaround in everything that you do. All right, that's pretty cool. Hope you guys are digging this. In the chat, software development experience, 408 request terminal. There you go. I do not develop software. I use software. I'm a graphic designer. That's what I do. Oops, I went to the wrong spot. I use the software, I don't make it. But I do understand how it works, and yes, I did take programming a really long time ago. Do I consider myself to be a programmer? No. I find it brain numbing, but just because I don't like it doesn't mean that you can't love it. Just like you might find graphic design very boring. Me, I love graphic design. I'm not much into programming, and I let the people who are great at what they do their jam, right? That's what I prefer to do. Oh, all right, gotta take the thing out here. And bada bing, bada boom. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. We got like hanging pipes, so they're down. Now, one of the problems with the pipes, though, is they are in the way of our other resources. But that's okay, because we can always fix up our resources in such a way that we're kind of running them over and then merging them and running them. And I'll show you how to do that. You go ahead and use your walkways, which are awesome for this. Come on. There we go. Oops, little offset there. And we can run our walkways right through here. There we go. And we can just merge it out here. Right? Now, I actually want this to end up going down right here. Want to go down, but I got this darn tree in my way, which kind of sucks because it's literally right in the way. But we can also say, you know what? What if I just merge it back that way, right? Merge it back this way and then bring it down and then merge it with the current plastic that I got going, and then I have all the plastic in a single line, which is very, very useful. Let's get our rubber going across here as well. Boom. All right, so that would probably be a better option, is to merge it down the other way. And so we'll just do some simple merging. We'll go ahead and go back to our other stuff here. Get our merger lined up. Ah, my tree is in the way. It's in the way. Bummer. No problem. We don't really need a merger on that one anyway. All right. Now, these are going to allow me to run through here, but they won't allow me to put it really close because you can't actually put those on those, but you can overlap onto those, as you can see. Like if I try to put it actually on the thing, it doesn't let me do it, but if I put it just a little bit on the edge and just kind of favor that side like it's hanging over, that works pretty well. And we don't even need a merger on this one on the end because this one's just going to merge into that one like that. But we're going to make it even nicer. We need those 90s, Kismet. All right, we're going to try to get them 90s in there. It'll be a little awkward with our thing here, but we'll do our best. Look at that. Even without the snap, I did a 90 anyway. All right, looking good. Let's get this going. And we'll go ahead and merge these up here. All right, now we could merge these down below as well. It's going to be a lot more awkward to do it down below because you'll have to bring it out, then you'll have to drop the lifter down and whatnot, but totally possible to go ahead and run that underneath what we have here. We could go ahead and run those mergers down there, do a lift. Let's do it. Let's just do it so you guys can see what that's all about. And so what I would do is I would take this out and I would do your lifters from down here. Before you do that though, make sure you have the correct direction when you're merging, right? So this is an output, so that's going to be going that way, and then we'll have it circle around. But you go ahead and do your lifters from down here so you can line it up, because your lifters from up there is not going to work. So we definitely want a jetpack up here. Get up there, there we go. Jetpack up here, get a good visual, boom. And then we can just bring them out and then merge them back under like that. And then we don't have to look at them up here. But you can do it up here if that's your jam. It's not my jam, but it might be your jam. More power to you. All right. We'll put those back in when we get back to that. All right. And then this one, of course, is going to be an issue here. So I'm going to actually have this one drop down offset and then come up and be a little corner turn there. Let's go ahead and do these. And there's a more efficient way of doing this. It's much easier to line this stuff up down here. And it's using a lot less room. Oh, I can just look at the side of this other one. See, I can look at the side of these lines here, 1, 2, and it's just on that third one, which means it's kind of like down by 1 right there. And once you have one of them aligned, you have all of them aligned, hopefully. They're all in the same sequence. Get in there. There we go. That's very nice. Very nice. Liking it, liking it, liking it. I don't even know why I'm jumping down there. I could just do it from up here. Get my directions correct. That's looking good. Bring that up. Line that up. Put that in. All right. Now this one, what I'm going to do is actually do a merger like this. Really, I could do a splitter or a merger at this point. And just offset it enough. There we go. Where I can bring it in and then merge it in down there. But the actual lifter is going to be away from my belt here. So I can try to line it up. Oof, that's going to be close. Oh, a little too tall, too. Darn tree! Why you got to be in my way, tree? No, it still works, but it's a little too tall. Don't like it. I'm gonna move it up to match that. There we go. Again, I wish I'd cut these trees down. Now, that's the only time I allow clipping. Is when, like, trees or something I can't get rid of is in my way. Now, if I could get rid of it, I would know I got the chainsaw and it would highlight. Right? It would highlight that I could get rid of it. I could probably try to use a explosive on it. That might work. But such is the way it goes. Alright, we have to live with it. I don't like it, but we'll live with it. Maybe we could turn that forward and get away with it. Let's try that. Or we give up on it. Let's give it a shot. I doubt it, but maybe if we're lucky, we have just enough room. That's pretty close. Oh, ha, ha! Pretty sweet. All right, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty close. Normally, it's really tough to do that kind of bend that close, but man, we crushed it. We crushed it. All right, let's go ahead and merge all this plastic back together. Like so. And then our plastic line is right here. What should we do? I believe this was our plastic. This is coming in. This is plastic going out. Yeah, that's our plastic outline. So, you know what? It might have been better to run it the other way. We'll just go ahead and circle it around. That nice 90 in there while we're at it. All right, bam. Now, we want to bring this down. What are we doing here? I don't even remember. I think we were running that back. Be used over there. Just take all this out. I think this is the awesome sink. We got to redo that. That's awesome sink. Bring this down. Curve this corner. And a nice little curve there. There we go. And then another merger here. Now we got all our plastic running on the same line. Booyah, baby! Nice. All right, like it. Okay, now we got the problem of we need to get that plastic not only where it's going that way, but we need to get it back way off over to the other side. Now, our plastic line was running here in the center, I remember. It was in this center line. Right there. And let's see, what do we got on the center right now? We got that. We got our stuff over there. How can we get that back on that center line? We got this cutting over to here. Okay. So we got to run this back. So center line. Center line. And where we want to run it? Here? I guess that's our jam right now. Yeah, that's coming in and that's cutting across. And that one's going to the outside. Okay, so this one is the outer right corner there. And so we want to get that one. We want to get that plastic back over here. So let's go ahead and extend this out a little bit. We're just doing line run logistics. Now look how much work we have to do just to get this to go. This is how this game is. All of a sudden you'll find yourself knee deep in trying to figure out all the logistics of your line runs. All right, we're going to say this one's on the right. And then a real easy way to do this, boom, put a splitter right here. It's going to split this in half, which is actually not what I wanted to do. Because I'm producing 80 plus 20. I'm producing 100 right now, right? So let's see. I'm producing 40. And I just started producing how much more? I can't even remember. Let's go look at the numbers. We're going to need to get that going too. Because this is going to backlog and stop. So 40. That's producing 40. So that's 40. This is 5 more. This is 20, 40. This is 80. Yeah, that's 80. Why am I producing so much? Hold on a second. That's 40. I needed 5 more. So that'll take 5 out of this one. And that leaves me with 15. And so we need 30 for our other stuff. Oh, and then we'll have overlap. That's right, overlap to go into our box. That's right. All right. So we need to get 45 to go that way. We've got to figure out all of our numbers. So, again, this is 20. We need to siphon 5 of this off. 20, 40, 60. Suddenly dawned on me, why am I making so much? This needs to be 60, right? No, it needs to be 30. 30 here, 45 before. I'm already making 40. I'm making too much. And this is 30. Plastic here, so I only really need 3. Oh, the fourth one was the fourth one was the thing. The fourth one is the for the residue. Duh. Okay, so yeah, it's 2060. This is 60. 20, 40. You can't make 30, so 40. And then I have extra 10. So I actually only need 2. Yeah, man, my math was really bad on that one. So I need 30 here. So 30 here, I need 1.5 of these. And then the other 10, I need to go with that over there. So I really need a total of 20, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Oh, man, I got way too much. Way too much. All right, my bad. My bad. Bad math. Bad math. That's okay. We cleaned it up anyway. We made it nice. We made it nice. All right, all this is out. Get all this out of here. All right. Let's get this to where we got it. It's 20, 40, 60, 80, and then this one will be our residue one. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That's done. That's done. This one here is... That's an output, not an input. Whoa. This one we need to switch around. That's an input. Whoop. Yeah, man, we over calculate on that. I was calculating the whole thing as just this side. That's where I went wrong, because I already have some being produced. I forgot to count my already being produced stuff. I'm glad I saw that. Okay, so now we're gonna do that. We're gonna run this over to here. No longer need all these mergers. All right, that's gonna clean that up nicely. Okay. Don't need all those mergers. We can go ahead and run our wall up here. Really? I run out of concrete at that exact moment. That's too funny. Too funny. We got some concrete later out somewhere over here, hopefully. Wow, really? Did I use it all up finally? Holy moly. That was a lot of concrete. I think I actually used it all up. That's stunning. That's stunning in the amount of concrete that I've got. All right, so we had some problem with our numbers there. Let's start the battle. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to rush and do it right now. Just because you wanted me to do it, I'm going to take extra time and not do it. Because I don't like people telling me what to do. And I'm sure you don't either. So I'm going to go ahead and do the battle here in, I don't know, 20 minutes? How about that? I'm just kidding. I was about to do the battle anyway. Just kidding. Don't get bossy. Let's do it. I know you're just kidding, but I'm just kidding with you. Hope you can take it. Let's go. Battle time. Sometimes I get busy playing games. I know, it's crazy, right? That I'm actually playing another game other than Stream Raiders. All right, let's go ahead and keep running this, and we're going to run this in here while you guys are watching that. Figuring out math in my head. Open caption chat. Great, you guys support. Let's see. Mini Murph into the fray. Shinobi, Reaper, all getting some love. Red Cop getting 50 gold. Whoa, I'm MVP. Wow, look at it go. See, look. Again, and then I had to carry you all. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to call Pure Fubar, because we don't count me as MVP of that round with a 33 assists. Nice job, nice job. All right, let's keep it going. Got you guys some gold. Where are we going? We're going over here, right? We're going to go down or we're going up? I say we go. I'll go down then across. Seems like a plan to me. Let's keep the battles a-going. Right up in here. What is this? A 3 skull? Oh, we can use the Centurion for sure. Let's go. Let's fire it up. Get it going on. There we go. There we go. Let's see if I'm catching up. Any tips on moving spaghetti mess to a beginner factory with foundations at the beginning? Yeah, that's my suggestions. The rule of 8. I don't find graphic design boring. I just suck at it. Well, there we go. See, I suck at developing software. So there you go. Everybody's got their talents, right? Just curious. Yeah. No, I'm a graphic designer, technologist, and overall problem solver. That's my best thing. Actually, you can see it on my website. Right there. There's all my skills on the website. Right on kismet.gg. I know, pretty epic website, right? Okay, now we got to figure out how to get the right amount of plastic in both directions. Because right now, if I split this in half, it's going to send 40 one way and 40 the other way, which is not what we want to do. That would be 80, and then the one side would not be getting enough, and the other side would be getting too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to do some tricky splitting in here. Now, the first thing is this line right here needs to go in at 100%. right? So this is 100% on our main line here into here. So let's go ahead and take this out like this. And we're going to do some fun little merging and splitting and stuff over here. I'll show you how to fix your numbers if you really want to get into it. And this is a great time to use number fixing using your splitters. So it doesn't matter the speed of the belt, by the way. It only matters how I'm splitting the numbers. So let's say something like this. And then we'll run that in there. And now we've got 40, right? So we got 40 there, and we need to go ahead and basically break it down into fives so that we can add 5 to this, right? And so the easiest way to do that is, since we have 2 of these coming down, the easiest way to do that is to take one of these and split it in enough ways that it becomes 5. In this case, it would be 4. So if we go ahead and bring this one out, and we go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to split this. Oh, got to get my right set here. We're going to go ahead and split this. Like so. We're going to go ahead and split it in half, right? So half of that is going to be, instead of a 20, it's going to be 10. So we'll go ahead and bring it from in here. We'll split it. And now we want it to go in 2 separate directions. So we go, okay, we'll go ahead and take this 10, and we're going to actually put a merger over here for later on. So we're going to take that 10, and we're going to take 10, and we're going to run it into the merger this way. Actually, I probably should put that merger up a little bit, because we're going to want to merge the rest of this back in too. So let's move it up a little bit. We're going to move it in this direction. There we go. Just a little bit, so give us some room. So 10 going into the merger. And then 10 out of this side going into the splitter. And there we go again. Now we're going to go ahead and put in a merger along this line. And now we've got 5 going there. And you're like, wait a minute, why is it 5? That's because this is going in, and that's going to split in half. Right now it's 10. But the second I take this second one over here, and I split it again this way, then we're in trouble, because we have 2 lines in the same spot. But what's going to happen is it's going to split this 20 into 10, right? And then, 20 into 10 and 10, right? 10's going that way, 10's going this way. And then this 10 is going to be split into 5 and 5, because it does one way, one the other way, one the other way, one the other way. It doesn't matter the speed of the belt. It automatically does one way, one the other way. That's how you fix your numbers. No, the belt is irrelevant. It's just if it's too slow, that's when you run into a problem. When it's going fast enough, then it's no big deal. So let's go ahead and re-merge these over here, like so. Take these out. Remerge these back together. Now this is a bit more advanced merging and all of that. But you get the general idea. We're just doing our numbers here, and we're just kind of taking this, splitting this in half, running 5 that way so it merges in with this. This 5's going back in and merging in with the 10. That's now 15. And then we want to go ahead and actually I could probably just put that at a lower level. And then again, one more merge here between this one, which is 20. Oop, nope. Not what I wanted to do. This one here, which is 20, and then this one here, which is now 15. Right, just simple math. Just cutting in halves and halves again, right? So this comes out. This is coming out at 20. Actually, I don't even need this, by the way, because that's not really merging. So this is coming out at 20 into there, 10 and 10, and then 5 of it's going that way. 5 of it's looping back in and merging with the 10, which is 15. That's merging in with just 20. And then, of course, this will be 35. Now, 35 is actually going to be more than what we need. We only need 30. But we'll put that extra 5 in our box along the way. Now, let's go ahead and then run this one, because that's already running off to our machine. We've got that fixed at full speed. And we need this to go running way over here so we can try to get that into the center. Now, where is our one? It's right here. This one. All right. And so we can go ahead and just run that straight under there. something like that. And there we go. All right. Nice. Beautifully done. Now that we fixed the numbers too. I was like, why the heck do I have so many? Why is it equal 80? It should not equal 80 on one side and then still have 40 over there. It's 120. We don't need that much plastic right now, though I could make that much plastic if I want to. But I like to make it as I need it, as opposed to just making a crazy ton of it and having all this extra stuff. You can do it that way too. It's your game. You play it however you want. Me, I like to do it this way. Did we hit 5 retweets? We did. Hey, there's 1,000 kiss caps. For all of you guys in the chat, thanks for hanging out. I hope you're having a great time. I'm having fun. We got our numbers all figured out. You can do this a lot, by the way, this halves and splits and thirds and whatever, to get the numbers perfect. This is one of the few times I would do that, right, is to get the numbers to line up to each other. We got to make sure that this is running. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is our stuff's going to stop. And why is it going to stop? Because it's going to backlog with waste fluid, right? That's what it's doing right now. It's backlogged with waste fluid. So we got to take that fluid, we got to run it over here into this refinery, and then we need to take that waste fluid, and I convert it into petroleum coke. Now, I'm producing 240 petroleum coke, which I don't need. I only need 60 petroleum coke right now. But I do want to get rid of that. I don't want to have it just sit there because it's going to cause my stuff to stop. And I don't want it to stop. I want it to keep on running. Now, over here, right here, we have a line that's going up. And that's going up into our awesome sink right here. So that's our main kind of trash line that we want to get rid of, right? Anything that we want to get rid of should end up in that main line. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and pull this out like this. And then go ahead and say, oh, okay, look, that's over there. This is over here. I want to go ahead and run these lines in here. But I'm going to do something even trickier. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to go ahead and try to run my 3 lines together. And then try to run them into a merger, which is going to run into here. Like that. And rerun this line so we know that our thing lines up. Oh, not close enough. Not close enough. Oh, okay. Adjust that. Merger. That way. Out of there, into there. All right. Now what that merger is going to do is merge all of these together. So we're going to go do that. We're going to do this. And then we're going to bring this around like that. So it's going to basically put 3 inputs in there. Now, our first input is going to be this extra petroleum coke from over here. Now, we've got to know what rate that's coming out, because if it's too fast for our belt, it's also going to cause our stuff to stop. Right? So that's coming out at 120. That's fine. My belt speed is 170. Now, we're also using some of this petroleum coke, and we diverted some of it to use it. But we're going to go ahead and work on that here in just a moment. So we need to get our other petroleum coke, which we have over here. Gotta get up here. Which we have running out of this one right here. We see that's petroleum coke right there, and so that's going to come out of there. And that one's actually lifting up because we're using half of that petroleum coke up there, but I also have it going down so that I can utilize it to basically run it into that awesome sink right over there. So we're going to go ahead and run that across into the awesome sink. Let's hope it's not clipping. Oh, beauty muss. Perfection. Nice. Now we also want to get this one going. I can tell you that one's going to clip. But we'll give it a shot anyway. It clips. No, it doesn't. Oh, we lucked out. I thought it was going to clip right here where these two come together. But now we also want to throw that extra resin in there. And now we're just running crazy tons of stuff into the awesome sink. And that's going to keep our production going, right? You just get rid of that residue, that extra stuff that you're making. And all the stuff that we just did was for the aluminum to not have extra water that we're going to cycle back into our thing, is to get rid of that water. So we're going to need our plastic to make plastic canisters to get rid of that water. And so that's what all of that we just did was all about. And now we got it done. So let's get to it. All of that working well. We've got our plastic now up to snuff. It's going to be making a lot more computers now, and so on, filling up our computers as well. So let's go ahead and run ourselves over here. Let's get on our skates, go a little faster. And let's go ahead and now check way up here how our plastic's doing. Now our plastic needs to run up here. Now I already have a backlog of plastic up here, which is going to help me start up, but I do want to have that all in place, so that's running all of that stuff up there. So when we go ahead and back run, that's what I call a back run. When you divert the plastic, see the plastic's coming up, and then it's diverting, and then I'm going to basically bring it back into the box, so the excess is going to go in the box. Now later on, when you use smart splitters, this is going to be super easy, because any overflow, when that backlogs, it's just going to send all the overflow down the line, or I can also send it into the Awesome Sink. You'll see how we revamp a lot of that later on. But what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and run this to where I want it to go over here. And let's get our jetpack back on. We'll go ahead and jetpack up here and take a look at where we want that plastic to end up. Watch out for our train. Way over here. Now, I could just make the items over there if I want to. But what I'm going to do is piggyback my machinery here one after another. So I'm going to go ahead and just put my constructor down. Let's say right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and put my packager in here as well. Now I can go ahead and line up the bottom one, but the problem is your fluids are going to be blocked right there. And the fluid is the very thing that I want to run in there, right? So if we go in, we try to run a line out of here, we're going to have a problem, right? We have it too close. So we want to go ahead and push this forward just a little bit, or maybe we want to push this back a little bit as well. This right here is irrelevant in which direction it is going. The real relevancy of what we're doing is ending up in the Awesome Sink. That's what we want. So we could go ahead and say, you know what, for screw that, we're going to go ahead and take the packager and we're going to turn it this way. And so when we run that out, right, because it's basically going to be running out packaged water. And so when I run that packaged water out, I want it to end up in here. Now I could go through and really fine tune this, by the way. You can go in, say, okay, hold on, we want to go ahead and put in a merger right here. We'll just kind of eyeball where that's at. Let's say something like that. Then we can go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to work backwards. We're going to get our lifter. We're going to bring our lifter down. We're going to see where our lifter lines up. Great idea, by the way, is to put a splitter in right when you have your lifter there, and that's because it's going to work as a template, so you know what is straight, what lines up right there. And then we got to kind of eyeball how far forward we want to move that. We got to take the lifter out and then say, okay, we want to go ahead and move this forward a bit. We're going to go ahead and put our packager along this line, and I don't know, I'm going to guess right there. And then we'll go ahead again from our machine to our lifter. Oh, too close, too close. So then we look at the foundation and we say, okay, where were we at in the foundation? We're just a little bit back from that line. That's going to be a good visual clue. And again, a lot of times I just take a guess, and then I kind of know where I'm at. All right, see, that's where we were before. And so let's go back one more. Oh, hold on, let's do that again. We're back. We were there, and then back one more that way. There we go. And then we'll give that another try. Again, from our machinery to our lifter. GG. Now, this does not have a fluid output. It's going to make packaged water. So I need water and I need an empty canister. Now, water's pretty easy. I'm going to go ahead and actually offload that water over there. So I'm going to go into my water here and very easily use my little pipeline support. Now we can go ahead and eyeball this like this. We can go ahead and move this off by 2, move it back, say by 1, and then just do a nice little 90 like that. And we can go ahead and just run this kind of on its own. And we center this along there and move forward by 2, so we get a nice 90. And then there's another 90, right? And so on and so forth. And then we can just go ahead and run that right out into there. And that's going to go ahead and start running that water into there. Now, the other thing that we need is we need our packager, right? Now, again, our packager doesn't have to be up by that stuff, and all that stuff's actually going to run around the other side. All I need to do is line up my constructor with this, and I get as close as I can, but still doesn't matter. I can just go ahead and run it back here. And then run this in here. Now, this is all part of aluminum. Everything that we're doing here is using every bit of everything from your factory that you've kind of set up already to make that aluminum work. And right now, we're working on the byproduct of packaged water. We've already got the other byproducts already taken care of. We go ahead and backlog a little bit, or backtrack here. We brought some water. We brought some bauxite. That is all running in to our first three, right? Our three refineries. And so it's bringing in bauxite, water, and it's making an aluminum solution and some extra silica. And that silica is running into the awesome sink. Just get rid of it. You can cycle it back in if you want to do perfect thing. You're welcome to. Me, I run in the awesome sink. Now, the solution's coming out, and it's going into this one. And this one is making a bunch of aluminum scrap, which is great, which is what we need, but also is making a bunch of extra fluid, which we don't need, and we want to just package that, run that into the awesome sink as well. And so that's what we're trying to do right here. So we do need to get our stuff from over there to over here. And so I'm going to open that up right there, which is going to give me basically a little clue as to where I'm going from over here. So let's go over here by where our plastic's at. Whee! Right here. And as we look, we can see that foundation right there that is missing. So we go, oh, okay, that's where we're going with our plastic line run. So we'll go ahead and move over. We'll line up. Maybe one more. All right, that's looking good. And now we just put in our foundations and run the line, and we're GG. And we go on to the next step in our aluminum adventure today. I love running lines underneath, right? I ran that under my train right there, which is awesome. And then we'll go ahead and just bring this down. Turn it that way. That's looking good. Now, while we're at it, let's go up here. And so all this stuff will go ahead and start up when we get it ready here. We'll go ahead and just power all this stuff up. Because all this needs right here is plastic. All right, it puts some plastic in there. Boom, it's going to be making containers like nobody's business. And those containers are then going to run in here. It's going to take this excess water, make packaged water, and then it's going to go ahead and run that line up, merge with this into the awesome sink. All that stuff's already ready to go. All we need to do is get our plastic over there. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to go ahead and get our walls here. We're going to run just a single line. We'll run it up high. We'll run an extra line here just so we can walk. Save lag. They're working on that, by the way. They're working on that save lag. What happens when you're running around? There's an auto save, and that auto save sometimes like makes the whole thing pause for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's better than not saving, though. It's way better than not saving and doing it all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ah, perfect. That is beautiful. And run that line. And all that hard work that we did, and actually let's readjust this. All that hard work now is coming to fruition. We fixed up all of our stuff. We revamped a bunch of our lines and whatnot, and we got all of our plastic running, and there it goes, baby. Now, remember, I do have a whole box full of plastic, so it's going to use up a lot of that excess right now while it is making the rest of it. But look at it coming up that line, right? So we got plenty of plastic running over here, and I kind of feel like it'll backlog at some point since I already have a bunch of it already in the box. All right, so we got that running, and now that is making our stuff, And that is now running that into there, packaging that water. That water should be going up. We should see it running into the awesome sink. And now we've got rid of that extra residue, that extra water that we don't need. We've got rid of all of our extra stuff over here. Now we've gotten to the next stage, which is our aluminum scrap. That's what we're trying to do next. What do we need for aluminum scrap? Now remember, we have several things left, right? We have a foundry we're going to need to do. Right over here, we're going to need to do an assembler. That's obviously not where it's going to go. I'm just going to throw it down. We're going to need an assembler to actually make the aluminum sheets. So we need ignits and copper ignits. And to make those things, we're going to need aluminum scrap and silica. All right, so our next step is going to be our foundry. Now, because I have all this stuff going that way, and I knew that was going to happen, I was going to run all that stuff that way, I had already planned to go around the other way and then circle back at the end. So it really only has a couple more steps to go. So we want to go ahead and do our foundry here. And I'm just going to line our foundry up so I can literally just go like that. Easy, right? Easy. Aluminum ignits, and there we go. Now we just need some power. So we'll go run some power from over here to over there. And there we go, and that's going to start running that aluminum scrap. Now, the second it starts running that aluminum scrap out, it's then going to go ahead and start back up again. Now, this is going ahead and starting back up again. It's making fluid. It's making aluminum scrap. All the stuff behind it is now going to start back up again. All right, now over here, it's going to make aluminum solution. It's going to go ahead and make some silica. It's going to take that silica, there it goes, and it's going to run that into the awesome sink. Right? And then, of course, it's going to work its way forward. That extra water, we're going to package some of that plastic into containers. Those containers are then going to combine with the water. We're going to make packaged water, run that in the awesome sink so it doesn't stop our production. And thus, we need one last thing right here, and that is silica. So where the heck is our silica? Well, let's go check it out. Let's go down here and see if we can find ourselves some silica. Oh, God! Die! Gonna die! If I didn't have a jetpack. Hey, Anna, what's up? Hey, JC Header. Thanks for backing me up today. Appreciate it. JC Hunter in the chat has my back, everybody. Show him some love. Love all my mods got my back. Appreciate it big time. All right, let's get into it. By the way, one of the top caps leaders this year, too. So got a little extra something from Kismet. Yeah, a little extra something for being awesome. Okay, silica. That's what we're looking for. Getting distracted. Silica. Now, wouldn't it be awesome if I just like came up here and there was like a gigantic box of silica just like, you know, sitting around, just ready, waiting. Wouldn't that be awesome? Oh, hey, here it is. Because I think ahead, everybody. I know that I'm going to need that silica in the moment in which I do this. Now, how much silica are we producing? Probably way more than what we need. But there it is right there, 37.5 per minute. I didn't even bother to look at what it was, but we can go ahead and just make another little foundry over here. Oh, well, if we had some rotors, we could. We can go ahead and just make another one down here and look at the rate. If it's below 37, we have like 8 of them running there. It's going to be more than enough than we need up there. But let's go ahead and see if we can find some rotors real quick. Oh, there's some heavy modular frames in there. Get those out of there. Yeah, grab some screws while I'm at it too. Let's see. We need rotors. What we're looking for here in our overflow amount of stuff. Can't wait to do the mega sorter. It's going to put all this stuff away for me. There's our rotors. Right there. All right. Bunch of rotors. Okie dokie. Let's get over here. Let's make another foundry. Way over there. I love how all the resources fly off and do this. I think it's cool every time. Okay, aluminum magnet. What do we need? 140 per minute. I think we definitely got that. Let's see. Hey, Suri. Ah, she's sleeping over there. Hey, Suri. What's 140 divided by 37.5?
140 divided by 37.5 is about 3.7333.
3.7333. Or basically 3.8. Or 3.7, depending if you round up or round out. Now, I've got 8 of them. I think that'd be enough. I have double the amount that I need. And this way, if I double up my aluminum production, I've already got it in line. It's already ready to go. I just need to get it from here over there to be utilized. Here comes the coughing. So let's go ahead and get it going on its merry way. First thing we're going to do is go ahead and take out underneath here. See what we got. We got nothing but trouble. We're going to go ahead and extend out our underrun here. We're going to go ahead and take our stuff here, run it down, our silica, and bada bing, bada boom, we're off and running. Now, I have some stuff, as you can see here, running through here that's coming out, going into there. I can also run it through here and run it along a pre-existing line that I already have, which would be pretty convenient, but it'd be kind of tough to get it through there. I could probably just take this one out and say this one out, and I could go ahead and run it through there nice and easy. Maybe another one right there. All right. So I can just go, okay, you know what? I just use my conveyor poles just to make it look nice. We'll go ahead and put that there. And we'll go ahead, line that up, get a nice 90 out of that maybe. Run that there. Run that there. And run that along the existing line. Now, the problem is if I keep this going along this existing line, if it goes faster than me, it's going to end up in the wrong box. So I'm going to go and put my skates on and run up ahead of it really, really fast, because that's why I left this line, is so I could use it later on. Oh no! Quick, get through the line. Quick, get up there. Crouch. There we go. All right, it's going to run all the way down to here, and I'm going to stop it right there before it runs into there. And did I outrun it? I did. Look at me go. Look at me go. Kismet like a boss. Now, we got to go ahead and bring that way up there where we've got all this other stuff. Now, we've got our plastic running up right there. We've got some resources running over here. If we've already got resources running in a spot, then we know we've already got stuff aligned and whatnot. But we might want to go ahead and put that silica up there. Now, I don't need silica for me. Very rarely do I actually use silica to make stuff. Later on, it'll be more important. But right now, no. So do I need to run this into a box and then back down and do all of that? Nope. I certainly don't. What I need to do is I need to get it up there and run it along that same line that we're already using over here. So it'd probably be better if I actually went in and said, you know what, I changed my mind. I don't want to run that down there, and I would take all of this out, by the way. I take all this out so you don't accidentally reconnect that. It goes into the wrong box, gets all mixed up in there. So I'm going to go ahead and backtrack this a bit. And I'm going to try to get it aligned with the other line that we already ran, which is way over there, which we ran across there. So we could utilize that same line. So right about here might be good. Probably a little bit closer would be better. I know a great idea. Let's go up here and start at the top and work our way down. Much more better idea. Let's go. While we're running up there, we'll switch to our jetpack. Oh, time for a battle. Battle time again. Okay, now we already got some resources running up here. We've got some petroleum coke, or what was that? I already forgot. Yeah, petroleum coke is running up here. Petroleum coke. So now we can look down there and say, okay, that's where we want to grab it from, and we want to bring it up to here. And so we're going to go ahead and do this. Then we're going to do that. We're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to go ahead and split this now into a 2-run. Like this. Oh, take that out first. And we're going to go ahead and make all the rest of this now into a 2-run. So we'll go ahead and run this over that side. And now we got to get this from here all the way down to there. And that's going to be some work, but we can go ahead and push out on this side a little bit. And then we're just going to go ahead and use our walls. We're definitely going to need more plates as our thing that's going to allow us to align ourselves. Also, we'll go ahead and put in a lifter. Now, here's a great trick, by the way. Before you put your lifter in, actually run your line first in the direction that you want it to go, and then put the lifter in. And that's going to help us line that up. Most likely, I'll end up taking it back out again, but we'll go ahead and give it a go. And we're going to turn it this way. There we go. Now we got to make sure we don't fall off. Oh my God! Oh, we're all gonna die. Oh God! Jetpack. And there we go. And we can just bring that down. Actually, we don't even need the wall. Just do it that way. All right. And then we run this off of here into there. Bada bing, bada boom. Look how easy that is, right? So you got the skills. You got the skills right there. All right. Nice. Let's do it. Silica running where we need it to run. And we'll get our hyper tube over here. Oh, all right. Now, while we're running our way up there, we're going to go ahead and start the battle. Let's go. You like Yaz? I don't know what that is. What is that? I have no idea. Oh, 90 peeps on the battle board. Playing some Stream Raiders, a little side game we play while we're playing other things like Satisfactory here. I'm going to go over here and work a bit on revamping my run lines. While you guys watch that battle. Now, I'm a firm believer in utilizing pre-existing stuff. Stuff you've already done before. So you get a better use out of it. Instead of just running a single line, I'm going to be running a double line along this. Let's go ahead and finish that battle here. I got one more to put in. Right there. Okay. Open the captain's chest. Grab you guys some love. Subi, Kalamal, into the fray, and Turk Smashy all getting some extra scrolls. I see Diamond coming in with the 15 assists. MVP! Oh, more loot. I'm not even trying. I'm already crushing this event. I'm not even trying to crush it. All right, we'll go low side. I feel the low side on this one. Rogue, yeah, flying rogue. We get the flying rogue in there again. I feel this right side about middle. Yeah, about middle there. A little side game we play again. Free to play. You're welcome to come join us. Thank you, Funtime Foxy. Thank you, Amos Finn and Mr. Eve coming in, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I don't know what you're talking about. You like, yeah, oh, jazz. Jazz, yeah, I like certain types of jazz. I don't like all types of jazz. In fact, I don't like all types of anything. I like a good mixture of a lot of different things. I don't limit myself. I feel like a lot of people limit themselves because they feel like other people go, oh, well, that music sucks, and this sucks, and that sucks over there. Hey, I answer nobody. I do whatever I want. I listen to whatever type of music I want. I listen to... I'll dance if I want to dance, even though I'm a terrible dancer. If I go to like the father-daughter dance, I'm not going to be like these other fathers. Oh my God, how embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them as a father, not just from them dancing. I don't get embarrassed from people bad dancing. I get embarrassed from people being a bad father. You go to a father-daughter dance, you dance with your children. That's why you're there. What a scumbag. Well, I don't dance. What did you come to the dance for? You just came to the dance to watch your kids dance? I have vertigo. I can't dance. I fall down. I have a constant vertigo that never goes away. I'm still in there dancing, except for the part when they do the hokey pokey. When they say you put your head in and you put your head out. If I put my head in, it ain't coming back out. It's going down on the ground. That part I skip. But come on now. Father-daughter dance, bro. You're at the father-daughter dance and you're not dancing with your kids. You're too busy talking to all these other yokels who aren't dancing either. Get out there and dance with your children. Come on. Those other people aren't important. They don't matter. It's like your kids matter. That's what matters, not what everybody else thinks of you. Screw them. I'm a terrible dancer. I sing terribly, but that doesn't stop me from doing it because guess what? You only get so many minutes in life. You do what you want to do. You like certain type of music. You like jazz. You like punk. You like rock. Whatever it is you like, you enjoy it. Because you only get so many minutes, and you're wasting too much time. Other people telling you, oh, you got to like this, and this sucks, and that sucks, and that sucks. Hey, if you don't like it, more power to you, man. It's okay. We don't have to like the same thing and still be bros. Ain't no problem. I have lots of friends that don't like what I like. And I don't like what they like, and that's okay. We're okay with it. We don't use it as something against them. I don't say, oh, you suck because you like this thing. I say, oh, hey, that's your thing. More power to you, right? That's how I feel friends should be. You shouldn't be bashing on other people because of what they like or dislike. Unless it's something bad. Unless it's something terrible, like they're mean to people or disrespectful. Then you're crossing the line, for me anyway. People are disrespectful and rude or whatever. I don't mess around. I'm not your papa. I ain't here to teach you how to be a decent human being. If you don't know how to be a decent human being and you're over 20 years old, then don't come to me. Because I'm just going to straight up ban you. I don't mess around. I don't see a lot of other big streamers. They put up with all that stuff in the chat, and they put up with all that ridiculous drama and all of that. Kismet, don't play that game. I don't play a game. I'm too old. I don't mess around. Be awesome is all I ask. Just be awesome in the chat. Be awesome to each other. If you got that down, you're welcome to come in, relax, take it easy, get a little positivity and love in your day here in the Kismet stream. All right, there we go. Silica in line, ready to go. Boom. And, of course, we got our petroleum coke running in there as well. Now, we got a little dual box right here that we're going to do a little redundant backup of that silica from down there. In case we do need some silica, we can run over here and grab it. Not that I'm going to really need it. This is way more silica than what we need. But, oh, and thank you for turning that in the opposite direction that I needed. I thought I had it in the right direction. Bam. There we go. And in it goes. All right, let's turn the sound back on. In it goes. All right, now we got our silica that we need for over here. Now, what I could do is I could run it up along the top, and I could lift it and do all of that. We ain't going to do that. We're going to make it nice. We're going to make it go down and then back up again. Here we go. Right over here, we're going to take this out. And then we're going to go ahead, bring that down like so. Now, right underneath here, we already know we got a platform because we were working on this. So, good idea to have your jetpack at the ready just in case, though. And then we're just going to run under here a nice little run line and whatnot. Let's go ahead and jetpack back up here, and we'll go ahead and also run this side down. And that's going to tell us where we're going. Just to keep that tidy, and plus we're going to be running some stuff over there in a minute, so that's going to be useful. I don't really need to do any of these things. I could literally just go like this. But I like to have the foundations there so I can center stuff and whatnot. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of these corner foundations. There we go. Very nice. Silica now running into there. Next step is underway. We've got our items going nicely over here. All right. Very nice. We got that rocking and rolling. Now, look at that. Aluminum ingots. This is it. We're one step away from our loot. What do we need? We need one more thing, and that is our assembler. Right over here. We're going to turn it this way. That way. There we go. We're going to go ahead and say, okay, what do we need finally for, where you go, aluminum sheets. We need aluminum ingots, and we need some copper. Uh-oh. We ain't got no copper. We ain't got no copper. So we're going to need to run some copper over here. So we want to run this out of here, though. That's easy. And we're going to need some power back here, too, because we don't have any power on this side. So we go ahead and grab a power line over there. We just go ahead and just do a little power pole. That's fine. Run that back into there. And now we are already off and running. We are one step away. All we need now is our copper. So where the heck is my copper ingots? Well, they are way over there on that other side. And right now I'm using that copper for various different reasons. So we need to go over there, evaluate how much copper we're using, how much copper we have left over. Do we have enough to run it into there? Let's go evaluate that right now. Whoa! And and soft landing. There we go. So let's run down here. We got all sorts of stuff running from all sorts of places. And we got our plastic set up today. We got our aluminum almost done. We just need to work with our copper over here. All right, let's take a little magic trip on the hypertube. All right, see, I like to have stops where I stop and then I go on. If I want to go on, I can just jump into here. This is what I call hanging hypertubes. Pretty cool. Boom! How convenient. There's our copper. Right there. All right, our copper's being produced right now. Obviously, it's backlogged because I can see there's a bunch of stuff in there. It's made a bunch of wire, a bunch of stuff over there. Now, also, we have a separate copper node that we're bringing in. That's a pure copper node there and a pure copper node over here. Now, all of this stuff is being run. You can see right here, this is actually iron. That's iron node over there. And then way over here, we have all of our stuff running down in there into copper sheets. So, how much are we basically producing right now in our thing? Since we have a pure node, it's 240. This right here is using 30, and then we can just do 30 times how many we're ever using. So 30, 30, it's going to be 60, and then we just double it, which is 120. So we're using half of the node right now as copper Ignis. How many copper Ignis do we need? So let's put an assembler down again. Let's go to thing. Oh, 22.5, and we have 120 extra. So we got a lot. We got a lot, but here's the thing. We need them actually to be copper Ignits and not raw ore, right? So we still needed to convert these Ignits for us and run those excess Ignits in that direction. And here's the thing. If this is not being used over here, it can actually backlog those Ignits over on the other side to be used over on the other side of our factory. So what we need to do is we need to go in and say, hey, we already got this set up here in line. We already got all of our mergers and splitters and stuff lining up. So it's better to do it here than to run the raw ore way over there. We might as well just run the finished product to the end. So let's go ahead and get this going. Now this is going to give me 30 more on top of what I already have. And we're going to go ahead and run our splitter. Like that. There we go. And that's going to go ahead and run that in there. Now again, notice it's not lifting. That's because you always put your lifters in last, because otherwise they don't work. Oh. There they go. All right. Now we got that working. And we want to go ahead and also merge that straight into there. Oh, this one's lifting. Sorry, my bad, my bad. Lifting into the top area. There we go. All right, nice. Now we're going to need some power. Let's run these lines. Let's look at how we got these lines. Run them nice and sweet in that vertical deal. Boom! Off it goes. All right, now it's going to make an extra 30, and that 30 is going to be for what we need over there. Now, again, we go and look one more time. Do we need 30 or do we need more than 30, right? Again, you definitely want to double check, just like if you're making something in real life, double check those measurements, always, always. So aluminum sheet, I'm going to be making 30, it needs 22.5, more than enough, just by adding one more to it. Now, what it's also doing is coming out here. Now, one of the problems with merging it into here is that if I split it, it's going to split the entire line in half. So all of this is going to get split in half. So that's actually not a good idea. It's not a good idea to add it in there. But what I will do is I'll still add in the lifter, but I'm just going to turn the lifter this way so we can run it in its own line, right? Then we know we're getting 30 of its own line, and it's not going to interfere with the rest of my line here. Not that it really matters because this is backlogged anyway, but in the long run, it matters to me. So I want to go ahead, take this out, and so we're going to do our lifter down, right? So that we can run it in the under level like that. And then we can go ahead, just run it wherever we need it to go. So let's go ahead and fill in some foundations here. God, I love these foundations. They're so awesome. With my bad misclicking sometimes. All right, easy peasy, right? Boom. Added, easy enough. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and do some run lines. Now, whenever I'm doing run lines down here, I might as well go with the 3, like this. And so I'm going to run that. I'm going to run it right there in that corner. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom, boom. And we're going to run in that corner again. And so on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, that's perfect. Wowzers. That worked out perfectly. Put that up there. Ah, I'm out of plates. It's always something. Because we get tree. Let go. All right, it's always something. I'm always out of some resource at some point. I don't pre-plan it out. Aha, there we got some right there. It's okay. I've tried to use up all these resources in all these boxes so I get rid of them. At some point, by the way, I will just sort those all automatically. They'll all go in the correct box without me having to do anything, which is awesome. Or they'll go in the awesome sink. Automatically, nothing I need to do. Just put them in a box, sort it all for me. We'll get into that. But what we need first, before we get into that real deep, is we need to get into some aluminum plates. Kind of feel like I want to put this on the left side. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to put that there. All right, let's shift this over to the left side, because I feel like I'm going to run some other stuff later on that we're going to need. All right. Okay, so that's going to run across there. Definitely want to have these ones in the corner, because that's usually where you fall off, right there. Especially when it is save lagging. All right, left side. Around the edge here. Okay, we got this going. So we want to go ahead and extend this out a bit. Now, I could tap into this bottom corner right here, but I'm just going to go ahead and let it be its own thing. So we're going to revamp all these lines later on. Big turn there. We line it up like this on the center of this. And then you line it up off of that side. And then you push it in by 2. 1, 2. And then you're going to have... gotta double it. Then you're going to have this come across. And then when you turn that corner, boom! Look at that, beautiful. Oh, she's such a beautiful 90. She's so beautiful. Make grown man cry. Love those 90s. Get those 90s in there, people. Make it beautiful. Don't just make it functional. Make it beautiful as well. There we go. All right, nice. Now we're good. We got 1, 2. Actually, this is already... I think this is already a thing. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, it's already counted. Nice. Already counted from before. We're getting there little by little. We're bringing our copper way the heck over here. All the way to the other side of the factory. Really, really far. To get it over on this other side. Okay, now the tricky part. We've got this upper level. We need to get it way over there. We need to get it up there and over there. Now, I don't need this to go into a box. I don't need copper ingots in a box, that's for sure. I need them to go up to there and end up at the end there. Now, I've already got some stuff lifting up there, some water on that side. I've got some stuff lifting up here, but I don't really need to do any of that. What I really want to do is line it up to the outside edge of this and be able to run now. Oh, there's my old run line. We went up over the hill, and we were looking for oil a long time ago. The beginning of this playthrough. All right, and let's see, right about here is going to be our lift area. Right about there. All right, so again, here's a great little trick. We'll go ahead and put a wall conveyor up there. We'll go ahead and use our lifter to help us align this. Nope. Get in there. There we go. Now, this is actually going in the wrong direction, but that's okay for right now. All we need to do is be able to see where that's at from over here, and then we can run our copper. And our copper's kind of running up. Don't like that, because I know eventually I'm going to go ahead and just cover all this back up so we don't see these run lines. Something like that. We'll clean all the rest of that up later on. And let's do a 3. Let's do a 3 and a 3. All right, and this is gonna go. Nope. Nope. Super sensitive mouse. There we go. Yeah, we know exactly where it's going, right? It's not going in the right direction yet, but we know where we're going to, and that's the hardest thing, is knowing what the heck you're doing. That's usually the toughest thing. All right, let's say right there, and we'll go ahead and bring in, we'll go ahead and just do this one as a single line. And like that. This one across into the single. Put a little walkway back there just to make it easy for us to run this. All right, we'll take this out. Put that there. And then we'll go ahead and control. This actually needs to come out. That needs to be going in the right direction. So we need to go up there and fix that first. All right. We got this going over here, though. We can get all that going here in just a moment. We need to fix the direction of which way that's lifting up there. And I'll show you a great little trick for doing that. Let's do it. And away we go. That's why hypertubes are so awesome. They work great as elevators to get you up to that level instead of have to walk your way up there every single time. Fantastic for that use. I think it was down there. Down there. All right, where's that wall at? Underneath us somewhere. Underneath us. Let's go down here. I think I could sneak a few more in there. What? Ah, out of concrete again. Out of concrete again. Let's go get it. Luckily, I have a bunch of concrete running into a box right over here. 8 more minutes on that battle, everybody. Put down as many units as you can so we get as much loot as we can for everybody in the chat. You know what I like? This game. Me too, Powerman. This game is awesome. This is an 11 out of 10. Easy. I have about 26 hours logged in about 4 days. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I did the same thing with like 7 Days to Die. I did do it with this game. I didn't want to burn myself. See, when it's early access, I try not to burn myself out in the game. I try to come back and play it through different ways and different start zones and try different combinations and things like that. It adds to the longevity of the game. for me anyway. And so I try not to burn myself out too quickly. I highly suggest not doing that. All right, I'll go right side. Back down we go. Okay. Oh wait, no, we're gonna fix that backside lifter. We gotta fix the backside lifter. That's what we doing up here. Train. All right. Now, conveniently, I put this wall here so I can see where it lines up from down there. I think that's the wall. Let's hope that's the wall. I don't see any other walls that are on the side there. I'm going to assume it's this one. Let's go ahead and go out a little bit so we can just kind of peek down there. Oh, yeah. And so what we want this to do is go in a certain direction. So first we want to go ahead and establish the direction. I'm just going to go ahead and run a line first. And then run your conveyors. Because they're definitely going to be going the wrong direction. And there we go. We just put that first one in. Fix that direction. And down we go. Oh, actually, it's actually going the wrong direction. I want to go the other way. That's okay. I can hit it from down here. And I want the output to be going that way. There we go. And then that's going to allow me to put it down in there. Like so. Line it up. Easy peasy. That sucker done. That done, everybody. All right. Now we're going to look for a hypertube. There's a hypertube going right there. Going to walk toward that. Get us back up to the top. And away we go. How we doing on our retweets? We're looking good. Let me refresh them. For some reason, they're stuck at 5. Let's see. Maybe they are 5. Oh, no, they're at 6. All right, hey, 4 more retweets. We'll give you some more Kiscast. Remember, they did reset, so now you guys are ahead of everybody else. So you have a higher chance of winning all the giveaways and stuff. Pretty sweet. Let's see. Run that over there. Run that out of there. We are working with our copper. We have one more piece of the puzzle to get into place. And that is our copper right over here. All right. So we've already got this thing running from our plastic here. So we go ahead and use the lower side for our copper. That's going to be super handy. Way over here. Now, where does our copper go? It's a good time to have the jetpack, by the way, when you're working up real high like this. Doesn't go there. Goes right over here. Right here. Let's see if we get away with just one thing. Oh, yeah. And that's where we want it to end up. So we'll say, yo, run it there, Kismet. And I'll be like, all right. Okie dokie. Come on, pick up that wall. There we go. Wall to there. We're running it on the wall. We'll just keep running it on the wall. Some foundation so we can walk around. See if we can get this in there without clipping. And that's easy peasy, bro. There it goes. There it goes, off and running. And that is the complexity that is aluminum sheets. Oh, look out! Apple coming in says, hey, I'm going to show you some love. That's a brand new sub, everybody. Brand new Prime sub love. Show them some love there. You got here just in time as we were finishing up our aluminum. We're now making our aluminum sheets. We got the 780 speed belts we can do now using those sheets. Look, it's already got 12 of them done. It's got a lot. Now, I want these to go back a certain place, back in this direction. So I'm going to go ahead and reverse the direction here. And I'm just going to use my single wall, because that's really all I'm going to run from this direction, is take that aluminum and run it back. Oh, wait, that's going the wrong way. What the heck? Both of those are the wrong way. What the heck here? I'll leave that other one for now. All right, we'll go ahead and run and backtrack this, utilizing what we've already got here. We know this is our max distance of 6 foundations. Just when I tried to rotate it, I pressed the button instead. My bad. And there we go. Let's see if we can get this past this pipe. No clipping! No! Nope. No clipping. All right, we're going to have to use a little conveyor pole to do a little diversion. Right there. Right into there. Kismet don't do no clipping unless I absolutely am forced to do nothing else other than that. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you're forced to do it. Nothing else you can do. All right. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and run it back around this way. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think that's number 6. It was a little iffy right there. Let's see how it goes. Boom. And like that. And like this. And like that. And like I said, it's going to go right into that box. Because that's what we said. We started with the box first. That's where we want it to end up. Once you start with the box first, then you style it. Let's get that extra stuff out of there. And we can also pull it out of the front here so that it runs the aluminum sheets into there. Now, we know this is where we wanted to end up. So every single thing we did, we kind of worked our way backwards and figured it out. Now, why did I run it around that way, by the way, and not around the front? I could have ran it over the train. The reason why I did that is because it's taking up the least amount of space when you do kind of a U-shaped loop. When you loop stuff back in the direction in which something you're already feeding. Like I'm already feeding these lines. So since I'm already feeding those lines, I've already got stuff in place where I can run it back along those lines. I could have ran it out like that and then ran it across too if I wanted to. But this is what I wanted to do. And I wanted to make me a crazy ton. Look, it's got 38 already. I'm taking them. I'm taking them. Whoop, whoop. Let's do some high-level conveyor belts again. Look at us go. Now, I've played through the game many times, by the way, everybody. This is not my first time playing the game. Probably played through about 30 times or so. And we're doing another fun playthrough here. We're doing the Rocky Desert. Watch this. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hold on. Oh, we got to do a launcher. Hold on. We got to do a launcher. You want to be old school? This is how you know Kismet is old school Satisfactory player. You ready? Watch this. Watch this deal. Hold on. We got to... this down here. Before there was hyper tubes, there was the launcher. And what we would do is we would take our we'd take our conveyors, and we would do this. Woohoo! And then you'd use, oh, it's not even working. You would then fly off the end of there, and you would use your jetpack. Hold on, let's try that again. I think I jetpacked too early. There we go. What it would do, it actually doesn't work as well as it used to. It launches you off of there, and you got the momentum, and then it takes you it takes you where you want to go. Yeah, it's like the momentum stops when I get to the end. Like it slows me down. What the heck? Oh, I'm running low on jetpack fuel too. Yeah, look at that. It like stops me at the end. Well, it didn't used to do that. It used to launch you off of there, and you would go into outer space, bro. You would be out of there at like maximum warp. Those are fun. Little old school launchers. Now you can do the same thing with the hypertubes now. They'll fire you out of there, especially if you go down first and then fire out. Then you can use your jetpack to glide across long distances. Very, very fun. Sup, sup. Hello, my guy. What's up, Silence? Z, how you doing? Silence, maybe, is your name. I butcher everybody's name. It's part of my charm. All right, let's do some battles up in here. Let's go. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders while we're running around building epic factories. Right now, we've made a bunch of aluminum. Now, the cool thing is about what I got set up is everything's in line, meaning that I could literally just walk away from the computer and come back in like an hour. Ooh, already got a bunch already. I can come back in an hour and I'd have a bunch of aluminum because all of my aluminum is at rate and everything that's being produced is actually being gotten rid of so it doesn't stop my production. Let's get it going. Oh, and that's another big W. Another win. Subi, JC Hunter, Shinobi, all getting gold. Look at you guys getting that gold. Wabbit's Foot coming in. 26 assists. Way to crush it. MVP right there. All right, let's keep going. We're going to try to get these loyalty tokens. I don't even know what these things do, but I get them anyway. Definitely Musketeer, lower right corner. Let's go. Or upper right corner, I guess that would be. There we go. Now look at this. Just in the time we've been talking. Now look, I already still got the 70 I had on me from before. Aluminum sheets. Look how many it's made already. 96. This is why I jump over tier 4 and tier 2 conveyors, because it takes so long to make those. Where here, I'm going to be in the money like crazy when it comes to those aluminum sheets. Now, you can see them coming down the line. Now, let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit so you guys can see how I did the aluminum. I'll give you one more tour of how we just set up all the aluminum. We just did it today. And so we're going to go way down here. Whee! Whoa, look out. We went down here, and the first thing we started with is water. Now, we got 600 water running here, which takes only 5 of these because you can use your 600 pipe. I feel like eventually I'm going to double up on my aluminum because I'm going to be using a lot of it. But for right now, we're just using really about 300, but we're running the 600 just in case. So we run the power line down, we run a hyper tube down, and we went ahead and run our pipes. We got a pump going here. This is the Mark II pumps. These are all Mark II pipes. And then we've spaced out our pumps all the way up so that it doesn't exceed the head lift. Now, another thing that we used is we used our junctions here. And when you use your junctions, you can actually attach them to the wall. And so it'll make it easier for when you're running vertical pipes up a wall like we're doing. It'll actually attach to the wall, make it easier for you to run. All right. And so we ran all of that, and we used our scaffolding here. You can see I've got kind of a switchback ramp that I'm using to check all of that stuff. And then we can go back up again. All that water is being run all the way up here. That's a cool shot. Up here to the top. There we go. And all that extra water is then being put into this right here, which is our industrial fluid buffer. Now, since we're going at double speed, this thing's going to be full all the time. But just in case we lose power or whatever, we don't have the thing, we still have enough water to run in there. But then again, we don't have any power to run this. So there you go. And this is also bringing in our box ride. Now, our box ride is coming in via train. Now, our train is over here somewhere. Let's see where it's at. Is it? Oh, it's on its way over to it. So I can tell because of the radar. See there on the radar in the middle there? Those are my train. I can tell when it comes back. So it's bringing that box right in, and it's actually bringing it in pretty well. Oh, actually, it's using it up pretty well. And it's bringing it in, and then that box right is already got 2 boxes full of it. So got plenty. And it's going to run in here. It's going to be used up into here along with the water. So we got box right and water, and those are producing our aluminum solution and some silica. Now, you can take the silica and put it back into circulation if you want to. I do not do that. If you're using smart splitters, then you want to do that. But if you're not using smart splitters, then it's not a good idea. I'm just taking it and running it directly into the awesome sink. So now that excess is not a problem. It's not going to stop my production. Because if this fills up with silica, it will stop the production of my aluminum solution. I don't want it to do that. So there we go. So that's making aluminum solution and silica. Silica into the awesome sink, aluminum solution from these 3 refineries running right into here. Now, what else does this need? It needs petroleum coke. Now, I brought the petroleum coke from way off over where I did my plastic, and I brought it along the line into this box right here. You can see we even backlogged some of it, and that is running into there, and that is producing our next step of our aluminum, which is aluminum scrap and producing some extra water. And you're like, Kismet, you got extra water. What are you going to do with that extra water? Well, the extra water, I go ahead and I run out, and that goes into one of the new cool things, the packager, which is very awesome to watch package, by the way. That's cool. So it's running that water in there. By the way, it looks different based on the fluid, by the way, which is cool. And also the coloring of this right here when it's running in there is also different based on the fluid. Now back here, we're running some plastic that we had to upscale a bit today. We're running that plastic into here, and it's making a packagers, empty canisters. So it's making the canisters, and then it combines with the water, and it becomes packaged water. And you're like, Kismet, what the heck are you doing packaged water for? Well, that's also an excess. It has excess water. I can feed that back into the system again, but if it backlogs that water, bam, it's going to stop. I don't want it to stop, ever. So I wanted to keep making me aluminum sheets until I have like 10 boxes full of it, because I'm going to use all of it for sure. And so this water is getting packaged and then run into the awesome sink, right? So that's how I get rid of that excess water, is to package it, and then I can awesome sink it. So that's another excess byproduct. Now, by the way, this is all getting revamped, just so you know. It's getting revamped here this year. They're going to be moving aluminum into Tier 8 as well, and adding all sorts of cool stuff. But there we go. So we've solved the problem of the excess water. We've solved the problem of the excess silica. Now, over here, we're going to go ahead and go to the next stage, which is taking the aluminum scrap, combining it with silica, which we have being produced from quartz and being run over here. And then that's being combined into aluminum ignits finally, right? After you get through all those other stages into here. It has no byproduct, by the way. There's no byproduct in this. It just makes aluminum ignits, which is awesome. That's what we need. We need a lot of those. And you can see my silica is running up, and I've got some copper running up right over here as well. Ooh, I'm out of jetpack too. I've got some copper running in and aluminum ignits. Now this is running at a full speed. And what I can do is to keep it from backlogging, because it did make a bunch of aluminum sheets, a bunch of aluminum ignits before it went and got to the sheets. You can go ahead and throw a booster in there temporarily, say boost it to 150%. It burns up the excess, and then turn it back down to 100% so it's not wasting power. Great way to burn off your excess is to boost it temporarily. And see, I've got 97 extra over here, so I could boost it, it'll make more, and then this runs out, dig down, so it's not wasting power. I hate wasting power for any reason. I like to be as optimized as possible. All right, so that's it. We done. That's aluminum, everybody. And then it's running the aluminum back. It's making those aluminum sheets and then running it back into my box right over here. That train doing? Just go over there, get in the thing. Get over there. And it's running it right back in the box. Now, while we were talking, it made 205 sheets right over there. Now, again, what does this allow us to do? It allows us to go in and do a lot of things, actually. It allows us to combine a lot of our lines together. And let's go down over here. Speaking of combining stuff. Let's go over here and get some fuel that we made previously for our jetpack. All right, we just don't have to keep seeing that thing flashing. So what can we do first? Now, the first thing I would do is to go combine lines that were too slow to run before. Now, I could have already done it with my 480 lines because they're already set up that way. Where am I going? They're already set up that way where I could have used my encased industrial beams to run them at 480. That would have solved the problem. But now that I have the really fast stuff, we're going to get it going on. Let's do it. And I always start with the most important thing. What's the most important resource in the entire game? Concrete. At least that's what I think. Now we've got some stuff running up and down there, some hypertubes there. Here's our line coming down here. Now we know this is a 240 and a 180 in there. I need to extend this hypertube over here. Hold on one second while I revamp my hypertubes for a second. I got this down now. I love using the single window. So you can see where your hypertube is going, right? Because a lot of times, because there's no way to label it, this hypertube goes here, this hypertube goes there. Not yet anyway. So what I like to do is I like to go in and be able to see visually where it's going. Oh, is it just too far? Ah, just a little too far. Such is how it goes, everybody. No problemo. We got this. Oh, wrong way. Let's push it out a little bit. We're going to have some fun. One of the things you can do with your transportation here is you can get these hypertube wall supports, which are really fun. And so you can go ahead and do this. And then we can go ahead and run it from there into there. Again, they don't have a direction, so you can put it however you want. And there we go. So now it'll attach to the wall, won't be in the way. We don't have to put it on the ground and turn it and do all of that stuff. And we can go ahead and test it out. Let's go. Now, these are all my lines running from my lifter. And this is my most excited part, is when I can start combining all of these lines into a single line, so I don't have to have multiple lines being run for the same resource. In this case, you can see I've got 2 limestone nodes running in together. But actually, it's not 2. It's actually 3. Let's go. All right, right down here, you can see we've got 1 over there. We've got 1 right here. There's a limestone. And hidden behind here, which you can't see, is another limestone. Now, these limestones are at a slower rate. They're right now at 120, right? And that means they're a normal node. Coarse nodes start at 30, then normal nodes are 60s, and then pure nodes are 120s. And then when you use a Mark II, it doubles all those numbers. That's why that one's a 120, is because it's a Mark II extractor. Same thing here, 120. And then that one over there also is a 120, but we'll walk over there just to verify we got that going on. Now, if you notice that my line runs are Mark IIIs, even though this is only running at 120. And the reason why that's at Mark III is because that's the normal lines I use. I don't use Mark IIs. I don't use them because it's a waste of time. Those reinforced iron plates, I need those for making stuff, not for running really long lines. I much rather work on my steel, make a bunch of steel beams, and run level 3s for everything. And that's about 99% of this time I'm playing the game. I'm using level 3s until I get to this very moment. Then everything going to be level 5. Eventually we're also going to upgrade this to a Mark III. But we can see that's a 120. So it's actually 240 and 120. Because two 120s together is a 240. So it's 240 and 120 together, which is 360 if you add all 3 of them together. And that's too fast for a level 3 belt, right? The next belt up would be 480. We're going to do a 780 belt right now. Now, I don't need to do it on this belt because that belt is already running at a much faster speed. I don't need to do it on this belt and this belt because that's already running at 240. That's a 270 belt. But I have this running out right here, and that's running up my lift wall. Now, I can eliminate this altogether and go ahead and say, you know what? Hold on. We're going to go ahead and take that out, and we're just going to go ahead and merge this all into the same line. So I'm going to go ahead and take this, and I'm going to run that level 3 into there. So now we're at 360. Now is when we need to go in and start really working our belts. So I'm going to rework the way I have my belts down here in the bar. So number 5 is going to be this belt. And number 6 is going to be our Mark V belts. And you can see the difference between the 2 belts. Just visually, you can see, right? This is orange with lights on the side. That's orange. This is thicker. That's thinner. That's telling you that's a faster belt. Now, also, we're going to need to fix our lifters now to our level 5 lifters. So I'm just going to go ahead and do those all the way up the side here. And you can just upgrade the ones you've already got. And I'm just going to do this one side for now. Not quite sure I can get that top one. Let's go ahead and run back up there. And now we're able to combine all of our limestone together. And so it reduces your line runs. It reduces the amount of things that you have to run up and down. So now I can run even more stuff up and down from the bottom there. Oh, I saw it upgrade. But we need to double check that all of our lines are the appropriate speeds. And this is where you screw up most of the time. This is your biggest screw up moment. Now, how do I know what that is? It's a Mark III, right? If I act like I'm going to take it out, but if I hit 7, boom, now it's a Mark V. Looks good. Not going to act like I'm taking that out. That's a Mark V. I know that's a Mark V. And then I've got a bit of a, as you can see, a scaffolding over here. Jetpack. And that scaffolding is there just for this reason. So I can kind of run over here. I can check these. Those are all Mark 5s all the way down. So that whole entire side now is Mark 5. Now it's actually faster for me, instead of me running up, it's actually faster for me to jump down. And the reason why is because your hypertube is going to go way faster than I'm going to go. Took a little bit of damage there, but I'm fine. It's going to get me to the top with a little effort. So the first thing I always do is concrete, because concrete is my primary item that I utilize, and then we should see it just running on a single line. There we go. Now, we got to go through and we got to upgrade that line. How do we know if it's upgraded? Look at the difference between that line and this line. See, it's up higher, and you can see it. It's pretty obvious. It's got that extra bar on it, which these ones do not have. And so what I would do is I would actually just run along the line, right? Or just let it move you along the line. This one's going to make you move real fast. And move along the line and just upgrade the line as you go. Now that's going to fill that box really, really quickly. Now this box over here is already filled. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it empty this box out first so I can get rid of this box. No longer necessary to have that box, as I already have one over here. And that's just a backfill box over there. So we'll go ahead and speed this one up. Go ahead and go to our lifter. We'll speed that one up. And so on. Now, the reason why I have two lines is because the one was 240 and then the other one was 120. So there's no way I could have combined those onto the same conveyor because the conveyor was too slow. So I needed two separate lines. And this is at the very beginning of the game, by the way. And so I ran that through here. And then it's running into its own spot up above. That's because, again, the lines were too slow. But now that they're faster, I no longer need to lift that to the top edge. And I can go ahead and add these ones here at the end, which I'm running and then looping back into here, any of the excess, to be run up into this one up here, merging it back into the line. All of that can be taken out now. But since I have the extra bit of stuff there, I'll go ahead and leave it for now. But I will go in and just while I'm here, upgrade all of my run lines. Like so. And then upgrade all these lifters. Now these lifters don't need to be level 5. They're not even close to needing to be level 5. That's because one, they're already backlogged, but two, oh, but I'm out of sheets. And two, it's already backlogged. It means it's already made as much concrete as I would need it to make for right now. But it's just good to upgrade everything if you're going to do it, right? And that's the way I am. I go through and I upgrade it all. If I'm going to upgrade a little bit of it, I might as well upgrade it to its maximum speed. The thing is the splitters are your thing that is splitting stuff up, right? It sends one this way, one that way, one this way, one that way. So the speed of your belts, if they're not too slow, right? If they're fast enough to do whatever it is that's on that line, then it doesn't matter how fast it is. It can be as fast as it possibly can be, and it actually helps you in the long run. And the reason why is if your power goes off and then it needs to spin back up into speed, you've already got those fast lines, so it's going to then get there much faster than it would before. Now, another thing we can do, other than running and speeding up all of those lines, is we could also run train lines. So it'll run over there, grab the resources, and run back and forth and whatnot. But that's a lot less reliable speed-wise, because if you're running a line from out of the extractor all the way to the actual device that you're producing or converting it to, that's a constant line. Where trains are not as consistent because you don't know what the ratio is when they're running, depending on the distances that it's running, how long it takes to get from A to Z. There is a calculation for all of that. I don't bother. I just look and see if it's diminishing. If it's diminishing, then we know we don't have enough. Great example, oil. Let's go look right now. We'll pop off the side here. We'll take a look. Now, right now, there's no oil pipes running to my base, right? It is solely this train right here. This train's doing the job. Putting that oil in there, get it going on. Now, if I go in here and I look, I can see that that's full. Well, maybe it's using it all up. Let's go look over here. Nope, that's pretty full too. And this is pretty full here. So I got a lot of extra oil backlogged already, and it's not really using it up. And so it's really going back and forth for no reason right now because it doesn't have enough oil. It's not using up enough oil to keep up with it, right? That's a great way to know. If this thing is empty, you got a problem. I can flush it too, by the way. I can flush all that out of there if I want to start over and try to optimize it, but I'm not going to because I like to have that excess hanging out in there. Let's take that out. All right, so there we go. So we've got our aluminum going. So let's go get some more aluminum, speaking of aluminum. And then I think we're going to take a break. God, how long has that been going? Wow, 5 hours. 5 hours without a break. Bad Kismet. Bad Kismet. There we go. Oh, yeah, you can totally do that as a... Yeah, you can do all the social stuff. YouTube, all of that. You can do all of that. In case someone comes into my channel when I'm not here and they want to know what my YouTube is, then go exclamation YouTube in the chat. Most streamers have that, and if you are a streamer, I suggest you set that up. Having one which is socials, which says all of your social media, and then one which is YouTube, Twitter, whatever it is. Someone's looking for your specific thing. I look for people's Twitter all the time, and they don't have it in their panels down below. So it's really hard for me to find it. So if I can't find it in their panels down below, I'll go to their chat, go exclamation Twitter to see if it's in there as well. Because not only when I rate somebody, I also send them a retweet or a Twitter announcement that we went and rated them usually. But right now, working on that Kismet Love Train. So we'll get that fixed up. Still haven't got it done. So busy. So busy with so many things. What else we got to do? And I got to stop on time today. I got 8 million other things. Speaking of things to do. Aluminum. That's what we're doing. Go to our aluminum right over here. How many we got? Booyah! Whoop, whoop. That's a lot of sweet aluminum right there. All right, so we'll let that run out that excess box first. What else do we really want to fix right now? Well, I guess we could just kind of let this roll. I say we ride the train. Whoops. Oopsie. Sure glad I had these on, though. Just about died right there. Forgot to have my jetpack on. Just jumped off. Oh, get the train. There we go. Perfect. Should get in the back. There you go. Then you can watch it go that way. You can watch it take it out, do all that stuff. All right, I'm going to go AFK here. I've been going for 5 hours. Usually I try to go for a couple hours and then take a break. It's a good health to get up and stretch your legs every now and again, whatnot at work. Or no matter what you're doing when you're gaming, every few hours, get up, stretch yourself. You're going to feel much better, going to get re-energized for playing some games. I'm going to do that right now. You guys ride the train, and I'll be right back. Bye-bye, train. Hope you guys had fun riding the train. Put a 1 in the chat if you did. Never got around to making train satisfactory in the chat. Once got them going. I got it going. Obviously. Obviously. I hope you had fun riding the train, everybody. Always a fun one. A good one to AFK, too. Having a coughing attack. Pretty amazing, though. If you think about this game, man, that was 5.5 hours, and it felt like 15 minutes, right? It felt like 15 minutes went by. We just did that for 5.5 hours, getting that aluminum going, and we're good, man. We are so styling. Now, also, we're very much styling on some of this other stuff that we have going. Let's go look at our heavy modular frames and our and our computers. Oh, remember that box was empty? Not anymore. Computers, oh, we're getting some of them going on. Yeah, there's another one just came through. They go really slow, but you got to think that most of the time you're busy doing something else, right? So if you're busy, man, it's making a crazy ton of them over a long period of time. And I can just AFK and not even worry about it at all. I was like, all right, I'm out. And then just AFK, come back, and bam, I have a bunch of them in there. Another fun thing about this game, just kind of letting it run as well. I see some resources hiding in here, too. Look at all those resources. Lots of sweet resources. All right. So, what do we do at this point? We do a little coughing first. We go ahead and do a battle while I choke to death. And then we're going to work on the next thing. Let's go. Battle time! Stream Raiders getting our battle on up in here. There we go. All right, opens Captain's chest. Bam! Give us some love. Rotisserie G, Red Cop, Wabbit's Foot, and Paul all getting some love. Rotisserie G coming in MVP with that 22 assists. All right, now it's on, everybody. On like Donkey Kong. We got to get in here. We got to use those epics. We got to use those legendaries. I'm going to bring in the big boy, the Wasteland Tycoon himself. Right there, rocking that. Dude, that's me right there. That's me. I'm in the game, everybody. I'm right there. That's me all dressed up. Like at TwitchCon. There we go. Okay, so what are we doing next, everybody, in the game? Well, if we progress properly, we've done our space elevator. We've done all of that other stuff that we need to do. Now we're in our final tier. Now, there is going to be a tier 8. Right now, there's nothing in there. They said they're going to revamp aluminum and actually move it to tier 8. So everything we're doing is probably going to change. But that's okay. It's okay. It's okay to learn a bit of that basics. Now, we've got plenty of aluminum sheets now. So we can go to those Mark IIIs. We can work on our heat sinks, our turbo motors, our batteries. Batteries are really cool for vehicles, by the way. I don't think I've made batteries in a long time. Also going to work us toward our hazmat suit, which we've totally got right now, and our nuclear power. Now, each of these has like a cooldown, by the way, a certain time in which they take to cool down. We're going to go ahead and try to do this one first. And so we're going to say, okay, we need so many modular frames and so many of this and that and the other thing. Now, we have a bunch of stuff sitting right over here, so we're going to go ahead and utilize that first. We're going to go ahead and grab that out of here. Sort this a bit. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff we can just throw away. We'll get into that later on, but let's just go ahead and get some of that out of the inventory there. All this excess stuff we've got. So, because another one. Let's get these out, that out. This stuff we could use. Alrighty. Let's try this again. Now, we got a whole bunch of stuff out of there. We're going to go ahead and say this one. We're going to select that as a milestone. And we're going to control-click that right into there. Easy peasy. Looking good. So we need some more heavy modular frames and computers. And now you know why I was making heavy modular frames and computers. Is because we're going to need them to go to our next step. Now, in every... I feel like every... 2 to 4 tiers, everything scales up or doubles or triples. In the case of this level here, you're really getting to a point where things are going to start to triple. Look at that. See, you've got a little sand on there. How cute. Off you go.
Milestone reached. Advanced aluminum parts can now be produced, which are necessary to build the Miner Mark III. Batteries can be used as a fuel source for vehicles.
Now, normally at this part, this is where I make nuclear power, and then I reset. I start a new playthrough, but we're not doing that this time. We're actually going to work on the higher end stuff around this time. That's going to take 14 minutes and 30 seconds before that's ready again. And then we'll be ready to do our hazmat. And then also what we need is high-speed connectors and AI limiters to unlock our nuclear power. Now, if we look at this other stuff here, right, like miners and turbo batteries and all of those things, we can see some of those production items that we're going to need. Great example, batteries are going to need some of that sulfur that we have, right? So we're going to need a little bit of that in that battery production and a bit of everything else that we have going. High-speed connectors, we're going to need our circuit boards, which we're also using for our computers and whatnot. And then way down here are heat sinks, which aren't too bad. That's just using straight up aluminum and rubber. We've got plenty of both of those now. This is probably the toughest thing in the game to make. And the reason why is it has so much precursor items to make before it actually makes that turbo motor. So if you're making 5,000 turbo motors every minute, you're a pro. That's a lot of work, though. That's a lot of work. You could do that. I mean, I don't know if 5,000, but maybe 500 per minute. That is a lot of work. But these turbo motors allow us to do level 3 extractors, right? And really, we could just say, hey, we want to make some heat sinks right now. And then we could go ahead and say, oh, we want to make some radio control units. Where are those? Let's look around for our radio control units. See it in there? Nope. Because there's certain items that you can't make in the actual craft bench. You got to go over here and make them over in this thing. And so we'll look over here. Any radio control units over here? Oh, no radio control units there. Now, another thing I would check is I would check those two things. But the number one thing you want to check is, have you unlocked it? Is it unlocked in your progression in game? I don't know what happened to my MAM here, but we'll put another one down. And so we'll go ahead and look at our MAM right there. And we'll take a look at our progression. How we doing our alien organism? Oh, wow. We got some more to do there. Okay, we'll come back to that. We got some more to do there. We've got another one to do down there, which is Locatirium. Oh, we got some more to do there. So we got some stuff to do. Right? Flower petals, done. Marsilia, done. Nutrients, done. Plugs, power slugs, done. Quartz, not done. Quartz needs to be done. In fact, we need to get our oscillators going and a whole bunch of other stuff going. And there is that radio control unit, which uses our crystal oscillators from our crystal, which is currently not doing anything right now other than making some silica. But the whole other line is not doing anything. And we're going to be using that for our crystal oscillators here in a bit. That's what we're going to work on next, right? This is the highest end of the highest end of the game. Radio control units, and then getting into those other items. So we got to unlock that first. So our first mission, get the items that unlock this right here, which is our crystal oscillators and 200 aluminum sheets. You're like, Kismet, you haven't done your crystal oscillators yet? We did a little bit of them. And the way you can tell, way you make your crystal oscillators in here somewhere, there we are, is you got to have quartz crystal, wire, and then a whole bunch of reinforced iron plates. Now, we have enough motors to hold us over for a while. Now, we're pretty good on motors. So we can go ahead and divert or create a whole nother line, because we have separate lines. And so we're going to create separate lines, by the way. We're not going to be diverting anything or retooling our factory. We're going to be creating separate lines for items now. And we can use our rule of 8 to create a bunch of reinforced iron plates. We have plenty of extra wire that we don't need to redo, but we do have a lot of pure nodes that we can use toward our crystal oscillators and make reinforced iron plates specifically for it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and probably work on those. Those will be our highest priority because those lead to everything else down the road that we need to get to the highest end items. So let's go ahead and do that while we're waiting. Right down here. That out. Okay, now right here you can see it's actually making quartz crystal, which is what we're going to use to make the other item that we need. Let's put that back in. The item that we need. And we're going to put it over here on the side by itself. We got plenty of room over here for a big giant manufacturer. You're like, Kismet, you're making it in the manufacturer. What the heck? Why are you putting it in there? Well, here's the thing. It's one of the very first earlier items in game that actually uses the manufacturers, other than heavy modular frames and computers. But it actually uses the manufacturer. That's because it has 3 items that it's going to input into here, right? And so we need to get this all squared away as well. And we're also going to be squaring away all of our underlines and all that stuff. We'll probably do that in the future. But for right now, we need quartz crystal, cable, and reinforced iron plates at a rate of only 2.5, by the way. It's very low. If you use your rule of 8 when it comes to producing stuff, and say you have 120 iron, that's going to produce 20 reinforced iron plates, where this only needs 2.5. So if we go ahead and double it up, we could go ahead and actually make a lot more crystal oscillators faster, right? Because later on, when you're doing your crystal oscillators and you're making your other stuff, all right, like when you get up into these higher ones like this, turbo motors, when you're making this higher end stuff like this stuff going to take forever. It's going to take forever to get done. But look at how many motors, see? That's why I don't want to take my motors out, because I need those motors. I'm going to need them for this production later on. In fact, I actually need more motors than I'm producing right now. That's 7.5. Let's go over here and look at how many motors we're actually producing. Now, by the way, remember that this entire production that you see along this entire side is all for motors, right? At least 90% of it is for motors. Oh, wrong way. Oopsie. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Go that way, bro. You can turn around in the tube. I was trying to slow him down so he wouldn't fire out of there. Turn around in the tube. This one. There we go. Way over here. Now, between where I am and all the way back over there, all of this from back there all the way forward, and then some of this over here, and some over on that side, is all going to make motors. That's it. That's all that resource does. And those motors are right here. Right here. And how many are they producing? 5. So if I wanted to actually have this going at the rate of the turbo motors, I would have to do this entire thing again, right? A second time, right? Which I'm probably not going to do, but we could. We could go to get some more resources, tag them in, run the things, do our rule of 8, run through the rule of 8, try to get our copper in there, get all that stuff going. But it needs 7.5. I've got 5. That's more than enough. You don't need that many turbo motors. I find because you don't really have anything beyond tier 3 extractors to really use them for. And so if you're in a real big hurry, just AFK. Just AFK, come back, it'll make them eventually. But let's get our crystal oscillators going over here, because we're going to need a bunch of them. So let's do it. Now, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take our crystal right here, and we're going to do the same thing we did with our silica, and we're going to run it under. We got a lot of extra sitting right here, and we're going to run it down under, and then we're going to find a nice place to run it up. Nope, that's not it. That ain't it. Aha. But the thing is too far forward. How do I know? If I go in and try to put this in, oh no, it's perfect. Sometimes it's a little too far forward, and if you put that in, it'll run through the foundation. All right, so here's what we want to do. We want to get all 4 of these filled with resources, right? Nope. Remember, we only need 3. So we don't even need to do that last one. Just those 3. Right there. And what do we need? Alright, what do we need to make crystal oscillators? Quartz crystal. Done. Now, if you notice that I'm going to start using my level 6 or level 5 belts for everything. Anything that I make from now on is going to be a level 5 belt. I don't like stuff to clip, though. When I see stuff like this, no, no, no. No clipping. So you'll see me go in and try to rearrange all this stuff to try to avoid that clipping. I thought that was already at the ground level, but we'll check it out again. I don't even like the items on the thing to clip. So there we go. So that's running into there. Okay, item number 1 done, right? Because we already had it set up from before, so easy, right? What's the next thing we need? We need some wire. Right now it's got no power. So let's go ahead and run this over to about there. I think we decided that we wanted to go up 1 on all of these. So let's go ahead and make it fancy. Let's make it fancy. There we go. You know what? I think I'm going to use my... Very rarely do I use the thinner foundation. But I think I will. It's so fancy. Fancy. All right. All I really wanted to do that for is just so I could run this power line up there. And then I could run another one down here. So I can then tie the power back across over to there. All right. That's up and running. Do you notice, by the way, I haven't had to do any power for a very long time? And the reason why is because my my factory is so balanced, right, that it only makes the thing until it fills a box and then it stops. Right? If we go look at the power usage right now, boom. We getting up there, right? We getting up there, but we still haven't tripped it with all the stuff that we did. That was just from that power that we did from just the 1 coal and then a bit of oil over there. But at some point, we're going to need some more power. And in fact, very soon, if we're going to run all of this stuff, including all of the aluminum stuff. All of that aluminum stuff we added probably doubled the amount of power that we're using on an every minute basis, right? And now this is going to double it up too, or add a lot to it, because I'm going to have the cable constantly running and the reinforced iron plates constantly running to make these quartz crystal. Now, I actually have the stuff on me. So I can actually just put it in there, and it's going to start up right now, making those suckers right now, which is fine by me. And that's why I'll have some of those to throw into the thing. But that's not gonna help in the long run. So let's go ahead and put that in there. And again, I'm going to switch all of my belts now from 3s to just nothing but level 5, level 5, and level 5. There we go. All right, now we're just going to run nothing but level 5s. And that's going to make them crystal oscillators and run them right into there. Now, it just so happens that I do have a huge backlog of a lot of these resources laying around up there, down here, all of that. I could just manually feed them in there, but we're not going to do any more of that offline running. We're just going to do all inline running for right now. Now, I do also have back here a bunch of resources that I can bring forward, much like I'm doing right here, right? I'm bringing this forward and running that in there. This needs to definitely be redone. But I'm going to need to divert a bit of that. And I've got all of this stuff coming down, so I'd have to divert it over here just to get it out of my way and whatnot. Like that. So let's go ahead and work a bit on that. We got those. We got them forward. I'll say that now. Oh, wait. We don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to do that. We can run that as a single line now. Sweet. All right, single line for the win. Here's a great little trick too. See how we've got these mergers already stacked here? You just go ahead and put a merger there, and then use that merger as basically just a pedestal to hold that. But I actually need the merger in this case. But you could just use it as a way of directing your stuff. So again, I actually need the merger though, which is kind of funny. So we're going to go ahead and run that forward. Merge that up there. Take this out here. Merge that into there. Ah, no, no, no. Too ugly. Too ugly. What's coming out of there? I don't even remember what's coming out of there. Let's see. Too ugly. Let's go ahead and go with a nice lifter. No. Get in there. Okay, so those are now going to merge together into a single line, and so I don't need the two lines anymore. The problem is when they get over here, they're actually running to two separate sides, which we don't want to do. We don't want to run it to two separate sides anymore. We want to run it now into a single line. And that's because both of those are pure nodes, so it's a 240 and 240. You combine them together, it's a 480, but that's a 720. This is a 720 line. And so all the ones that are up on the top one, including the lines on the top one, are now unnecessary. So we're going to go through, optimize this. I didn't mean to optimize this, but this is what we're going to do throughout the entire factory, by the way. Go through and now optimizing using our fastest lines. And this is really awesome because you're going to get a lot more out of a lot less, right? Out of a lot less room, you're going to do a lot more. Now, what this is doing is this is doing double splitting. This is actually one of my favorite ways of running it, where you run the resource down the middle and it's splitting one side and then the other side, because it's really super efficient space-wise and resource-wise. Very, very awesome. And now that we got the faster belts, we're in business. All right, we'll go from the machinery down to the actual splitter. Now, all of these are lined up across the way. So now, both sides is going to split to both sides. Now, you can't always do this because your belts are not fast enough. But definitely in the later stages, like I'm at now, you definitely have the ability to use your faster belts. And that's going to go ahead and get that going. Now, we can't forget to upgrade all of our lines, because now that we've done this, in between here, our lines are still level 3. So we got to go through and make sure that we upgrade all of those. Now, we don't necessarily have to upgrade our sides here, but we definitely want to upgrade our main lines. But I'm going to upgrade them anyway. Why? Because I can. And I just roll over it to see if it's highlights. If it highlights, then we know it's a level below level 5. It turns from orange to that kind of silver color. If you're gonna do it, do it. Don't screw around. Booyah. That's pretty sweet right there. That's pretty sweet. All right, looking sweet. All right, we got that going. Now we need to get some more resources from way down there to over here where I need them to be. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of this. Extend this out. Now let's leave that. Run this over here. Okay. And again, what do we need? Wire, I believe it was, and something else. I can't remember the other thing, because my brain attention span is about that long. Alright, the other thing is cable reinforced iron plates. Let's write that down. Cable, what do we need? We need 14 cable. Oh, and there it went! Finally! Finally able to... wow, that was some good foreshadowing. 2.5 forced iron plates. So there we go. So this is the #1 problem in this game, and that is power. For the first time in a very long time, my power has turned off. What do I do? Well, whatever you just added to your power, that's the thing you need to turn off, right? Look, our power actually went up and down a little bit there, right? If your power is being inconsistent, you need to know why that power is being inconsistent. But let's go ahead and turn it on and see what happens. Oh yeah, we're way over the top. Now, why all of a sudden am I over the top? Well, one, I'm running that quartz into there, right? So that's going to turn all the quartz extractors on. I'm doing this, which is actually now powering up and using its power, 55 megawatts there. I've actually put some items in there, so it's actually making the items. And then, of course, we added all of that aluminum. Now, that's okay. We're not that worried about it, right? Because guess what we can do? We can walk over here and utilize some more of our oil. In fact, I don't even know how much of my oil I'm actually using at the moment. So let's go ahead and just take a quick little peeky peek of how much we're using. So we got 60 going into there. And this would be 60. That's 120. This is 240 over here. And then over here, we've got 120. We got another there. That's 180 right there. Yeah, so we're using a good amount there. Again, how much is this using? This is using 30. So that's 60. Hold on, that's 60. This is 30. This should all be 30. Yeah, 30, 30, and 30. 30. All right, so that's 3 of them there. So we have 3 oil right there. And then we added 2 more, so we have 5. Hey, sorry, what's 5 times 30?
5 times 30 is 150.
All right, so we're using 150 there. Let's write that down. Okay, 150 oil being used on that side. And then we got our refineries, which are refining... that's just for that. Our refineries, which are on the other side, which are also refining the oil into fuel. And that fuel is then being run into these right here. Let's get over to this side. We can see that. See the fuel going down, and then the fuel's coming up, running into all of our power plants that we're using right now. So are we using up all of the fuel? Are we using up all of the oil that we're extracting? Because now we have to stop. We have to stop what we're doing and figure out our power situation. There you go. What floor should you build with if you're a starter? Just start with your regular floors, just your foundations. I'd start with these ones, the 8x4s first. When I'm on the ground level, I always use the 8x4s, so they fit better in the ground level. But as I go and I build my factory up, I switch to the 8x2s. The reason why is I feel like the 8x2s are still strong enough to hold up the machinery that are on there. It's just RP. It's not going to fall down. It's just my thoughts. I feel like those are strong enough. They don't look really weak and look like they're going to fall. But if you're trying to optimize, then you do that 8x1 and just say, hey, it's made out of titanium steel or something. Whatever you want to do. But it does. These 8x1s, look at the size of these 8x1s. Let me put them over here. Save life. Look at the size of the 8x1. Do you think that's going to be holding up a gigantic refinery on the top of that thing? I don't think so. And then one of these big old suckers right here on the top of that thing, you don't think that's going to bow and eventually fall? I don't think so. That's why I typically use these ones, because I feel like they're pretty thick. I feel like they would hold it pretty well. And then, of course, when I'm doing ground level stuff, I typically will use the 8x4s like that to get started. And then as I go up, I'll use that. And then later on, if I need those, like I've been using those, I just use those for over the top of my manufacturer over there, just to have it so I can hang the power. There we go. All right, so where were we at? We're 150 oil there. Now we need to look at our fuel refinery here, and that's using 60. I think we already counted this. So look at our cool walkways, by the way, too. Very cool. So that's 60 times 4. Hey, Suri. Hey, Suri. What's 60 times 4?
60 times 4 is 240.
60 times 4 equals 240 oil or fuel. All right. Now, again, when you're doing this, you want to have your inputs and outputs and have them all match. Now, I know that I have a lot of extra oil. The way I know it is because I can look in the fluid buffer and I can see I have 2 of these full. In fact, I actually have 3 because this train station here acts as a 3rd canister or a 3rd fluid container. And so all 3 of those are full. So it's like basically 7,500 oil that I have backlog. So I know I'm using less oil than I am getting. Now, because I need power, now's a good time to figure out how much my train is bringing to me right now. Actually, it's on the other side. Can we catch it? Can we catch it before it goes? Go, 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 go! Get on the train! Whoop, whoop! Oh, the train's off! The train's off because the power's off. Yeah, so the train is currently off. Too funny. So now one of the things that I suggest you do in the game is that all of your transport, your mission critical stuff, is on its own separate line. That means that your trains, your hypertubes, your electric plants, all of that stuff is on its own connection away from everything else. Now what I'm going to do is, because this is the last thing I added, is I'm going to take that off. And it's going to try to start up. You heard it try to start up. It didn't work. Now you want to have one of these poles laying around. I'm going to go ahead and actually run this pole out here. You want to have one of these poles around so you can go ahead and see what's going on with your factory. Right now, it's trying to produce, basically, it's consuming 2764, and it's only producing 2550. So we've got a bit of a problem there. Now, how can I just cut the rest of my factory off and say, yo, don't want to be running it that way? Well, I do have some cross connections running underneath that I could cut and whatnot, but I really feel like what it really needs is an on-off switch. You put that whole side of the factory, and then you put an on-off switch right here, and you flip that whole side of the factory off. That's what it needs in this game. They have mods for that, where you can do whole computers in different parts of your factory. You can turn on and off. I don't play with mods. I play only base version. Until I play it so much that I've kind of burned myself out on it, I wanted to have some DLC. That's how when I use mods. Other than that, I don't even use alternate recipes. And the reason why is anybody who's watching my stream can do exactly what I'm doing. If you don't have the alternate recipe that I have, then you can't do what I'm doing. Which sucks. Which is why I don't use alternate recipes early on. Okay, so we got this going. We got a whole bunch of stuff going over here. What kind of thing can we cut, right? Right here, we've got this running. That's running out to there. This is connected into the rest of our power over there. But where is this actually connected into the system? Now, a lot of this chains off of each other across here. And I could cut whole parts of my factory off by simply just going like this. And it will try to start itself up again, right? Now you got to remember that later, because you got to come back and reconnect that when you have enough power. But it's going to try to cut that off. Let's see how we did on the startup again. Okay, same kind of thing. Let's do it again. That says 0 power. You know why? Because that's connected into there. So we don't really know what the power it's actually using. So let's go ahead and use one that we know we would use here in our hypertubes. Let's go look at that. 0 megawatts. There we go. Now it's going. Because we know we're into that thing. Again, it's trying to start up with 2742. Can't do it. This is the most frustrating thing about the entire game. Is that when you constantly don't have enough power and you're trying to fix your power, but you do need power to fix the power because you want to use your hypertubes, you want to use all that stuff. And that's something we'll work on, but first we're going to go ahead and do this battle. Let's go. No worries, Surfer. Best thing to do is ask the mods. JC Hunter's in the chat right now. He can help you out. I used to have my chat commands down in the panel. Put that in mod discussion, JC Hunter, to put the commands back down in the panel. Chat commands in the panel. Is there a video explaining the rule of 8? I just did it earlier. When this video hits YouTube, you can see it there. But there is a video coming soon on Satisfactory and on the rule of 8 and other things like that on my YouTube channel. If you want to check it out, bam! Go right over there, hit that YouTube channel in the chat, hit that like button, and I'll be showing you that in another playthrough as well. I'm going to actually be doing it from the very beginning. I'm going to be, you won't see me in those guides, by the way. I like to do guides where you don't see me and you just see what I'm doing, as opposed to here on the stream where you can watch all the interaction and me talking with chat and all that stuff. I like to do my guides separate, you know, where you just see in the action what I'm doing. I'm talking about a very specific thing. I don't like 45-minute guides. I hate 45-minute guides. I don't even like 30-minute guides. I like my guides to be as short as necessary, to the point. This is what you do. Step 1, step 2, step 3. You're done. Off you go. Right? Because those are the type of guides I like to watch. So that's why I create those kind of guides. There we go. Bo, Power Man, Red Cop, and Subi all getting the love. Recognizer coming in overall MVP. 19 cents. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very fun. Oh, I got a golden badge. Look at me go. We do it about every 30 minutes or so. Might as well just collect those while I'm thinking about it. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. All right, how are we looking on time? Ooh, get 2 more battles in. Which way are we going? I think we were going to go top side and try to do the mystery. Ooh, but then we're going to end on the mystery. We're either going to do the mystery next time or this one. All right, let's screw it. Let's just go for it, everybody. I think you guys got it. Come on. Let's do it. Pulling in the Centurion, getting in my spot. Let's do it. No time talking about it. Might as well get it done. And I gotta go right at 4 o'clock today too. I gotta run out and do a bunch of stuff. All right. So we're power problem. So we're running all this power all over the place. How is this power? How is all of this stuff powered? That's one of the things you want to look at. Now, one of the things that we looked at was the fact that this is going across here, right? So we got this cross going across the lines. And if you backtrack all of this power, it actually ends up over here. Because it's actually coming up from down below, which is where our power is being generated, way down there in the bottom. So in theory, if we cut this power line, some of our stuff might come back on. Let's go look. Now, organizing this and fixing this so that when you're running your power lines, you're actually running 2 separate lines is vitally important. Kismet's got the skills. Got the skills, bro. Look at them skills right there. This is why you have a single line. You can cut off a portion of your factory just so you can get your power back up and running, so you can then fix your power problem. In this case, we're going to fix this power problem because we took that out. But look, my hypertubes are on, right? Because they're running a separate line. They got a separate line from that main line over there, which is running in my factory. Now, the problem is it's no longer making the stuff that I need to make, right? So we got a bit of a problem, and we're going to see if we can solve it within the next hour. All right? So first thing we need to do is figure out how much oil we're using, right? We're using 240 for fuel, 180 or 150 for our manufacturing of plastic and all of that. But how much oil are we producing? How much oil do we got, right? Well, if we had a train, which started up and off it went, again, notice that my train is part of my primary stuff. Notice that all of this stuff over here is part of my primary stuff, right? It's connected into my primary lines. And one of the things you can do is you can actually come in and color your lines. Like I was using purple as my power lines. So I know that anything that's on this purple line is going to be there when I cut off the main line, right? When I cut off the main line, okay, all the stuff that's orange or whatever color I want it to be is on this one line, and then everything that's purple is on the other line. Now that takes a lot of time to color them all and put them all in and do all of that stuff. I typically only do that for example, just a little bit, and then I don't spend the time doing it. If I felt like this was like the finished base that I was going to do, then I might do that. But I just use stuff for example here on the stream because I know I'm going to restart at some point. When they revamp the aluminum tier, delete, new playthrough. I don't get too nostalgic about playthroughs. I don't mind in any second just to say, all right, starting a new one, just like that. It's very fun. But we want to try to get into the high tier stuff here. And so we're going to need some more power. So let's get on our train here. And I like to just sit on the train. You can actually get in the train too, if you want. But me, I like to sit on top of the train. In fact, I don't think I've ever sat on the railing of the train. Yeah, let's sit on the front railing of the train. What if I fall off? Let's find out. Like I've ever sat on the edge of the train right here. I've sat on the top many times. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we die. Off we go. Let's give it a go. So now what we need to do is we need to figure out what our original oil input is. Now the train is going to be a kind of factor that's going to kind of mess us up eventually. There we go. This is a push-pull train, by the way. Push-pull train, what it does, has two engines, one on the back and one on the front. And they can go in two different directions. You put one station one way, the other station the other way, right? So this one's going that way, that one's going that way. This train goes to this one, that train goes to that one. And that's a push-pull train. They're the easiest trains to do. They take the least amount of resources, and they are incredibly, incredibly effective and very fast, as you can see, because we're cranking right now. So let's get out here and do this. Now, if you really want to do this well, I suggest to start a spreadsheet or to have a little notepad to write this stuff down and say, oh, my oil inputs are this, this, and this, and this. Always a good idea to do that if you're real serious about maximizing your time so you don't have to go back and relook again like I'm doing right now. Good to write that stuff down. Okay, so way over here, this is about 1,500 to 2,000 away from my primary base, is our oil collection. Now, I happen to know, because I have played in all the starter zones, and I played in the advanced zone where a crazy ton of oil is, that I know I could go to right now and make so much power, it would be no problem. But eventually, we want to get our nuclear power going, and so we'll get that going at some point. But first, we want to go ahead and figure out what our oil is. So we're at 120 right now. Now, by the way, these don't have an upgrade. So whatever these are is what it is. Ooh, look at that. Emptied it out. Boom. Emptied that sucker out. Now, you also notice that I have Mark IIs up here. Just because I can. They're not necessary, but I got them up there. But I actually need them because these are actually a little bit faster than 300. So 120 there. Down here, we've got 120, so that's 240. And then over here, oh, pure node. That's a pure node, so that's 240 as well. So 480 oil is our actual input, but we don't have it run like an actual oil line. We actually did have it run originally before I had my trains, but we don't have it run in such a way that it will consistently bring us 480. Because our train is the factor in between, right? It's got to go pick it up, bring it back, drop it off, so on. And that's why you want to have fluid buffers on both ends, I feel anyway. Like I've got 2 fluid buffers here, which has a massive amount of extra oil in both of these. So this has a really good backlog. As well as the other side does as well. Now, we know what it is. It's 480, right? That's when we write it down. We write it down, and then we do a little bit of math here to figure out how much we have left. So we already know that we're using 240, so we can just throw that other 240 away, and that leaves us with 240. Then we're using 150 to do some of our manufacturing. So we asked Suri, because Suri ain't doing nothing. She just sits here all day. It cost me $1,000. Still paying on that sucker. I'm going to be paying on that thing for years. Hey, Suri. What's 240 minus 150?
240 minus 150 is 90.
90. All right. That leaves us with 90 oil, right? And so we're using 60 times 4. And that means we can add basically one more because it's 60, needs 60 oil per, right? So we'll wait for our train to come back. Like so. Our jetpack on. Ooh, it's got a little railing on the other side. I like to be up on top. I like to just be standing on top, not necessarily in the thing. But if I go in it, by the way, it will actually tell you some of the things, what it's doing. It's docking. Ooh, that's cool. I'm inside the container. It's docking. It's got the brake on right now. It'll also tell you how fast it goes. And it averages about 120 miles an hour when it's up to speed. And then, of course, if you're going down or up, it will adjust its speed. Now, I have a ramp that's like the minimum lift distance, and it's over a long period of time, so it doesn't slow down my train. But you can see it's pretty long distance there. But when I'm going down, it's actually speeding up. It's actually about 140 kilometers per hour, or miles per hour, or kilometers per hour. And so there we go. And then it will slow down when it comes into the train or into the station automatically. So again, we have 60 extra, or basically 80 extra, 90 extra, 90 extra to get it going on. And again, if we go over here, we want to create some fuel. Well, dang, it's got a 60, so we don't really have enough for 2. We have enough for 1 more refinery. Now, I can tell you, because I built a bunch of it ahead of time, and the fact that these are all not running at full speed, that we probably have way more fuel than we actually need. When these are running at high capacity, they're using a lot of fuel. When they're running at a lower capacity, then you're using a lot less fuel. How do we know? Well, we go over here to our fluid buffer and we look, it's full. That's telling you that it ain't using all of that fuel, right? So if we take the calculation and we say, okay, say 15 of this fuel per one of these, right? And how much fuel are we producing? See, that's important to know. You don't really know what these numbers are, by the way, until it actually starts. Oh, this one has no connection. Oh, I lost my connection to this one. I must have accidentally taken that out. Did I stop doing these connections? Oh, yeah, I accidentally took these connections out. Oh, look out. What happened there? That's probably when I held down control and I did a connection and I lost some of my power. Get in there, you. There we go. That one too. Huh. All right. Yeah, see, that's what dropped down my power. Is I was over here screwing around and I was taking this stuff out over there and I must have accidentally hit those power lines over there. Now it makes me want to double check all my power. I thought we should be up higher than 2,500. It's 2,800. The reason why is we have 1,800 from our coal power. And then if we look at how much power this is producing, 150, we can go in and calculate it, right? So 1, 2, mouse, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 8 of them. Hey, Siri, what's 8 times 150?
8 times 150 is 1,200.
1,200. So in theory, all of this should be adding to 1,800. Hey, Siri, what's 1,800 plus 1,200?
1,800 plus 1,200 is 3,000.
3,000. So there's actually 150 missing right now from our power. So somewhere, probably this one, is not connected. So these lines got disconnected when I was doing something, and it actually dropped my power down, way down, and then that is why my factory is no longer working. So instead of adding more power, we just fixed the problem that was causing us not to have enough power. Right? That also is very effective in that case. But I always go into problem-solving mode like that. I'll go through, I'll count it, I'll figure out how much I need, how much extra oil I have, how much power I need to make everything run. Now that we know what the problem was, we can go ahead and reactivate our plant from our single line over here. And where's it at? Over here. That's basically running our entire factory. And we'll fire it back up again. See them all turn on? See them all turn on? The whole factory should be on now. Whee! All right. Now we can go ahead and take a look. Boom. All right. There we go. Now it's at 2,000 in its power, where it was at 2,700 before. Why was it at 2,700? That was because we were using our resources over here. And the second we start using some resources over here, boom, we put that in there, and this starts to power up. Then what's going to happen is, oh, I actually put the cables in there that I need to run the cable. That's too funny. Let's run the cable first. There we go. So what it's going to do is start that up. Now, when it starts this up, it's also going to start up all the other resources, like the quartz crystal and all the other stuff that we're going to be running into there, which is going to spike that number way up. Now, another thing that could have happened while we were busy doing all of that and fixing things and fixing all our lines and all of that is that our aluminum up here could have stopped. And I kind of feel like that might be it. Let's go take a look. Let's take a look and see if this box is full. Nope. Nope, still going. Still going. We're going to grab a bunch of that. No, still going just fine. So let's go ahead and take a look, see if all this stuff is good over here. Silica running in. Let's see that packaged water. Come on. Let's see it. There it goes. Packaged water looking good. Now, all of this stuff takes time to fire all back up again. It doesn't instantly turn on. And so we got our water pumps turned back on again. We got our refineries back on. We've got our forges and all of that stuff. All that stuff's still spinning back up to full speed. We also have our trains running. We have our awesome sinks running. All of that going simultaneously. And once that tries to ramp up to full speed, then we should be pretty good. And I keep this right here for this reason. Just so I can go in. There we go. Now it's getting in there. All right. So now it's getting fired up. We can see it's getting up into that 2,300 range. Looking good. Now we still have a 700 of a difference there. So we should be able to get this quartz crystal going. We'll see how it goes. Or oscillators, crystal oscillators. Which is what we're trying to get. Again, cables and reinforced iron plates. So, where are we going? Oh, we're trying to go across here. That's what we're trying to do. So let's go ahead, grab these. See if we can go ahead and get this well adjusted. Ah. Let's do this first. No clipping. Just controlling the heights of my line runs so they run over the top. Woo-wee! They run over the top of this other crystal stuff running in here. Okay, and we want to go ahead and then get these across over to here. And so we'll go ahead and run those there. And we're running it in between these other belts. Kind of don't like it because it's a bit bigger. And it's cutting into my top belt there. Don't like that at all. Now, the funny irony is we need these later on. So I can actually just cut those out. And I'm actually divert those to actually where I need those manufactured-wise later on. Wise. And we'll take this out because we don't want anything to hit the top of there. Okay, so now we got to go down over here. We got to find that wire. And we got to find the other thing. What was the other thing? Reinforced iron plates. So, doesn't matter which one we do as long as we do them consistently. Oh, nope, that's not going to run. That's too far for it to run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Almost ran that in the wrong direction. Okie dokie. Again, see how many aluminum plates I have now? I mean, I got a crazy ton of them. Nothing I need to do. No reason to do level 4s. I feel anyway. I just work toward level 5s and then I'm good. Then I run everything at level 5. So we'll go ahead and convert this across. Now what we're looking for is we're looking for specific resources that we have along the line here. And I believe my cables are right about here. Where are you hiding cables? I think they go down. I think they go down into the center. Yeah, right there. Right there, but I think we diverted those as well. I think that's not even running. Not even running. Look at all this stuff. Well, we got to fix all this stuff later on. Later on, more later. There's our motors. This is most likely our line. Yeah, see, we're diverting that into our manufacturer right now. I forget how much we're making. We're making way more than it's using because it's got that going. How much do we need? 14 cable. And this is using 22.5 in there. So, 22.5, we'll make a note of that too. Come on, fingers. 22.5. Catch up here in the chat in just a second, everybody. Sometimes I get focused, obviously, doing complex calculations. There we go. I got a safety torch. Well, there you go. Now you're safe. You got the safety torch. Now you can do the safety dance with your safety torch. You can dance. I'm not going to sing it because I'll probably get in trouble. Which is too bad. You can't even sing any songs anymore. Just tells you how much life sucks sometimes. Silence, Moldy, and Tuplex, thank you so much for those follows a little while ago. Appreciate that. Dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the team. We're Tide Goods. We're having lots of fun today, man. We're crushing it. Crushing it big time. What the heck am I doing? I am looking for my cable. Over here. We're producing a whole big bunch. Right over here. How much we're producing? 30. Wow. Okay, that covers just that. One of those covers what we got going. And I think we did some more just because we were going to use some here in the future. Holy mackerel. Look at all that cable. All right, way more cable than we need. But hey, that's what I like to see. I like to see more cable I need because I knew I was going to need it for my crystal oscillators. And we've already got it patching out of here and running off this way. How do we have that coming out of there? Oh, right here. So yeah, that's coming across there. And being diverted directly into there. But we could go ahead and also go ahead and split this baby. You know what I don't got? I don't got any wire. But I can just pick it up right here off the belt. I always find that funny. The very thing you try to work on is the very thing that you don't got. All right, let's just go ahead and do a little splitter there. And we'll go ahead and split that right into here. Huh. Oh, that's running the wrong direction. That's not running out, that's running in. Interesting. Just take that whole line out. All right, so we want to go ahead and split. Nice little splitter there. Where we're trying to get to. Gotta figure out, man, it's a mess in here. Clean this all up. I'm trying to go right here. Yep. Okay. So let's move this back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. See, this is where your spaghetti should be hidden. Hidden underneath here. And we'll clean all this up, by the way, when we redo our lines. Which is what basically kind of what we're doing right now, but not really. We'll get into it. All I need right now is some of these. And so I need to get this across to the other side. Very much like that one's doing. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We got to get that perfect angle. We got to get that good angle. Show you a little trick. We're going to run it this way, even though this is the wrong way to run it. And so we can keep stretching it and stretch it and stretch it until we feel like it's not clipping anymore. Something like this. Like that. Okay, now we got it. It shouldn't be clipping. It's going through there perfectly. And then we just take this out and we just reverse the direction by grabbing this down there and then running it this way. Easy. Because now we know where this particular pole goes. That's going to help out a lot. All right, nice. Boom, that thing is going to be cranking down there. Now, I'm not going to go and upgrade all of the lines. Just if I'm putting in new lines, that's when you'll see me upgrade stuff and whatnot. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. That actually connected in the wrong way. Try that again. Let's hope that doesn't mess up my angle. Don't mess up my angle now. Oh, perfecto. Looks good. No clipping. Alright. Now we got it on this side. Now we need to run it down there. Which side we running what? We running on the inside or the outside? On the outside. So, we're running it here. And here. Let's run it on that side. And away they go! At lightning speed. Now, we need one more thing, and that is our reinforced iron plates, which most likely have backlogged up here somewhere. Let's see. We've got our stuff over there. Oh, this is on the other side. The reinforced iron plates are on the far side of the factory. Let's run over this way. It's cool kind of walking in the bowels of the factory, isn't it? I think it's neat. Alright, here we go. Look at all these suckers coming out of here. Oh, we can siphon a bunch of those. I think these are double merged too, right? I think these are coming from... Yeah, they're coming out of there. They're coming down out of there into here. Across to this. And these are being run up into those. But where's our first set? Where's our first set? I feel like it's being merged from the other side. Yeah, there we go. So that's actually 20 iron plates per minute right there. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Oh, I know right where to go. Right down there. Look at that. Nice. Okay. Then we do a splitter. Siphon off some of these babies. I'm not even worried about the numbers. I'm just siphon them off. Back by 2. Nice little 90. Bada bing, bada boom. This sucker's gonna fire out of there like nobody's business. All right. Again, everything that I do, I'm starting up more stuff in my factory, which means it's gonna take more and more power because it's gonna start using up all of this stuff. Wow, this is nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost like I planned that out. I didn't. I'll tell you if I do, though. I just lucked out on that one. Just lucked out. Okay, now we go ahead and, again, we did our stuff on the outside, so we can take this one out. Wow, look at that. Holy mackerel, that is just pure luck. Pure luck right there, everybody. I'll call it when it's luck. Any day of the week, I will call it. That was just pure luck. That just worked out. Sometimes it just works out. That's how it goes. When are you ending your live? In about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. All right, let's go down over here. Let's go ahead and follow our stuff all the way to the end. And in theory, this baby should be more than enough. Cranking out those crystal oscillators. Now, I actually have more than what it needs being run in there. So I could create another one and so on. Create multiple of them, but I kind of feel like doing a little overclocking. So let's go do it. How's our power looking? Power looking, still looking good, about 700. A lot of that other stuff's going to start back up again, including all my plates and all my rods and all that stuff, and our power's going to go... it's going to go up and up and up and up, but I don't want my aluminum to stop. My aluminum should constantly be running, so I can replace all of my lines, all of my stuff. It's going to be the greatest thing ever, everybody. It's going to be super fun. All right, this is my favorite part. When you're revamping the factory with your fastest speed belt. It's actually painful if you do a whole bunch of fast speed belt stuff and then you restart the game and you make a new game. You're like, oh god, I'm using my my slow stuff. But it's still fun. Still fun to restart and give it another go. Okay, crystal oscillator's running. I'm here for my boosters, and then we'll run that battle. Where did I put them boosters? Yeah, I could have sworn I put them in here. Apparently not. That's a good question. What do I do with you, boosters? I put them in here in the equipment box? Nope. That's a good question. Probably put them down here. Let's go find out. You only be in so many places. Aha! Right there in this box. We're using them for the Christmas event. That's why they're there. Okay, what are we doing? Over here. Oh, I was literally right. I could have just walked over there. It was literally right there. That's too funny. All right, baby. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Boost that sucker. Oh, another one. Boost it. Boosty McBoosty. Because it's already full. It's got more than enough of everything. And so I'm just going to burn up a ton of these crystal oscillators at 2.5 per. And let's go over here, see what we got. We got 12 already. What I'm going to do is make another MAM. Because you can actually put your MAM wherever you want it now. I have a whole bunch of them. If you have reinforced iron plates, which is funny irony, is the very thing that's going into here. I'm going to take these out because those are catch up in no time. Boom. What we're trying to do, we're trying to do quartz, and we want to get 100 crystal oscillators going on. I'll probably let this run off stream to make all those crystal oscillators. Probably after the stream. We gotta need a bunch of them. Plenty of heavy modular frames, and we'll unlock the rest of that. This vehicle is really fun, by the way. This is Explorer vehicle. Highly suggest giving that a go. What else can we do? Oh, we got to do our stuff down here, too. That's why we got to get our AI limiters going. Yeah, our AI limiters and our high-speed connectors. We'll get into that. Again, more high-speed connectors. and get into those. Okay, well, but these I think we could do. I think we got the alien organism stuff. Let's go take a look. I sworn I had a bunch of that stuff laying around. If not, we're going to go postal on some mobs. Now, while we're flying back up here, let's go ahead and run this battle. Battle time. How we doing? 92 units. Whoa. We going to get it going on. Oh, I feel like an imminent destruction of the enemies coming in. All right, open the captain's chest, grab some rewards. Let's see, JC Hunter, Paul, Subi, Reaper, and into the fray, getting some extra love, and Subi coming in MVP with 12 assists. Fantastic job. Right into there, boom. And of course, flying rogue action on the right. Let's do it. We got this, we got this. We've got time for one more battle. Get that going in there. Now, what I did is I ran over to this container and I picked up a bunch of stuff from the container and put it on my character. I'm going to put some of this fluid back in there and I'm going to grab some of this. There we go. And that's going to allow us to go over here to the MAM and do some of this stuff right here. Now, I need some heavy modular, or regular modular frames, as a matter of fact. And I got a little bit, just a smidge. Oh, wait, I got a whole box full of it. I got a lot of that. What the heck is weighing me down? Whoa, too much aluminum. I know. Terrible problem to have, right? Terrible problem to have. Just too much aluminum on me. There we go. This, you know, first world problems. Let's go over here and grab some more of this. There we go. Actually, here's an idea. We'll grab 2 stacks of that and put that other stack back. There we go. So we've got 2 full stacks. Now, back to the MAM is where I was going, over here. And we're going to go ahead and finish up some of our alien organism stuff. That's going to take 5 minutes. And how much this will take 5 minutes as well. But that's okay. While we're waiting, we can go ahead and work toward our crystal oscillators, stators, and our object scanner. Now, over here, we have a bunch of this stuff already being produced, but it's not necessarily running to this box. So we do have stators and whatnot. So let's go grab those stators. Pretty fun, right? Whoa! I was really gaining some speed there. So if you know where your stuff is, you can just go and get it. Now, I could run it over there, but it's really not necessary. I don't need that many stators. But I just happen to know that it's making a bunch of it over here. Down below here, you can see it's running underneath here, making them stators. Let's use our jetpack to get back up again. Or we can make a ladder, one or the other. And so in here, I know it's backlogged with stators. Right in there. So I can just go in there and just grab them out of here if I need some. Boom. Now what that's going to do, though, is all of the production that has to do with them stators is now going to turn back on again. All the steel, all the coal, all the extractors, all of that stuff going to turn back on again and could potentially cause my power to go out. That's why you need to always keep that in mind whenever you're doing that kind of stuff. So we need stators and object. We can go ahead and make one of those. How are we doing on our retweets? Oh, we're at 9. We need one more person to retweet. We got 30 minutes. See if you guys can crush it in the next 30 minutes. Get one more retweet. Go ahead and follow this link in the chat right over here. Bam. Follow that link right there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. We get one more retweet. We give you 1,000 Kids Caps toward future giveaways. And I do giveaways randomly here in the stream whenever I feel like it. Did one yesterday, if you missed it, for a cool Stream Raider skin. I got very focused today. Very, very focused on some stuff. Man, we crushed it, though, man. We absolutely destroyed today. We got a lot done. All right, we got those rotors, or I mean stators. What else do we need? I thought that... Oh, it's already running right now. So we need stators. Oh, and our little object scanner thingy. Let's go over here and make one of those. What do we need? Beacons. I never use this object scanner, by the way. Originally, when I first started playing this game, I actually used that object scanner, but I rarely ever use it anymore. You can actually get a whole radar thing that helps you with your map now, which is pretty cool. All right, we're just trying to get this done. We need crystal oscillators. Did I not pick up any of those crystal oscillators? Apparently not. Apparently, I picked up 0. Whoa! Got some serious air on that one. That was fun. Oh. Alright, those are still working. Go into this box. How much we got now? 30. Alright, that's good. That's good. Again, I'll let these run off stream. I'll just walk away. It'll run on those forever. I'll come in. I'll have half a box full of those things. I love doing that. I love doing that after stream. Just let it run. I was the last one who retweeted. You were. Did we hit 10? Oh, you the man. Bam. Everybody in the chat loves you right now because you just gave them all 1,000 Kiz Caps right there for future giveaways. Remember, they all reset. So now you guys have more Kiz Caps than everybody else who isn't in the stream for the last day or two. And you have a higher chance of winning those giveaways. So smart choice. Smart choice there. Sneak it in at the beginning. That's how you get the loots, everybody. Also, I have a tendency that people love to give gifted subs toward the beginning of the year as well. So if you missed out on those gifted subs yesterday, you never know. Lurk in the channel, you earn 3 times the Kiz Caps when you are a subscriber. If you do have your Amazon Prime or something like that, want to show some love to the stream, feel free to drop it on there. Know that every penny goes right back in the form of giveaways and all of that. I do appreciate all the love here in the stream. All right, we went down, tracked all that stuff down. Hopefully in time. Yeah, 30 seconds left, and we got it going on. Whoa, speaking of, there we go, everybody. Look at that. See, you're hanging out in the stream. You hang around to the end. You're getting lots of love right there. Let's see, Yuri, CW, Chris getting the love. We got Codwig coming in, showing some love, getting some sub love as well. And SMI getting that love as well. Someone say gift subs. Great timing, JC Honer. Great timing, bro. So there you go. Now you got 3 times the Kiz Caps, 3 times the chance to win the giveaways, as well as, of course, you got all the epic Kismet emotes. You can use them throughout Twitch, including my squirrel emote for when people go, huh? Kismet, you forgot to change screens. That's a great time to use the squirrel emote in the chat. And you can also just put squirrel and then put screen or squirrel and say, Kismet, you were doing this. That helps a lot here in the stream, as well as you can also use my food and water emote. That one's good on other people's streams as well. But that squirrel emote is the best, man. It's like, hey, you forgot this or you forgot to do that. So you put the squirrel and then what they squirreled on. Works fantastically. Oh, we actually have some crystal oscillators over here. Oh, yeah, we put a few of those in there. All right, let's grab those out of there. Don't do us no good in that box. Let's use them up. All right, we got another one here. Done. All right, we got a medical inhaler. I'm not going to use it, but we got it. Okay, next one. Object scanner improvements, which only going to take 3 seconds. Awesome. And then down here, we've got hostile organism detection. Bam. Also done. All right, we got the whole thing. I'm really bad about doing the man, by the way. You should really do this as soon as possible in the game. It's very much like your skill trees. And I'm really bad. I'll be like making nuclear power, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to work on my MAM. I'll go through and I'll do all the stuff in the MAM. I know it's pretty bad. Pretty bad, but such is the way it goes. All right, we got to make some AI limiters. We'll try to get in that next time, and some of those in there. We'll get into those next time. What else can we do here? We got Marsilia, we already did. Nutrients, we got that done. We are waiting on more crystal oscillators. We'll let that run. What do we got over here? Frequency mapping. Oh, that's a good one. Let's go ahead and make some more beacons. Oop, over here. Actually, here's a good idea. Let's just take that out of there. Actually, I accidentally hit the knocking thing. I was like, what is that knocking? I didn't hit nothing. I accidentally bumped it with my finger. That's funny. That's funny. All right, Kismet trolling himself. Awesome. What am I doing? The production. Equipment bench. The equipment bench over here, so I don't have to run all the way over there every time. Doesn't matter which way you have it, by the way. I just like it to be facing proper way. That's just me. Okay, now I did that so much I forgot what I was coming over here doing now. What the heck was I doing? Power slugs, quartz. Oh, we're making beacons. We need 10 beacons. Oh, we can only make 5. Why is that? We don't have enough wire. Alright, that's what it is. Wire. Well, it's not that I don't have enough. I just don't have enough on me because, boom. I have plenty, that's for sure. And I do love to keep a lot of backlogs of resources. Look at this. We got 2 red ones over here. That always triggers me when I see the red in the back. But that's not being used. That's my biofuel back there. But I don't use those after the beginning of the game. I actually switch right to their own separate biofuel things quickly. Very, very quickly. All right, where are we at? Power slug? No, quartz. Let's get this one going on. It's going to take 5 minutes. How long does this one take? That's 5 minutes as well. All right. 5 minutes. Go. How much is this one? And, oh, we get that one in another 5 minutes. That's easy. We just need some more. Frames over here. This is another reason why we made these frames, is for this very reason, to upgrade a lot of our quartz stuff. So we'll get a bunch of that. And we'll let that run for 5 minutes. And then we'll have our scanner there. And we go ahead and probably work on our other nodes. This will let run. That we can do in 5 minutes. How are we looking on our sulfur over here? Wow, sulfur done. All right, cool. So, the only 2 we have left now, Caterium, and this is usually where I end up, where Caterium and Quartz are typically the last ones I do. Quartz actually fairly easy to do until you get to this one, because you need the aluminum. So when you get to there, you get kind of stuck, but these ones aren't too bad. Caterium is just that I've been lazy. Haven't got around to making my AI limiters, and we need copper sheets and wire, and we have plenty of that. I mean, we could be making crazy tons of those right now if we want to. In fact, we could probably do some standalone production of that right out here. Now, I do a lot of what I call standalone production, where it's just sitting out over here, right? And it's running, and it's making that particular thing, and then running it in to the space elevator there. I don't think there's anything in these now. I think we can take all these out for now. These are like AI limiters and stuff in there, yeah. And whatnot. So we go ahead and take all this stuff out. Oh, nope, we're dropping stuff. Yep, there we go. Dropping the loots. All right, let's put some of this loots back, and then we can go ahead and pick up some of that loots. All right, first thing, we'll take a little stop by the computers. Put all those in there. We'll stop by the heavy modular frames. Boom, put all those in there. What else we got? We got some extra stators. Put those in there. Some extra motors, which are completely full. Cannot put that in there. Rotors in there. That'll give us some room. All right, a little bit of room there. We'll pick up some of our mess. Okay, how many of these we got here? Oh, that's not that much. Let's take that out now. Now, I could take out my space elevator. I don't really need it because... I don't think I have enough room to take that out. Because there's nothing else to upgrade. And so I'm already on tier 7, so there's no real point in getting it. Now, each of my stuff has its own little place, right, that I make for it here around my hub. So I can just say, okay, that goes there, this goes there, and so on, and just drop that item in that particular place. I also have what I call a miscellaneous box, which is this one right here, so we can put all this other stuff in here, like all the food and water and beacons and all of that stuff that we need for the MAM, typically, or like when I'm using tickets for my coupons or power shards or stuff like that. And some of the stuff we got from our Christmas event, which is kind of cool. But I usually keep all that stuff in one box just so I can find it if I'm looking for any kind of random materials. But if I'm looking for biofuel, then I have all the biofuel, maybe some extra ignites or whatnot, or whatever I might need to use for the man. So you want to keep a little bit of everything in there so you can get that going on. Let's see. Quartz is what I was going to work on next. Yes, right there. Okay, that's got a little bit of time still to go. We go over here and clean this up. Then we take all of those out of there. Yeah, we got it now. What do we got up here? Ooh, boy, a lot of those. A lot of those. All right, no problem. That's why you always should have a place for all your stuff to go. So you can just, like, drop it off. If you're looking for it later, you know where it's at. I like to have an end result to everything that I'm doing, right? Mostly the end result is these boxes. But then the next result of those boxes is to make the next thing. So, in this case, we used a lot of this stuff. We just put it in some boxes. We ran it down the line, and so it could make that stuff. Whoa, look at all those computers. So it could make the item that we needed for our space elevator. Now, I don't keep that production around. I typically don't keep the production of something like automated wiring around. There's no reason to. What do I need it for? I don't need it for anything right this moment. And so if I don't need it, there's no reason to have it sucking up my power and utilizing my power, meaning more time and effort for me to go make more power. Oh, we got a bunch of cables in here. Yeah, not in this one. It's in the other one. I bet you we got a box of cables. Oh, boy. There we go. All right, let's just go ahead and remove all of this production. Ah, there I go, dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. Let's go take a look at our cable box. Ah, full. All right. Now, see, this is when I get overflow resources, right? When you get more than a box full. And then I start putting it into kind of in-between boxes, like this one here is a prime example of a great way of just putting in a lot of all your stuff into one box. And then you just take a little bit of each thing back out again. And then you know you've still got those resources, but you're not just overwhelmed with those amount of resources. All right, that's done. I might have to get that back now that I think about it.
The map has been unlocked.
All right, I got a map. Oh, where's my map? There it is. Hey, look, I got a map, everybody. I feel special. I rarely ever use the map. But it is kind of cool, though, because you can see the trains going. Give me a little closer so you guys can see. So I got my train going down here. It's going to run over there. It's going to try to get that oil. And then when it's done with the oil, it's then going to run back. I think I actually might have a beacon there, too. Let's see. I see it covering something. That might be the train station. Oh, that's the train station. Yeah, look at this one over here. That one's off and running. Yeah, it stopped at that train station. And it's going to come back, end up here somewhere. That's going out that way. This one's going to end up on that one. Oh, it's way out there. There it is. Yeah, so this one's going that way. This one's coming this way. And actually it's going to end up on this one. I got two called Venray, really? Huh. Huh. Speaking of, there it is right there. There it is right there in front of me. Let's walk there and look at it. All right. What are we doing? We're trying to get our heavy modular frames. How much time? 5 minutes. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. How much longer on this thing? Okay, 12 minutes on the battle. So we'll go 12 more minutes. We'll try to get that battle, but I do got to run out ASAP. What am I doing? Ma'am. What I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Try to stay on track here. What else we got? Radar technology. Radar signal scanning. We can do all of that. And then this one. All right, yeah, we just need a bunch of crystal oscillators. And so we'll start that research. And we'll probably come back and do the rest of this next time. We can do all of that next time. And then Caterium, we got to get our AI limiters and our circuit boards going, and then we can get all that going. probably make those, by the way. I could probably just make those. These ones right here for the smart splitter. I could just make those. But we could set that up in the next few minutes here to just run offline. So what I'm going to do is just kind of tap into what we've already got here. And go ahead and tell it what we want to make, right? Oh, those actually already got boosters in there, too. So we'll make AI limiters here. And then on this side, what was the other thing? Dopey dope. I forgot what the other thing was. Circuit boards. No, we already did circuit boards. What was the other thing? I forgot. You don't need to tell me. I'm just talking to myself. All right. Caterium. We need AI limiters. And high-speed connectors. That's what it is. High-speed connectors. All right, let's put this one as AI limiter. Take this one out. Ah, not enough frames. And then manufacturer. High-speed connector. All right. Quick wire, cable, circuit boards. Let's use them up. Quick wire. Easy. It's in that box right there. Bam. Splitter. There. Let's run it up above. Ooh, what the heck? It was not being split in there. There we go. I was not splitting. Okay, up we go. We're going to do some Spaghetti City. Here we go. Boom. That's because quick wire is used in there, and it's also used over here in this. So we can go ahead and just very easily run that up above, run that down into there. Bam, that one's off and running. Let's also run another power line over there. And what does this need? It needs also copper sheets. Well, it just happens to be right over here that I have some copper sheets. Backlog. There we go. Ta-da! I love it when a plan comes together, everybody. Now, I don't need those sheets sitting in there 24/7. That doesn't do me any good if they're just sitting in there and whatnot. So we got it on standby right now. We're going to turn that on. And look how fast that sucker's going to go because we have it boosted, too. So it's going to do 12.5 per minute. It's going to do as many as it possibly can. Over in there, it's going to burn that stuff up. Now, over here, we're going to also need cable and circuit boards. Cable, I don't think we have it backlogged in here, do we? Yes, we do. All right, cool. Let's just go ahead and do a nice level 5 lifter for no reason other than we can. Let's go ahead and do a nice level 5 run right over here. Boom. And now we're going to use up that extra cable guy. Hey, again, doesn't do so good in that box. And now we got circuit boards. Now, we were just doing circuit boards just a minute ago over here. And I feel like we can do a little spaghetti on that side. But we're going to go ahead and just grab all the circuit boards over here and just bring them with us. That'll make that easier. We're just going to burn up the resources that we have. And we'll go ahead and just put a nice little box right there. Put the circuit boards in the box. And then we'll go ahead and say, make us that thing. Boom. And away it goes. All right, it's doing its thing now. Guess what? We're even going to boost it. Boosty McBooster. All the way to 250%. And this is what I call offline production. Because a lot of this stuff does not run into these boxes. And so this is just going to go ahead and run it in there as fast as it can. Make as much as it can. As quick as it can until it basically runs out of resources. And then the next time I come in, I'm going to have a bunch of AI limiters. And then over here, a bunch of high-speed connectors. It'll make it as fast as it possibly can. Right over there. So we'll have those. We'll have our crystal oscillators. And really, that's all you need. You're at the level other than our turbo motors, which we'll get into as well. Now, I could go in and set up all the resources and do all of that stuff. One of the things about running it to a central box is the fact that you can do this, right? Okay, now I need some of this and I need some of that. Especially if you're running it at a really high rate. So if you're running at a 780 in and you need 400 to go this way, well, bam, you can just use a 480. You can just use a 480 belt, boom, off it goes that way. And then you use a 240 belt going this way for when you need 240 that way. So the boxes actually act as a splitter as well, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice that you could do that. Actually, I could do that with my wire. I could have just ran the wire underneath there and then one from up above. You know what? Let's do that. Let's just do that. Like this. Let's clean that up a little bit. Now this little spot right here, by the way, this little level 3 belt right there is actually slowing it down. So it's not going in at full speed. It needs to go in at 500 per minute. So we're going to take that out. Like this. And then we go and get serious. That's 780 that's going in right there. And then we're going to get serious across here. And we're going to run that from the top of there. And then 780 running over to there. Ah, no! No clipping. Even when I'm screwing around, no clipping. No. No, no, no. And there we go. This is one of my favorite things to watch, by the way. Is all the stuff going in different directions and doing different stuff. It's fascinating to watch that stuff. All right, we got 4 more minutes. So that's going to do its thing. Keep making me some high-speed connectors. Hear that? Hear the power go off? Ah, ha, ha. So close, everybody. So close, but so far away. Out of power. Now, what can we do about this? Well, same thing we could do before and add some power. Let's add a refinery. Or actually, no, wait. We don't have to add a refinery. We can just add more of these. I just happen to have all the resources to make them, too. That's amazing. That's amazing in itself. Now go down. Hey. Build that thing, bro. Come on, I only got so much time. Really? Oh, it's because the things are missing. I'm like, what's up with that, bro? Come on, line them up. Now, the cool thing about this is that I already have the stuff already lined up. Meaning that I already have an overflow of the fuel. So I can very easily, instead of running it underneath and doing all of that, I don't need any additional pumps. I can just go ahead and run it around. Say down like that. We're just going to bypass for right now so we can let this run after stream. We'll come back and we'll fix it beautifully later on. Now, this is normally how I play. When I'm playing a game, I play fast. You would not be able to see 90% of what I'm doing if I didn't slow down most of the time. But in this case, since we're right at the end here, we'll try to get this done in the next 2 minutes. I'm always coming down. You ever notice these streams? I always come down in like the last couple minutes. I'm trying to squeeze one more thing in. In this case, more power. What I'm going to do is run that excess fuel into here, but I still need to get all the stuff connected together. Let's run that power line, say, back there. Run that one. Cross connect that. Notice, by the way, that these started up. That's because they aren't connected to the rest of the power. All right, there we go. And now we should be able to start our power up. Oh, that's just barely makes it. Ah, Kismet for the win. That was epic. See ya. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out, Silence. That was epic. We just added 3 more. It was just enough to keep her going. Let's hope we got enough fuel going, though. Let's see how much fuel we have running. This is producing 40. So 40 times 4. Right? Yeah, 40 times 4. Yeah. And these are going to be 15 each for right now. And that's 8, 9, 10, 11. Hey, sorry. What's 11 times 15?
11 times 15 is 165.
165 is what we need. And I've already forgotten what it is. This is 40, 80, 160. And we got 165. So a little too much, but perfect, though. Pretty good guess. 40, this is outputting 40 fluid. 40, that's 80. This is 160. But we have a backlog of fluid, so we should be fine for now to let that run for a while until that backlog diminishes. But we do have more oil, so we can add 1 more, and that'll probably make up 1 more oil thing as well, which would be another 150 power. And that should actually maximize our power there. So very nice. We'll get that going on next time. I'm going to run my character over here, and we're going to save. And then we're going to do that battle. And then we're going to peace out. No raid targets today, Mod. I got my love train working. I'll get it done one of these days. Hopefully at some point. But I got to run out literally right now. I got to bail. All right, let's save the game. That's what I need to do first. Let's call it Let It Run. Let it run. Bam. Let it run, baby. Confirmed. Confirmed. All right, we'll mute our sound. Let's go ahead and do the battle. Should be getting my shoes on. I'm going to get my shoes on. Yes, I sit here without shoes on. Who wouldn't? If they were in their office just kicking back, playing some games, why would you have your shoes on? I have no idea why you would do that. I leave my shoes tied. I don't untie my shoes ever, unless they untie themselves. Open Captain Chaz, grants rewards. Let's see. Reaper, Shinobi, into the fray, all getting some love. Dre Perrin coming in MVP with the 12 assists. Now, I'm not going to go into battle mode. I'm just going to peace out, everybody. We'll come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some more games. We're going to be playing some Fallout 76. And then on Friday, some No Man's Sky. And then on Saturday, we'll get back to our epic build that we're doing in 7 Days to Die. I was looking at some of the stuff coming for Alpha 20, too. Some real cool stuff, outfits and armor sets and all that kind of fun stuff. We'll get into that. We'll get into it. But let's go ahead and go up to my office, give you guys some love, and head on out of y'all. All right, now right there in the screen, you can see, or in the chat, you can see my schedule. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time till about right now, 4 o'clock. Then on Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till we feel like stopping, which sometimes is pretty late. I will try to get back to my schedule once this Corona thing is taken care of, hopefully in the world this year. I will try to do some more night streams and get back to that. But in the meantime, I got to take care of the wife and family, prioritize the health. And then we'll get back into that later on. So here we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. For getting on the Kismet Love Train today. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Thank you for hitting the follow button. Thanks for subbing as well. I appreciate everybody who comes to my stream, who's chatting in the stream. or just chilling out all day long. I think we did phenomenal today. We got our aluminum going, and now we're just going to let our aluminum run. We're going to let our crystal oscillators run. We're going to let our high-speed connectors run, our AI limiters run, all that stuff we got going today. That's pretty incredible. Between yesterday and today, we're just absolutely crushing it. By the way, we still got a bunch of peer nodes over there that we haven't even touched yet, which we'll get into, next week. Because I'll play Satisfactory next Tuesday and Wednesday. Again, if you want to see my schedule, it is down below the stream. It's on the Twitter. It's on the Discord. You can go ahead and check it out on the social media. Right there, I'll throw it in the chat again. You can go ahead and follow that social media. Go up to the Twitter, hit the follow button. Go on YouTube, hit that subscribe. Tons of stuff dropping for the YouTube channel. In fact, I got so much stuff queued up, it's going to go till June of this year. So check that out. Also check out Kismet.gg. Bunch of unboxings, videos, guides, all sorts of cool stuff up there for you to check out, including everything in my entire studio. That means my microphone, my monitors, my screens, and all of that stuff as well. All in there for you to check out. All right, everybody. Again, I gave you some love. I did. That's it for me. I will see you in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.